Let's set up the workspace for modding in 1.19 with Forge. Alright, we find ourselves back once again, this time with the start of the 1.19 tutorial series here for Forge, and it's going to be really freaking awesome. So even if you have no prior knowledge to modding or programming, you can still follow along with this series. I highly recommend still getting some Java knowledge, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But first of all, we're going to download and install all of the things that you need. The first thing you'll need is a JDK, that is a Java development kit. And this is of course needed because Minecraft and Forge are written in Java, therefore we need to download the JDK. I highly recommend using the one from Adoptium over here. Everything we need is going to be linked in the description below, so no worries at all. And we're going to choose the JDK 17, so make sure that JDK 17 is selected, and then I'm just going to download the MSI for Windows here in this case, and after it is downloaded, you can just open it and then install it onto your PC like any other program. Once you have installed the JDK, we can then move on to an IDE, that is an integrated development environment. I highly suggest using IntelliJ IDEA, the community edition over here to the right. That is free, so no worries at all. You don't need to pay anything for this. So we can just download this as well. And once again, just download it. Once it's done, just install it onto your PC like any other program, and then we can proceed afterwards. Right, we don't need to start IntelliJ just yet, because first of all, we need to download Minecraft Forge. Now, currently, we are on version 41.0.16. This is, once you see this video, probably going to be higher, and that's totally fine. What you want to do is you always want to download the latest version when you are actually programming and modding in this case. And then what you want to do is you want to go to the MDK. It's going to get you to this add focus here. You just have to wait for 5 seconds, and then at the top right corner, you can download the zip file. So let's just wait for a second. Click the skip button, and then the zip file will download. And you can see I've already prepared this over here, so I'm just going to right-click extract here. So all of the files are extracted here. I'm using WinRAR to basically get everything out of this zip file. You can also use 7-zip. That is, of course, up to you. But then we can delete the zip file here, and we can also delete all of the text files. So the changelog, credits, license, and readme file, those can also all be deleted, and then we only are remaining with these different files and folders. Then let's just copy this over, so let's just click in here and press Ctrl-C to copy the actual directory structure where this is located, because we're going to need that in just a moment when we actually start IntelliJ. But before we start IntelliJ, let's actually take a look at the actual Java introduction playlist over here. I highly recommend it if you have absolutely no idea about Java or anything. Please, I cannot stress this enough. I highly recommend going through this playlist once before you really start diving into modding. It can only help you in the long run, because once again, everything in modding and in Minecraft, at least the Java edition, is of course written in Java. So if you don't understand it, you're going to have a way harder time understanding everything and how everything is working. This is why I highly recommend going through this series. These are 31 videos that are at least going to give you a little bit of an idea of how Java works. This is definitely not an extensive series, like it's not going to exhaust and you're going to know everything about Java, but this is at least going to lay a little bit of a groundwork for you so you can more easily jump into modding as well. I'll of course link this as well in the description below. Right now, let's start IntelliJ for the first time, and this is roughly how it's going to look like. It's probably going to look like a little bit different to you, but that is totally fine, because what you will have is you will have a new project button, an open button, and a get from VCS button. Those 3 buttons are definitely going to be somewhere when you open IntelliJ for the first time, and you want to click the open button. A new dialog will appear, and you can then paste in the actual directory that we've copied over where the Forge tutorial is. There you go. So you can actually take a look at this. You want to select the directory or the folder where all of those folders and files are contained in. Yeah, so this is the one that you want to choose. You want to say OK. We're going to say trust project, and then a new window here will open. It's going to immediately start doing things. So you can see it's already building stuff. If any errors come up right now, that is totally fine, right? If anything red here happens, don't panic. Everything is going to be okay. You're just going to let this run through, either with a build successful or a build failed. Both of those are going to be fine at this point. This warning as well can be completely ignored, where this is not an issue. So as I've said, just let this run through. Whatever the warnings say, whatever the errors say, if at the end it is a build successful, then everything is working fine. If it is a build failed, there are still some steps that we can go through to basically mitigate that. But just keep patient for a moment. This can take anywhere from a few seconds to maybe even a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. I've seen a little bit longer for some people when their computer is not as fast and their internet connection might not be as fast. Overall, just be patient and let this run through. Don't do anything, and then we'll see after we're done. Alright, so here we go, build successful in 2 minutes and 38 seconds. As I've said, anything that red that comes up looking like this, anything like that, totally fine. You can completely ignore this as long as you're getting a build successful in the end. That is all that matters. Right now, there are a few settings that you still need to take a look at just in case. So let's go to File, Project Structure, and then making sure that our SDK here is selected to be 17. So we want to basically select the JDK that we have just downloaded in the beginning of the tutorial here and select this. So SDK 17, same with level language. We want this to be SDK default, which should also be 17. Hit apply, okay. And then sometimes it will reload some things, but that's going to be totally fine. We also want to go to File, Settings, Build Execution Deployment, Build Tools, Gradle, and make sure that the Gradle JVM here is Project SDK. If that is the case, we can hit apply, okay, and then we're fine. Right, the next thing that we want to do is we want to expand the Java folder. So for this, you just click on the little arrow over here, and this is what should greet you. Com, example, example mod, and an example mod class over here. Now, this is actually not the way that I want this displayed. So for this, you're going to go to this options menu over here, tree appearance, make sure that flatten packages as well as compact middle packages are turned off, and then it's going to expand like this. This is how I'm going to use IntelliJ for the rest of the tutorial series. So if you want this mirrored and the same thing, then you have to do that as well. Right, now we can start changing some things. So first of all, we're going to go into the build.gradle file actually. So we're going to double click on the build.gradle file, and here are some things that we need to change. So first of all, we have a version of the mod. So I highly suggest doing it like this. So you have 3 numbers separated by dots, right? 0.0.1 in this case, dash, and then the number of whatever the Minecraft version is you're programming for. So in this case, it's going to be 190. The group, well, what is this going to be? So this is com.yourname.modid. I'm going to talk about the mod ID in just a moment. But first of all, the first 2 things, well, I'm personally going to take net Kaupenjoe, because in this case, Kaupenjoe is my name. Highly suggest using your own name for this. So you can, for example, if your name is John, you can do net.john, or if your name is Maria, you could say net.maria. Whatever the mod ID is going to be in just a moment. As per this, I'm going to choose net.Kaupenjoe in this case, and our mod ID is going to be tutorial mod. The same goes here. Tutorial mod, and now I'm going to explain the mod ID for a second. So the mod ID, it's very important that this is all lowercase, right? So you cannot have any uppercase characters, you cannot have any spaces in here, only lowercase characters, numbers, dashes, and underscores. That is all that is allowed here, nothing else. Please keep this in mind. I've seen this error time and time again. Your mod ID can only contain lowercase characters, numbers, underscore, and dash. That's it. Right, one thing I want to quickly tell you about the mappings. There are currently no parchment mappings available. They will be updated in the coming weeks. So if that ever does take place, I might just, sneak in a little tutorial where we update the mappings to parchment. This is just so that we have parameters mapped. Otherwise, they are going to look very ugly, but we'll have a rough workaround for this in that we're going to see in this tutorial series, but for the time being we have to stick with the official mappings. There's another thing that we wanted to change, and that is the example mod over here. So just find anywhere where it says example mod, you can double click this to select the entire word, press Ctrl R, and then here we're going to say in this replace window tutorial mod. So we basically want to replace example mod with tutorial mod. We're just going to say replace all, and that is going to be fine. Then the build.gradle file has been successfully changed, and we can click this little elephant here that says load Gradle changes. So just click this, and in the build window, you can see that it starts building again. This hopefully will not take too long, not as long as it took the last time. You can see only took 9 seconds, so that is exactly what you want to see, and that is going to be fine. The changes in the build.gradle file are fine, so we can close this now, and we can open the example mod class. So this is going to throw you with a lot of stuff over here. So you can see there's quite a bit of things, but no worries at all. We'll be able to get through this. So you can see there are actually some examples already done here. Now these examples we actually want to get rid of immediately because I actually set up my stuff a little bit differently from the way that it's set up here. Now this is, once again, of course, this would totally work, but I highly recommend not doing it like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the 2 deferred registers and the registry objects over here. I'm also going to delete the comments over here. I'm going to make this a little bit different. Then the actual string right here. So we have an example mod ID. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it, press Shift F6, and I'm just going to introduce a underscore. So I'm going to call this mod underscore ID, because that's personally what I like to call my ID. I'm going to hit enter, and then it's going to be changed everywhere where it has to be changed. We're also going to get rid of the block.register and the items.register over here. You can get rid of those comments as well. We don't need those at the moment. And I'm also going to change the formatting a little bit. There you go. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete the onServerStarting method over here, and we'll keep the client mod events over here, because this is actually going to be very important for us later. But what we can do is we can just get rid of whatever is written inside of it. So basically that we have a empty comment setup and an empty onClient setup method. We also want to change our mod ID as well as the name of the class and the packages where it is contained in. So let's start with the mod ID here. So we can see this is example mod. Well, this should be tutorial mod in our case, right? Of course, this is our mod ID. Then the example mod right here, we want to press Shift F6 and rename this to tutorial mod as well. Now, this does not have to have the same spacing as the mod ID because this is the name of the class. Once again, I refer back to some Java knowledge, highly suggested over here. If you don't know what a class is, if you don't know what a method is, highly suggest taking a look at my Java introduction. As I've previously mentioned, it can only help you further along. We also want to change the package structure over here. So we're going to click on example mod, press Shift F6 again, and then we're just going to select it all, net.kaupenjoe.tutorial mod. So this is the same structure that we have defined in our build.gradle file. So we're just going to say refactor, and then the package structure on the left will change to, as you can see, net.kaupenjoe tutorial mod. We can then delete the com folder, and then everything should work totally fine. We're almost done. We now actually expand the resources folder and then the meta.in folder, because in the mods.toml file, we have to change some very, very important things. Let's double click on the mods.toml file, and you can see, first of all, we have a license. So I'm going to choose, of course, the MIT license. If you don't know what that means, that is totally fine. But for me, I wanted to choose the MIT license in this case. Then we have the mod ID. This is extremely important that this is correct. Tutorial mod. You can see this one here has to match, if we go back into the tutorial mod class, this one right here. So those two have to match, otherwise it will not work. You will get an error when you try to start Minecraft and those two do not match. Then it's going to say something like there's no mod ID in the mods.toml file. That is the error that might occur there. So those two have to match. Make sure of that. The display name is just going to be tutorial mod. We don't have a logo file yet, so we can just keep this empty. The authors is, of course, Kaupenjoe. Exactly. And then we also have something here. And here we're just going to replace the example mod once again with tutorial mod. And then here as well, tutorial mod. And that should be pretty much all that we need to do. You can also change the description, other credits and stuff like that. But this is going to be totally fine for the time being. The most important thing is that you change the mod ID over here. Right, and crazily enough, this is actually all of the steps that we need to do in order to get this to start working. Now, how can we start Minecraft? Well, let's just go to the Gradle tab on the right here, expand the tasks, forge Gradle runs, and then just in case before we actually start it, we also want to call the gen IntelliJ runs over here. So let's just double click this, just so that we have this. This is going to, download some additional things that we might not have before, and it's just going to set up everything neatly and so that everything is hopefully going to work first time around. So once again, this can take anywhere from a few seconds up to a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. Let's just, once again, just be patient, let this run through, and then we'll see. There you go, 37 seconds, build successful. That's exactly what you want to see. And now we can go on to the run client task over here, double click this, you can close this, and now the client should hopefully start. So at some point, the window from Minecraft will open. All of this is totally fine, right? Right, and there we go. Minecraft has started with Forge Beta. That is all fine. Let's actually turn off the music over here. That's going to be okay. And then we can see tutorial mod right here. So everything is working fine. So that's how easy it can be. Now in the mods.toml file, there is also a version over here which you can change. So I highly recommend having the version over here be the same as in your build.gradle file, because this is actually the one that determines how it's looking inside of Minecraft, as well as how it's looking when you actually build the mod. Building the mod is a great thing to also think about, and that is something I want to show you as well, because some people have been confused. So let's just say you've already added something and you want to share this with the world or your friends or whoever. Then what you have to do is you have to go to the terminal and put in /gradle w build. Alternatively, instead of putting it right here, you can also go to the Gradle tab, to the build right here, and then just double click the build over here. That also works, and that is totally fine. So you can see now this has built. Where is our jar file though? Well, our jar file is in the build folder. So you're going to right click on here. We're going to say open in Explorer. We're going to go into it, into the libs folder over here. And you can see tutorial mod 0.0.1-119. That is our jar file, which we can now put into the mods folder. We can make for example, via CurseForge, we can upload it there. We can upload it to Modrinth, wherever you might want to share your jar file. That is basically the jar file that you have. Right, and while this has been quite the setup, there is one more step that I highly suggest. While it is optional, I highly suggest still going through with it, and that is setting up a GitHub repository. It can only help you in the long run. A GitHub repository is basically a version control system, so you can check in your changes over time, and you can also revert them. So if you break something, you can go back, and it can also be very helpful if you, for example, want some help by some people. Then sharing your GitHub repository is one of the easiest ways that you might facilitate that help. The first thing you're going to need for a GitHub repository is, of course, a GitHub account. I highly suggest just making one. It is a very reputable site and no worries there. So just make a new GitHub account and then we can proceed in IntelliJ again. Right, so what you want to do is you want to click on the VCS button over here and then share project on GitHub. Now you can see this will basically make a repository name. I'm personally going to make this private. Now you don't have to make this private, especially if you want to ever share this with someone when it comes to, solving some problem, then I highly recommend not making it private. Otherwise sharing will be a little bit more difficult. Now share by, you don't have any accounts here, so we're going to add an account, login via GitHub. Now this will open our browser and it will open the JetBrains website. We can say authorize in GitHub, and if we are logged in via GitHub, hopefully you're going to get a successfully authorized over here. And then if we go back to IntelliJ, you can see github.com/Kaupenjoe, and I'm just going to click the share button. A new window will appear that's basically going to say, hey, those are all of the things that we need to push to GitHub. And I highly recommend doing exactly this. These are all of the things that you need. You need to push the build.gradle file. You need to push the properties file. All of those have to be pushed. This is all done in the gitignore file. So this is already basically, the gitignore file already determines what is supposed to be pushed and what is not supposed to be pushed. So this is why this is extremely important to actually have. We're going to say add. And then at the bottom right corner, you can see successfully shared project on GitHub. Now, if I click on this, you can see the GitHub repository will open here and everything is right here. For tutorial 119 with all of those files. And as I've said, exactly all of those files are extremely important and those are all needed. If you then ever do a change, so for example, I'm going to add a very important comment over here, very important comment. You can see on the left, the tutorial mod class has changed its color to blue. This is because a change in here has occurred. If there is something that is red, that means that the changes are not tracked currently. And if there's something that is green, that means a new file has been created. Then you can then go to the commit tab on the left over here, just select all of the changes that we've done. We can say added an important comment. We can click on the commit button down here. Sometimes you have to click another time. If, for example, there are a lot of warnings there, then you just say, that's totally fine. We still want to commit, basically. And this is not yet online. To actually get our changes online, what you have to do is you have to go to this arrow over here that is called push, and then we just say push. Push one commit to origin master. So if we now go back to GitHub and reload this, you can see added important comment 27 seconds ago. And that is all that we need to do. If you have made your repository private and you now want to make this public, you can go to settings and then all the way down to change repository visibility. Change the visibility. You just have to type this in here to confirm. Say, I understand that we want to change the visibility, and then everything is going to be fine. Right, and that is pretty much all that you need to do to set up the repository and the workspace for Forge in 119. It's going to be a great and awesome tutorial series. Again, I am sure of it. And, well, let's just see what crazy things we can come up with this time. Let's add a custom item to Minecraft. All right, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be adding a custom item to Minecraft 119 with Forge. To add this item, there are actually a few steps required, and we'll go through all of them step by step. So first of all, in your tutorial mod package, right-click New Package called Item. And then inside of there, we're going to right-click again, new Java class called Mod Items. This window will appear if you have added a GitHub repository to your project. If you do, then you just click the Add button, and then it will add your class to your version control system as well. If you don't have a GitHub repository, it won't appear, and that's fine as well. Now, what do we need to add in this Mod Items class? Well, we will need a deferred register. This is added in the following way. Public, static, final, and then deferred register. You see 1F and 2R, and it already suggests this to us. So what we can then do is we can just press the tab key to import the class and automatically generate the rest of the class name as well. Now we need the angle bracket here, and inside of there we put item. This is from net Minecraft world item. So then we can press the tab key again, and it's going to import the class as well. Then afterwards, we're going to name this items equals deferred register. Once again, I just clicked the tab key to autocomplete the entire class name dot create, once again, just a tab that will also autocomplete the method name and will generate the open and close parentheses, inside of which we're going to write forge registries tab.items, inside of which we're going to write forge registries, once again, tab to autocomplete .items, comma, tutorial mod.modID, and then end everything with a semicolon. And then we'll need a public static void method called register with an iEvent bus called event bus, and inside of it we're going to say items.register, passing in the event bus parameter to the register method over here. Now this register method that we've just created, we actually have to call inside of our tutorial mod class. So between the mod event bus and the add listener over here, we want to say mod items.register and then passing in the mod event bus right here. And that will register our mod items, and any item that we basically add is going to be properly registered. Going back to the mod items class, now the question comes, how do we add an item? Well, it actually is fairly straightforward. So we want to say public static final registry object. Once again, this one right here, tab to autocomplete, and then in the angled brackets, we want to say item. Once again, this is going to be circon, and this is equal to items, referencing the items deferred register right here, dot register, and then I'm going to type in a string. Now, as soon as I add the quotation marks, this bus here will appear. This generates automatically. You do not have to type this out, and then we can proceed to the name. The name here is going to be circon. The naming conventions for items, blocks, and all of that follows the same convention as the mod ID. Lowercase characters only, and no spaces, none of that. Only lowercase characters, numbers, underscores. That's all fine. So keep that in mind as well. After the string, we're going to make a comma and then a new supplier. So this is just going to be open and close parentheses, followed by this arrow over here, and then a new item. So once again, we're going to choose Net Minecraft World Item. I'm just going to press the tab key to autocomplete, and inside of it, we need new item properties. So it already suggests this to us. Once again, just a tab to autocomplete, and this is a builder pattern. So if I'm just going to do properties dot something, then you can see these are all of the things that we can basically, well, add to it. We can say, hey, this particular item only stacks to this number of items. We can set a creative mode tab, which we're going to do in just a moment. We can set a craft remainder, default durability, fire resistant, food, rarity, and set no repair. But we want the tab here, and we want to then say creative mode tab, and you can see once again it already suggests things to us. We're just going to add this to the miscellaneous tab for the time being. So I selected it, press the tab key again, and then we're just going to end with a semicolon, and that is our item registered. Now, the item would already be in game. However, there are quite a few things that are still missing, namely the name, namely the texture. How do we supply the texture? That is all to come as well. So textures and all of that are going to be added in the resources folder. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click new directory called assets. And inside of the assets folder, right click new directory, and this is going to be called tutorial mod. So this needs to be exactly our mod ID, the one that we have defined right here. So this one has to be the same name as this one. Make sure that this is written correctly. And now we come to the folder structure in the assets folder. This is extremely important, so please pay attention. In the assets folder, inside of the folder that is named after your mod ID, you're going to right click new directory called BlockStates. This is the first one. Then we're going to go into the tutorial mod folder again, right click new directory called lang, L-A-N-G. We're going to go back to the tutorial mod folder once again, right click new directory called models. We're going to go there one more time, right click new directory called textures. Make sure that all of those are written correctly. They are all contained in the tutorial mod folder that is contained in the assets folder that is contained in the resources folder. This is the exact way that the folder structure has to be set up. Otherwise, it will not work. Following along, in the models folder, we now want to right click new directory, and this is going to be called block. And then once again, in the models directory, right click new directory called item. Once again, this is item, this is block, not blocks, not items. Models folder, block, models folder, item. Please make sure this is done correctly. In the textures folder, we're going to do the same thing. Right click new directory called item, and then right click new directory called block. Now, the block directories we're not going to need in this tutorial specifically. However, making sure they're already set up properly is just going to make our lives a little bit easier in the next tutorial. Right, then what we need, well, let's start from the top to bottom. The block states are also only needed for the blocks, so we're not going to fill anything in here, but the lang folder is actually very important. So we're going to right click on this new file called en_us.json. Make sure that this is written correctly. Nothing crazy, nothing like a space at the front. en_us.json. us.json. Hit enter, and then we can actually proceed to the actual file. So the file will look like this. It's going to have curly brackets. If you type the first curly bracket, the closing curly bracket will generate automatically. And inside of here, we can determine the translation from a key to the actual name that is going to be displayed inside of the game. I'm going to show this with the item. So we're just going to have a string over here, item.tutorialmod.circon, and that is the key, colon, and then here we're going to have the name as displayed in the inventory, or, in the game, basically. How does the key work? This is, of course, an item. So in our mod items, we can remember, well, we have registered an item called Circon. Okay, fair enough. And if you think about it, so it's an item under our mod ID, so tutorial mod, which is our mod ID, and then the name of the item is Circon. So this name right here matches this name right here. And then this name, whatever we type in here, is then displayed in the inventory when we, for example, hover over the item. Right, we'll proceed to the models folder and to the item folder. We're going to right click on this new file, and this is going to be called the circon.json. So the name of this file is very important. The name of this file has to match exactly the name that we're passing in here into the register method. Extremely important. Make sure that this is written correctly. Now I'm going to show you the contents of this. So once again, we're going to start with the open curly bracket. The closed curly bracket will generate automatically. Then we want a parent over here. So this is going to be written like this. And then inside of here, item/generated. Then we'll make a comma. And then the next one is going to be textures, colon, open curly bracket. Once again, the closed one will generate automatically. We're going to have layer 0, colon, tutorial mod, colon, item/circon. If that was too quick, all of this is available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well, and I will explain one more time. So it is very important. The parent here, right, is item/generated. It isn't item/generated. It isn't items uppercase generated. It is items generated. Make sure that this is written correctly. Double, triple, 8 times check this. I've seen this time and time again. My textures don't work. And what was it? It was just a simple typo somewhere in here. You have all of this available to you in the description below, as I've said, in a gist. So you can open that, look at it side by side, and then hopefully, if something does not work, you will find the issue. Then we come to the textures. So the textures here, right? This is textures, very important. And then it is layer 0. So this, shouldn't be any surprise. This is our mod ID. And then we have inside of the string here, colon, item/circon. What does that mean? Well, this simply points to the textures folder, and then inside of it, we're looking for an item folder. Now, luckily, we've already created this. That's pretty good. And then inside of that item folder, we're looking for a PNG called Circon. So I'm going to copy this over. This will also be available to you for download. And you can see right now, we have a circon.png, which is this one right here, in the item folder, which is this one right here, in the textures folder, which is this one right here. And that is one of the examples for the item model JSON files, and now our item would be inside of the game. However, we're not done quite yet, because some people are confused. Well, how do I add another item? Do I need to make another mod items class? Of course not. That is ridiculous. Mainly, of course, because it's called mod items, not mod item, right? So that should be the first hint right here. But no, we just need a new registry object. So the way that I add a new item, basically, I'm just going to select it all, press Ctrl D to duplicate it, and then we can change this around. So this is going to be also raw zircon, and then the name here also raw zircon. Make sure that your names do not match. If you have the same name twice, then your game actually will not start. So keep that in mind and make sure that that is not the case. Let's proceed to go into the en_JSON file once again, and here I will do the same thing. I'll just select all of it, press Ctrl D to duplicate the line, and then I'm just going to change this to raw zircon, and then here also raw zircon. Now I've already prepared the JSON file, but what you can basically do here is you can just drag the same JSON file into the same folder while holding Control. This will duplicate the file, and then you can change the name over here to raw zircon. All right, we'll say okay. And then here, it of course doesn't point to the zircon PNG, but it will point to the raw zircon PNG. This one I will also copy over, and this is also available to you for a download in the description below. Now, currently we have this under the miscellaneous creative mode tab. That is going to be fine. And we're going to look at this in game for the time being, but then we'll also add, after I've shown you the first demonstration, we're also going to add our own custom creative mode tab. But for the time being, this is all that we need. So let's start the game and see if it works. All right, so we find ourselves in Minecraft, and let's just go to the miscellaneous tab all the way down. And there we have it, Circon, and we also have the raw Circon as well. So you can see I can throw them around, and we have everything here inside of the game. So that is perfect. That is great. And now let's actually see how we can also add this to a custom creative mode tab. All right, the custom creative mode tab is actually fairly straightforward. So once again, in the item package, we're going to right click new Java class called the mod creative mode tab. And then inside of there, we need a public static final creative mode tab right here. We're just going to press tab to autocomplete. I'm just going to call this the tutorial underscore tab. This is equal to a new creative mode tab, and you can see it already suggests this to us with the curly bracket and then the 3 dots. That is completely correct. So we're going to do this, and then it will generate a method here for us as well. So what we want to do is we want to end this with a semicolon, because what we're doing here is we're actually creating a new anonymous class in this case, and that is going to be fine. So this is going to be a tutorial mod tab. That's okay. Or just call it tutorial tab. That's also actually fine. Tutorial tab. There you go. And then we also need to return here a icon. This is an item stack. So we're just going to say new item stack and then passing in mod items dot zircon.get. And this will make the icon of our custom creative mode tab a zircon. If you want another creative mode tab, you can just basically duplicate all of this, making sure that this is a different name, of course. And then also here that you have a different name right here. And then you can, for example, pass in a different item over here. And now you would have a second tab. And there you go. But for our purposes, we only need one for the time being, and that's going to be fine. Then in our mod items class, instead of using the creative mode tab miscellaneous, what we can do is we can say mod creative mode tab dot tutorial tab, and that will then assign the items to our custom creative mode tab instead of assigning it to any one of the vanilla ones. We can also delete the import over here, and then we're going to be totally fine. Well, let's go into the game and see if our custom creative mode tab also has been added. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft once again, and if I open the inventory, you can already see this is a very good sign, 1 of 2, because if we go to the second page, you have this right here. Now, we just have not added the translation for the tab, but that is something that is very easily done. You can, however, see both of our items are inside of our custom tab over here, so everything working pretty much exactly how you'd expect it to. Right, and last but not least, let's also add the translation over here. We actually saw this as item group.tutorial tab over here, and this is just going to be called, let's call it the Zircon tutorial tab. There you go, and that should also add the translation as well. Let's add some custom blocks to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding some custom blocks to Minecraft 1.19 with Forge. So this is going to be very similar to the item tutorial that we've made previously, but it does require a few more steps because blocks are a little bit more complicated, but no worries at all, we'll still get through this. So the first step in the tutorial mod package, we're going to right click a new package called block, and then inside of there we're going to right click new Java class called the mod blocks class. There you go. And then here we will need once again a deferred register. So this is going to be a public static final deferred register, this one right here, in the angled brackets block this time, from net Minecraft world level block. Make sure to choose this one and not the one from OpenJDK over here, the one from net Minecraft world level block. We can just click the tab key to autocomplete, and then we'll call this blocks over here. This is going to be equal to the deferred register.create forge registries.blocks this time, and then tutorial mod.modID. Now, where there is a deferred register, there will always be a public static void register method with an iEvent bus called event bus as its parameter, and we're passing in this particular event bus over here into blocks.register. And this register method has to be called inside of the tutorial mod constructor over here, mod blocks.register, passing in the mod event bus, and then everything will be fine. Now for the blocks, we actually need to make 2 helper methods, because when we actually register a block, we also want to register an item with it, and that does not happen automatically. We actually have to facilitate that. So what we'll do is we will make a private static, and then we'll have a angled bracket over here, a to uppercase T extends block, and this is going to be the registry object, this one right here, of type T in this case. Don't worry about the errors for the time being. Those are going to fix themselves in just a moment. And then we'll call this the register block method. The T's are now blue instead of red, so no worries at all. The first parameter is going to be a string. The second parameter is going to be a supplier here from Java util function. Once again, angled brackets with a T inside of it called block. And then we have a creative mode tab called tab. Well, what is this craziness? Well, this is what's called generics. I would say it's an intermediate to advanced topic in Java. If you don't quite understand it, that's totally fine. The general idea here is just that this particular method returns a registry object of type T, and this T has to be extended by the block class. That's pretty much all that we really need to think about here, so no worries at all. And what we have inside of the class is going to be a registry object of type T. That's going to be our toReturn. So this is going to be the thing that we're going to return. And this is going to be equal to blocks.register, passing in the name and the block itself over here. There you go. And then we'll leave this blank and we'll just return the toReturn over here. So there you go. Now this will register the block. However, we need another method to actually register the item as well. So we're going to have a private static. Once again, the angled bracket T extends block again with a registry object of type item that we're returning this time. This is going to be the register block item. In the parameters, we're going to have a string name, a registry object of type T, which is also called block, and then a creative mode tab called tab. And this will return the following. This will return a mod items dot items. So the deferred register from the mod items class, registering something with the name, and then a new supplier of a new block item over here, passing in block.get, comma, new item properties, dot tab, and then passing in the tab. So you can see we're basically just creating a new block item for the particular block that we're passing in over here, and then making sure that it is added to the creative mode tab that we are passing in as well. So then we're going to call this right here a register block item, passing in the name, the toReturn in this case, and then also the tab from the parameter right here. So that is all that we need to do for these two methods, and that should be pretty much all that we need in this case. All of the code, as always, is going to be available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. And let's start by actually adding the first block. How is this going to look? Well, this is going to look like this: public static final, and then of course a registry object of type block once again, and this is going to be the circon underscore block. It's going to be equal to the register block method, very important here. And the first parameter once again is going to be circon underscore block. This name over here is just something that generates automatically. You do not have to type this out. And then the second parameter is going to be a supplier of a new block. So we're going to make a new block over here. Now this will require block behavior dot properties dot of, and then we can pass in a material. So we can basically say, hey, this particular block is made out of a particular material, which will change some of the, well, things associated with it. So if we, for example, were to say something like cactus, then it would also sound like a cactus if you walk over it. If you try to mine it, it would have different properties basically. Now here we're just going to use the material.stone. And then we can also do some other things in the behavior properties. So what we can once again, this is once again a builder pattern. So we can press dot, and you can see there are all sorts of different things that we could call here. We can say, we can set a light level, we can set the color of the material, the destroy time, friction. We have all sorts of things that we could add over here. Some of which we will discover in a little bit, most of which I just highly recommend playing around with this on your own time as well. It is the best thing that you can do. Try out a bunch of stuff. Most of this should be fairly self-explanatory, all things considered, like Instabreak, for example. That should be pretty self-explanatory. Now we want to call the strength over here, and we're just going to pass in something like 6F. And that determines how long it's going to take this particular block to mine. And then we'll also add the requires correct tool for drops. Now what's very important here is that the drops are not going to be in this particular tutorial. Well, actually in the next tutorial we'll talk about loot tables, and that's where we'll add it so that you can actually mine this block. This block will actually not drop when you mine it currently. So please keep that in mind. That's going to be done in the next tutorial. The last parameter over here is going to be our creative tab. So make sure that this is not inside of the new block, but inside of the register block method over here. So you can see this is basically how you want to do it. Mod creative mode tab dot tutorial tab, close this with a semicolon, and there we go. So that is one block registered. Now that is of course not quite enough. We also want another one. So let's just add the ors as well, because why not? So we'll just duplicate this 2 times, and then we'll have a circon or block here as well. And then we'll change the name over here. Now the circon or, interestingly enough, is actually going to be a different type of block. We don't want this to be a normal block. We actually want this to be a drop experience block, because of course, ors, when you mine them, they actually drop experience. So we're going to change this, and At this point, nothing changes. However, we can actually add another parameter inside of the constructor of the drop experience block right here. So after the requires correct tool for drops, we can add a comma, and then we can make a uniform int dot of, and then, for example, passing in 3 and 7. So it's going to drop anywhere between 3 and 7 experience over here. Let's just duplicate that one, and we'll make a deep slate zircon ore as well. Deep slate zircon ore, there you go. And that is pretty much all that we need to do for the registration here inside of the code. Now, the 3 blocks should be in-game, but they wouldn't have any texture or anything like that, and not even a name. So let's then go into the assets folder once again, to the folders that we've already created, and let's start with the top. So we have the BlockStates folder over here, so we need a new type of JSON file. That's going to be a BlockStates JSON file. We're going to right-click New File, and this is going to be called the zircon_block.json. Once again, the name of this file has to match the name given right here, so please make sure that this is correct. How do the contents of this file look like? So first of all, once again, an open curly bracket, the closed one generates automatically. Then we want a variance, colon, curly bracket, then empty quotation marks, colon, open curly bracket, and then here we want a model, tutorial mod, colon, block/zircon_block. Now, what does this craziness mean? Well, first of all, when you actually make this, you also have this available as well in the description below, GitHub repository, and individual gists as well, so you can compare with your own ones if something might not work. Make sure that the asset structure is absolutely correct, just like this. Make sure that this is written correctly as well. You can see variance has to be written like this, and then we have to have an empty one right here. This points to a particular model, and this model is located under block, zircon block. So what does this actually point to? Well, this points to a model in the block folder, right? Block over here, and it's going to be called zircon_block. Now it's looking for a JSON file, so we're just going to create this. So models block, right-click, new file called zircon_block.json. Now the interesting thing is this does not have to match the name over here. This particular file has to match the name given over here. Now this actually is a thing that I highly recommend if you only have one block model file for your block, and yes, you can have multiple ones. We'll see this in a future tutorial as well. But if you only have one, always name it the same as the BlockStates JSON file. Otherwise, it might be harder to keep track of when organizing everything. Now this block model JSON file, how does this one look like? Well, it's a little bit more complicated. I will type this all out and then I will explain. So we once again have a parent of block/cube_all and then a comma. And then we once again have textures, this time of type all, and it's pointing to some textures in tutorial mod :block/zircon_block. So we can see if we actually compare this with the item model JSON file, it does look eerily similar indeed. And indeed, it is very similar actually, because they are very similar, all things considered. We just have a different parent here. Please make sure also that this is all written correctly. Parent, then we have block/cube_all written just like this, textures, and then an all over here with the tutorial mod block. So this now points to the block folder inside of the textures folder and looking for a zircon block PNG right there. That's what we're going to supply. I'm also going to immediately copy over the ore and the deep slate ore textures, because why not? That is going to be fine as well. And those are the things that you need so that the block displays itself properly inside of the world. Now, it would actually have a missing texture inside of the inventory because we actually still need an item model as well. So for a block, you need a BlockStates JSON file, a block model JSON file, and an item model JSON file. Let's right-click on the item folder over here and make a zircon_block.json. There you go. And then how does the item model file look like? Well, it actually looks different to the item model file for just an item. The block actually refers back to the block model JSON file. That's going to look like this. This is going to have a parent, and it's going to be tutorial mod :block/zircon_block. So you can see that this basically refers back to the block folder right here inside of the models folder, and then looking for a zircon_block JSON file, and it's going to display the item in this 3D way that all of the different blocks are basically displayed in. Right, last but not least, let's also add the translation. Now, this shouldn't be too crazy when you think about it. What is it going to be? Well, of course, it's going to be block.tutorial mod.zircon_block And then, of course, it's going to be called, we could call it block of zircon. I think that is the naming convention that Minecraft has. I'm not 100% sure, but there you go. Let's just duplicate this, and then we have the zircon ore, and that's going to be the zircon ore here. And then we also have deep slate underscore zircon underscore ore, and that is then going to be called the deep slate zircon ore. There we go. So that should be pretty much all that we need for the translation as well. And that is all of the things that we need to add to get our custom blocks to work. So as I said, we need the helper methods over here, which is a little more complicated because we also need to register a block item for our blocks, but that is pretty much it. And then we could just always call the register block method in that case. Right, and then also just to sum up one more time, a block requires a BlockStates JSON file, a block model JSON file, and an item model JSON file. All three of those have to be present with the correct contents. Now, the two other JSON files I will just copy over. Now, for you, those will be available in the description below, GitHub repository, and individual gist as well. So you can copy them over from there, or if you want to try this out yourself, you can, of course, also try to write those out yourself and see if you got it right. That could also be very helpful indeed. And what I will also do is I will provide you with two more textures over here in the block folder, and also for download. I'm going to provide you with the netherrack zircon ore and the endstone zircon ore. So you can basically, there you go, there it is. This is the one and this is the other. So you can basically try those two out to add them yourself. It really should not be very difficult. It should be very straightforward. We've basically seen two examples of this. So I think that you should be very much able to, even if you're an absolute beginner in Java, you should hopefully be able to do this. Now, if you are a beginner in Java, I also want to tell you about the Java introduction. I highly recommend to check this out as well. It can only help you in the future. I'll link it in the top right corner as well in the card. But whatever the case may be, let's start the game and see if everything works. Alright, find ourselves in Minecraft, and let's just see. There we go, our blocks are added, and if I set them down in the world, they also look freaking amazing, awesome. I absolutely love it, and there we freaking go. But I quickly want to mention if any of the textures might be missing, so if you get a black and pink or black and purple texture, then that just means that you have an issue in one of your JSON files, most likely. If the texture does not work in the world, but it does work in the inventory, then it has to do with your BlockStates JSON file. If the texture doesn't work in the inventory, but it does work in the world, then it's the item model JSON file. And if it doesn't work in either of them, then it could possibly be in all of the JSON files. So just make sure that there is no typo in there anywhere, that the folder structure is correct, and then you should probably be fine. Also, to reiterate as well, you cannot mine these blocks currently. This is going to be done in the next tutorial. So just be patient for that, and then you're going to be fine. Right, and that is actually how easy it can be to add some custom blocks to Minecraft. Let's add custom recipes and custom loot tables to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom loot tables and custom recipes to Minecraft. This is actually more straightforward than you might think, and I will show you a great little thing that you can use in order to actually see all of the different vanilla loot tables, vanilla recipes, all of that jazz. You're going to be able to see and learn how to actually look at those in this video as well. So first things first, all of this is going to happen in a JSON file format, and it's all happening in the data folder. So for this, we need to create a new folder structure in the resources folder. Right-click, new directory called data. And then inside of there, we want to make a new folder, once again with the name of our mod ID, in our case, tutorial mod. Inside of there, we'll make two new directories. One of them is going to be the loot underscore tables. Very important that this is written correctly, loot underscore tables. And then inside of tutorial mod as well, recipes. Now we'll start with the recipes. We'll just create the first JSON file over here. So in the recipes folder, right-click new file called the zircon underscore block.json. Now, interestingly enough, the name of this JSON file does not have to match the block or, the thing that you're creating. However, it is a good thing, a good convention to name this file the result that it's going to give you. So how is this recipe JSON file going to look like? Well, I'm just going to start actually typing this out, and then I will explain after we have this. So the type here is going to be Minecraft:crafting underscore shaped. And then the pattern, we need to supply a pattern over here, which is actually going to be a list of 3 strings. These 3 strings are actually going to be filled with hashtags over here, exactly like this. Then we have to define a key, And that key is going to be, of course, the hashtag. So we're basically keying the hashtag to a certain item, which is going to be tutorial mod : zircon. And then over here, we also have a result, which, could you guess, it is also going to be an item, and that is going to be tutorial mod : zircon _ block. There we have it. So now what the frick is going on here? Well, if you look at this pattern, it should remind you a little bit of something. What else in Minecraft is 3x3? Of course, a crafting table. So this simply represents a crafting table. You have 3 strings, all of length 3, and the characters that we put in here are keyed in here. So basically a hashtag has to be a zircon item. And this is how a shaped recipe looks like. Now, when it comes to all of the other recipes, what we're actually going to do is we're going to take a look at the vanilla recipes, and then I have some that I'm going to copy over. Now, all of the recipes that I'm using here, all of the JSON files, all available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. But to look at the vanilla ones, we are going to go to the external libraries down here. We're going to open this, and we're going to go down all the way to this one right here, Net Minecraft Client Extra 119, or whatever your version might be. And then we're going to open it, and then we can open the data folder as well. Now you can see we also have access to the assets folder. So for example, all of the BlockStates JSON files are available to you here as well. All of the model files for all of the blocks, all of the items. So if there is anything in vanilla that interests you in terms of the JSON files, all of this is available to you. You can simply look this up in the external libraries. Now, the data folder contains the Minecraft folder, which contains the recipes folder. So if, for example, you're like, well, how does stone cutting work, for example, right? You can just open this, double click on this, and then you can see, oh, it is Minecraft stone cutting. There's the count defined, an ingredient, and then the result. So that is how stone cutting works. So you immediately have an example of this. Campfire cooking, same thing. It is just campfire _ cooking type. You have a time over here, an experience, and then you just say what is the ingredient and what is the result. And this works with every single recipe that Minecraft adds. It works with campfire recipes, it works with stone cutting recipes, it even works if we actually search for ore, for example. You can see with blasting recipes over here, Minecraft blasting, and then we also have Minecraft smelting over here as well, Minecraft smelting. So pretty much everything is available to you, and any type of recipe that you want to add, you can take a look at right here. Now, the recipes do have some limitations. For example, you can't really have items that contain NBT data, so things like specific potions don't really work, and also you can't really craft anything that has an enchantment, for example. Well, whatever the case may be, let's just copy over the 3 other recipes over here. So you can see we also have the zircon from block, which makes sense, right? This is just the other way around. This is a shapeless recipe, so it means that we have to, the ingredients that we define over here, we just have to put in the crafting grid anyway, which we like, and then we're going to get, in this case, 9 zircons out of it. Zircon from blasting raw zircon shouldn't be anything crazy over here. It's just a blasting recipe, and the group just determines where this is grouped in the recipe book in Minecraft. That is pretty much all that we need for the recipes. Fairly straightforward. Now, when it comes to the loot tables, they are a little bit more complicated. Number 1, because of their contents, and number 2, because they actually require another additional thing as well. But we'll look at that as well. Right, so in our loot tables folder, we're going to right-click a new directory called blocks, because what we want to do is we want to create loot tables. So this is going to be basically a table that determines what is going to drop from blocks. And what I will do is I will actually copy those over because they are quite more complicated than just the recipes, for example. Now, the first one is actually not going to be that complicated, but we'll still take a look at this. So this is a block loot table that simply drops itself. There's nothing more to it. That is really it. And you can see the type here makes, perfect sense, of course. It's a block loot table. Now we're defining one pool here. We can also define multiple pools, but in this case, we're actually only defining one role and one entry. And this entry is then going to be dropped, basically. I'm going to link in the description below 2 great resources. That is going to be a wiki entry on how the loot tables are set up, and then also a loot table generator where you can much more easily create these loot tables as well. Now for these, once again, we can go to the external libraries all the way down to, where do we have it? We've already skipped it over here, Extra 119, in the data folder Minecraft loot tables blocks, and we can take a look at all of those block loot tables as well. So for example, if you're like, yeah, but, ore, for example, it drops something completely different. For example, the copper ore, right? It drops the raw ore and stuff like that. Absolutely no worries. Double click here. Let's take a look at this. We can see here we're looking for a Silk Touch matching tool, and if that is the case, then we're dropping the copper ore block, And if that's not the case, then we're dropping raw copper between 2 and 5 of this. And of course, the loot tables can get way more complicated as well. So there are also loot tables for chests, for example, so you can see in different things. So Stronghold Corridor. Now I'm going to open this and you're going to freak a little bit out because this is a very long loot table, as you can see. But overall, most of this is not that crazy. It just always looks like a lot. But if you understand the individual parts, the wiki and the generator will actually help you with that as well. Then you can also create your own custom loot tables. But usually what people want is they want loot tables that are very similar to the ones that already exist in vanilla. And then you can just look at the external libraries. It is one of the best resources that you have available. So I will also copy over the ore loot tables over here. So those are going to be available to you, of course. This is going to be the zircon ore. And you can see once again, I literally just replaced the ore over here. So it's going to drop zircon ore here. And here, I just replace it with raw zircon. Make sure to always so replace the mod ID, of course, because our custom items are under our mod ID and not under Minecraft. Now, interestingly enough, your blocks will not yet drop anything if you actually mine them. That is because, number one, what we have done in the blocks over here, if we actually take a look at this, we have called the requires correct tool for drops method over here, which basically checks for a certain tag. Now, what are tags? Well, in the broadest possible terms, tags are collections of blocks, items, or whatever you can think of, entities, for example, as well, that have a certain shared purpose. And in our case, what we want is we want the mineable tags. Now, what I'll do is I'll create the folder structure that we need, then copy over the tags. And once again, those will be available to you for download. Description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. So in the data folder, you're going to right click new directory called Minecraft. And inside of there, we're going to make a new directory called tags. Once again, tags multiple. In this tags directory, we're going to right click new directory called blocks. And then inside of there, finally, we're going to make the last directory, which is going to be called mineable. Make sure that this is all written correctly and the folder structure is set up correctly as well. Now, this is incredibly important. I'm going to copy over the first 3 JSON files. This is going to be needs diamond tool, needs iron tool, and needs stone tool. So I'm going to copy those over, and those all go into the blocks folder, not the mineable folder. This is extremely important. Please make sure that this is done correctly. Now, these 3 JSON files determine whether or not a particular block is mineable with a stone tool, an iron tool, or a diamond tool. And yes, you will need to add every one of your blocks to one of those JSON files. Otherwise, they will also be able to be mined with wood tools. Now, the question is, what tool can we use though? Well, for those, we have the 4 mineable tags over here. So once again, I will be copying those over, and you can see those are now in the mineable folder. Now, I've just filled out our 3 custom blocks into the pickaxe JSON, and you can see this is pretty much how the JSON files, how the tag JSON files look like. They aren't crazy complicated over here. You just have a list of values, and here you just list out all of the different items, blocks, or whatever you basically wanted to list out in that particular tag. So now our zircon ore, our zircon block, and our deep state zircon ore block are going to be mineable with a pickaxe that is at least going to be iron. And those are all of the steps that we need. Let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, we found ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's just see if I can get some zircon blocks from the zircon. And there you go, block of zircon. And does it work the other way around? It does work the other way around. You can also see we have it in our recipe book over here as well, so that also works. Let's see if we can also smelt some raw zircon, and indeed we can smelt some raw zircon. And let's just see if it's also going to turn up as the zircon that we're expecting. And of course, it does. Absolutely freaking awesome. And now those recipes are also added to the recipe book over here. You can see, there we go. So that is actually really cool. Another question is, can we mine those blocks? Well, first of all, very important, switch to survival mode. And then let's see the stone pickaxe. You can see it's taking an awfully long time, and it does not really seem to be working. So let's just see, there you go, nothing drops. However, as soon as we use the iron pickaxe, you can see, there you go, we got some drops. Same with the ore blocks over here. This one also works. And then any tier after that is also going to work. So of course, diamond is going to work, and then netherite will also work totally fine. So you can see everything working exactly how you would expect it to. Right, and that is how easy it can be to add some custom recipes and custom loot tables to Minecraft. Let's create an advanced item in Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Challenge once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom advanced item to Minecraft. Now, what I call an advanced item is simply an item with its own Java class. This allows you to add a bunch of functionality to it, and let's just see how this is going to work. So in our item package, we're going to right click new package called custom. And then inside of there, we're going to right click new Java class. And this is going to be the 8-ball item. What I always suggest you do is you end the item class name with the word item, just so that it's absolutely clear that this actually is indeed an item class. And this will extend the item class over here from net Minecraft world item. If this turns red, then what you can do is you can just press Alt and Enter to import it. Once again, making sure that you choose the correct class. And this error always appears. You just hover over it, create constructor matching super, and then the constructor has been created. If this P over here annoys you, that's no worries at all. This is because we don't have the proper parchment mappings yet. You can just click on it, press Shift F6, and then usually it suggests something, you know, proper to us. So we can just click on it, autocomplete with tab, and then it actually all looks a lot nicer. Now, how can we actually add functionality to this item? Well, the first thing we can do is we can middle mouse button click on this particular item class over here, and we can then see the implementation of the entire item class. So you can see all sorts of different methods that we can now override in its derivative class, being the 8-ball item over here, and we can basically find all sorts of things. So very interesting for us is, for example, the use method, the use on method. Those are two very interesting ones. And there's also a bunch more. I highly suggest just going through this, taking a look at all of those methods. Basically, most of the time, the names of the methods pretty well describe actually what the different method is and what it does. And there even is an interface over here that is the iForge item. I can also middle mouse button click on this, and here are even more different methods that you can override that are important for certain things. So for example, here makes piglins neutral. You even have some Javadoc over here. So basically you can see everything here is overridable, and you can basically add certain functionality to your item by overriding those methods. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to override the use method. So we're just going to type use, and you can see it's already suggesting this to us. So I can just hit the tab key and it will autocomplete everything. The first thing that we will do is, because the parameters here are unmapped currently, what we'll do is we'll click on it, and then we'll press the, once again, Shift F6 and just change it to, you know, the proper name. Basically, it's going to take the name of whatever the class is here, but that's going to be fine. Here, we're actually going to choose hand, and that is going to make this just look a lot nicer, and you're going to be able to follow this along way easier. So the question comes in, what do we want to have happen when we right click with this particular item in hand? Well, what we want is we want to just output a random number between 0 and 10. That is all I really want to do. And the first thing that is very important, this is the first lesson, so to speak, is I actually want this to only happen on the server and when we have this particular item in the right hand. Now, why is that the case? You know, why would this need to be the thing? The reason is that usually if you want things to happen, you want them to happen on the server, and some things like just the rendering and certain visuals, those are just on the client. So this is why that's kind of important. You can also think of it like this. If you were to have a Minecraft server and you would just let anyone on there, what would you not want them to be able to do without the server sort of verifying it? Obviously, things like spawning items, spawning entities, spawning lightnings, you know, all sorts of those things should always happen on the server, because that is what the server is responsible for. So how do we do this? Well, we're just making an if statement here and then putting in the exclamation mark to say level is client. So this of course simply means that we're negating is client. So we only want to be on the server, and we also want the hand parameter to be equal to interaction hand main hand over here, so that it only happens when we actually have this item in our main hand. Now what we want is we want to then output a random number, let's say, and then also set a cooldown. So I just added these comments over here just so that it's a little more clear what we want to do, because I actually wanted to add two private methods over here. This is just going to be a little bit of a more clean way to code it. Yes, we could also write all of this inside of the actual method here, but it just makes a lot of sense to have this properly done. So first of all, we want to make a private int, and that is the get random number method over here. And here we're just going to return random source dot, we're going to do the create new thread local instance actually, dot next int, and then we're going to pass into it the upper bound, and that's going to be 10. So this is going to make a number between 0 and 9. And then we're going to make another private method, and that's going to be the private void output random number over here. It's actually going to take in a player over there as well as a parameter. And then we're going to have the player.send system message with component.literal over here. And we're just going to say your number is, and then we're going to say get random number. And that is all we need to do. So to output the number, we now call the output random number and pass in the player. And then to set the cooldown, that actually works the following way. We're just going to say player.getCooldowns.addCooldown. We're going to pass in this as the first parameter, and then the number of ticks that this cooldown should last. In this case, it's going to be 20 ticks, so it's going to have a cooldown of 1 second. And that is actually all of the things that we need to do in this class. Now, very important, please note the following. This name is currently grayed out, as you can see, meaning that this class has not been used because we have not registered any item. So if you were to go into the game, of course, no item has been added because the item was not added in the mod items class. So we need to do this as well. So let's just duplicate the raw zircon and let's just do the 8_ball over here. And then the same right here, right? 8_ball for the name, making sure that we change this. And then this is incredibly important. We want to change the new item here over to new 8-ball item. So you can see, once again, I'm going to do this one more time. This new item over here has to change to new 8-ball item. You can see suggesting us Kaupenjoe tutorial mod item custom, and this is the one we want. If we now change back to the 8-ball item class, you can see the name of the class turned white and the constructor turned yellow. Now you know that this is being used, and this is exactly right, because of course it has to be used. Otherwise, we are not creating a new 8-ball item. We would just be creating a new item. We also want this to be stacks to 1 so that you can only stack one of those items together. Now, just like any other item, we also need the translation and the item model file and all of that craziness. So we're just going to add this as well, 8-ball right here. And then we're just going to call this the 8-ball as well. And then I will just copy over the item model JSON file, nothing crazy going on here. It just points to a texture, and we'll of course also download the texture. Now all of this, including the code and everything, is of course going to be available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well, but those are all of the steps that we need to do to actually get a custom advanced item into our game. So let's join Minecraft and see if it works. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and there we go, the 8-ball has been added, and if I right-click it, you can see your number is 5, your number is 0, and I can keep right-clicking, and I'm gonna keep getting a new number over here. So you can see I'm just getting a random number, but yeah, that is pretty much how it works, and you can see that the cooldown is also added, so I can't like keep spamming it. I can only click it, and then I have to wait a second until the cooldown is done. And you can also see it's not going to work in the offhand, it only works in the main hand. So that is how easy it can be to add a custom advanced item to Minecraft. Let's jump higher than ever before and add an advanced block to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom advanced block to Minecraft. So very similar to how the item worked, the advanced item, we're now making a advanced block with a custom block class. So let's just start by right-clicking the block package, new package, and this is going to be called custom once again. And then instead of there, right-click new Java class called the jumpy block. So this block is going to give us the jump boost effect when we actually walk over it. So this will extend the block class over here, making sure we choose net Minecraft world level block, very important. Then we'll hover over this, create constructor matching super, and once again, if the name of this particular parameter annoys you, just click on it, press Shift F6, and choose properties, and then we're going to be fine. Same thing we did with the item. We're going to middle mouse button click on the block class, and now we have access to all the different methods that we might be able to override in a custom block class, and you can see there are loads of them. So not all of them can be overridden, and not all of them make sense to actually override, but there is a lot of them that actually do make a lot of sense. And then we also have the iForge block, where even more methods can be overridden. So I just highly recommend going through this, seeing what the methods do, especially the ones in the iForge block interface over here. We have some Javadoc as well, and you can basically understand what all of this does. So let's then go back, and what are we going to do with our block? Well, what we want to do is we want to apply a certain effect to an entity if we step on this. So for this, we actually override the step on method. You can see, there you go, I'm already typing this out, and if I then press the tab key to autocomplete this, it generates all of this for us. So what we first of all want to do once again is change the names of the parameters. Now, don't just go in here and type, because then you're going to get errors. That's not what we want. We want to refactor this. So once again, click on the name of the parameter, Shift F6, and then usually it suggests a good name for us one way or the other. So I'm just going to go through here and change all of them to the different names. And there you go. A great setup, and everything, all of the parameters are named. Now, the first thing we need to do is we actually want to check whether or not the entity that has stepped on this block is a living entity, because we can only add an effect to a living entity. So what we want to say is we want to say if entity instance of living entity, this one right here, and then we're going to say living entity, and then we're going to create the if statement. So this basically just checks whether or not the entity that is passed in here is actually a living entity. So if it could be cast into this, and then we're immediately sort of inline casting it, and then we can use the living entity over here to use the add effect method, and we can then say a new mob effect instance, mob effects dot, and we're just going to choose the jump one for 20 ticks. So this would actually be 1 second. How about we do a little bit more? Let's say 10 seconds. That's going to be fine as well. And that's actually all that we need to do in this case. Now, I want to add one more thing here, and that is going to be the use method. Now, what you will find is that you can see there's a strike through this, and if I actually add this, the strike through continues, and let's just format this a little bit differently. Now, this particular method is called when you right-click this block in the world. And what we actually want to do, I'm just going to print something out when we actually right-click this, so nothing crazy going on here, but it's just something so that you've seen the use method once at least. Now, once again, I'll actually go through and change the names over here, because my god, do the parameter names annoy me if we don't have parchment actually available, but that's going to be fine. There you go. And then I literally just, I'm not even checking for anything. I'm just going to say player.sendSystem message with component.literal, and I'm just going to say right-clicked this. That's all I'm going to do. And then you will actually see one very interesting thing about this use method that you can probably then also puzzle together for yourself. And this is the moment where I remind you, highly recommend some Java knowledge as well. I will link once again the Java introduction in the top right corner if you don't have this. Otherwise, some of this might be very confusing to you. Highly recommend it. It will help you immensely in the future and going forward with this tutorial series. So get some Java knowledge into you, and then I promise you, your mods of your dreams are only a few steps away after that. Right, once again, this is gray, meaning that this class has not been used. So if we now go into our mod blocks class and we're creating a new block here, what we're going to do is we're just going to copy over the Zircon block. We're going to call this of course, the jumpy underscore block, and then also changing the name over here to jumpy underscore block. Now, once again, I want to remind you, this is gray, meaning that we've not used this class yet because we're not creating a new jumpy block here, but we're creating a new block here. So what we need to do is we need to change this to new jumpy block, and that is it. Now, if you go back into our custom class, you can see the name here turned white and the constructor turned yellow. This means that this class is being used, and that is, of course, exactly what we want. Now we just need to add the JSON files. Now I will be copying all of those over because those are fairly standard. They are the normal JSON files that you've seen in the block tutorial as well. So you can see it's just pointing here to a block model. Then here in the translation, once again, this is just the jumpy underscore block. And then same here, just jumpy block over here as well. There you go. When it comes to the block model, same thing, just points to one particular texture. The item model just points back to the block model, and then the texture here as well. Those of course, all of this will be available to you as always in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well. And now we can actually take a look in game and see if our jumpy block does what we want it to. All right, so we find ourselves back in Minecraft again, and there we go. We have the jumpy block available. So there we can see we can actually set it down and everything working fine. And now the question is, if we go onto it, there we go, we get the jump boost effect and we can jump higher than ever before, just like I said in the intro. Now we can, of course, also right-click this block. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, because it will reveal a very interesting thing about the use method. So if I right-click this, you can see we're actually getting this 4 times. No, I didn't keep clicking, I can keep pressing down, but you should get this 4 times. Now, only make this happen once. So let's see, I can't do it. If I tap the right mouse button, it still goes 3 times. Let's take another look at the code to see why that is the case. The reason is because the use method is actually called 4 times. It is called twice on the server and twice on the client. So the thing goes like this. It is called on the server once for the main hand and for the offhand. And then it's also called twice on the client, also once for the main hand and once for the offhand. And hence why this is being called 4 times. So if you want only one of those times to actually register, you can just use if statements, checking whether or not the level is client or whether or not the hand here that's being used is main or offhand. Highly recommend trying this out as well, and then you can see for yourself. Let's add some cool tooltips to our item. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom tooltip to Minecraft. And yes, this was the first take, so let's go. And let's just see how this is going to work. So this is actually fairly straightforward. You might have seen this in some popular mods. I know Mechanism adds something like this. I think Thermal Expansion also. So where you can basically hover over a particular item and then you get a certain tooltip as well. And then you can press Shift and it reveals more of that tooltip. And that's actually very, very straightforward to add. And we're going to add this to our 8-ball item over here. So we need to have a custom item class for this. So we need a item class and we need to overwrite the append hover text method right here. So you can see this one right here, just pressing the tab key to autocomplete, and then we're just going to change, once again, the names of the parameters here, because my God, do I hate them not being mapped, but I'm hoping that hopefully next tutorial will have Parchment available. So we'll see about that. Well, whatever the case may be, how do we do this now? Well, we can add particular components to this list over here, and those will then be displayed on our item when we hover over it. So what we'll do is we'll make it so that a certain tooltip is added when we press Shift, and a certain other tooltip is added when we don't press Shift. So we're going to check for screen.hasShiftDown, and then we'll also make an else statement over here, and basically whatever is written in here only executes when we hover over the actual item and press Shift, and when we're here, it's going to execute when we hover over the item and don't press Shift. Let's first of all add it right here. We're just going to say components.add component.literal, and we're going to say press Shift for more info. And then to make this kind of cool, we're going to call with style on here, chat formatting, and we're going to choose chat formatting yellow in this case. So this is a great idea because then you can basically add some different colors. You can see there's some different colors. You can make this bold as well, underline, strike through. So there's quite a few things that you can basically add with the with style and chat formatting over here. And then we're going to do the same thing over here, components.add a component.literal. This time it's going to be right click to get random number. And then also with style, let's just choose chat formatting aqua. That's going to be fine. And there we go. That is actually all that we need to do. You can of course replace this with translatable texts as well, and then just passing in a key over here that you then use in the en_JSON file. Probably a little bit better long term, but if you just want to try this out, then this way is absolutely fine. Right, so let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, we found ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's just see if we hover over the 8-ball. You can see press Shift for more information, and if I press Shift, then right click to get a random number. So that is really cool, really awesome, and it just is a very, very cool addition as well. If you want to explain some of your items, you know, if they have some special abilities, to actually explain those for the people who play your mod, that can be really awesome indeed. Right, and that is actually how easy it can be to add a custom tooltip to your items. Let's take a look at BlockState properties. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be taking a look at BlockState properties. Basically how to add certain type of data to block states, and also what the difference is between blocks and block states, because that is actually a distinction that is very important. For this, what we're going to do is we're going to press the Shift key twice and search for the redstone ore block right here. And what we're going to find is an interesting block class. The first thing you'll notice is this public static final Boolean property called lit, and this is exactly what this tutorial is about, because you can add certain properties to your block classes. Those properties are going to be different for each block that is inside of the world. That is very important because every block that's inside of the world is called a block state. And the block itself, this block class over here, is just sort of the type of the block. And the reason why you can't just add for example, a Boolean to this block class is because then this Boolean property would be shared for all of the same type of this block, right? Because if you set down two different redstone ore blocks, whether or not one of them is lit has no relation to whether or not one of the others is lit. We can see this most clearly in the interact method. Now, sadly, the parameters are still not mapped, but let's just take a look at this. This is the level parameter, meaning that we're calling level.setBlock. We're passing in the block position. We want to set the block state at this particular position, and we want to set it by taking the state that we already have and then setting the value of lit to true. That is a very interesting thing. We're actually going to see this in a custom class right now because that's a little bit easier to see then. So let's right click the custom package, new Java class, and this is going to be the Zircon lamp block. There you go. And this will extend the block class once again. We'll hover over this, create constructor matching super. And if by chance this annoys you, click on it, press Shift F6, and then just choose properties, and then we're going to be fine. Now, first of all, we'll add a new property here. So this is going to be a new Boolean property, public static final Boolean property. You can see it already suggested to me, and this is going to be called lit equals Boolean property dot create, and this is going to be called lit. And that is all that we need to create a custom block property in this case. And what we can do is we can even middle mouse button click on this, click on property, press Control H, and then we are able to see all of the different types of properties. We could in theory also make new ones as well. That also works, but for the time being, there are Boolean properties, integer properties, and enum properties. And of those, the direction property is probably the one that is most interesting to us. But this is pretty much what we need here. Now, every time we add a property, we also need to overwrite the create block state definition method over here. Let's once again change this to call this a builder. And then what we want to do is we want to say builder.add and then put in the property that we've just added. This is extremely important. If we don't do this, then the property is not properly added to this particular block state. And now what we just want to do is I just want to be able to right click this block. So we're going to override the use method. And once again, we're just going to go through this, click on all of the parameters, press Shift F6 to rename all of them, because my God, the unmapped parameters are just a nightmare to deal with, and they are terrible to actually read. So there you go. That's what we want. And now we want to once again make sure that we are on the server only. So we're going to say !level.is client side. And we also just want this to happen when the interaction hand that is being used is the main hand. So we're going to filter through this, and then we're going to say level.set a block at the particular block position. This is the block position that we've just right-clicked, and then we're going to say state.cycle, passing in lit, and then a 3 as the last parameter. The last parameter here is just on what basically the world notifies. So the general idea is that you can put in different things, and then only the client is notified, only the server is notified, things like that. For our purposes, 3 is going to be totally fine, and you don't really need to think about this too much in this case. And that is actually all that we need to do. The state.cycle here just cycles through all of the possible values that this Boolean property can take on. And of course, because it's a Boolean property, it can only take on true or false. Therefore, we're basically just switching between true and false with this cycle here. Right, so let's register the block in the mod blocks class. Let's just copy over the jump block over here. And this is going to be the Zircon underscore lamp. And then same with the name here. Going to be Zircon underscore lamp, and this is going to be very important, a Zircon lamp block. Now what I want here is, let's just keep this stone, that's fine, but I actually want to call another thing, and that's going to be the light level. Now this takes a toInt function of block state. Now what craziness is that? That's actually not too crazy. We basically want to write state and then an arrow here, and then here we want to say state.getValue. We want to say Zircon lamp block.lit, and then after the parentheses, we're going to say $15:0. Now, what is this craziness over here? Well, basically, the only thing that we're saying here is that, hey, the light level that this block should emit should be 15 if the block property is lit, and if it's not, then it should be 0, so then no light is emitted. This is all that we're saying right here, so it actually isn't too crazy, all things considered, when we're actually looking at this. Right, but now the interesting thing comes in, and that's going to be the JSON file. So the BlockStates JSON file is the thing that is going to be the most interesting, probably. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy over the Zircon block here, just to drag it to the same folder while holding Control, and then it will duplicate the file. And then, well, we definitely have 2 different models that we want to point to. So one of them is going to be the Zircon lamp on, and the other one is going to be the Zircon lamp off. Now the question is, what are the variants going to be, right? The variants are going to be lit equals true, and the other one, could you guess, lit equals false. This name right here, the lit, comes from the name right here, so this has to match the name right here, and then the actual value is just true or false. That should be fairly self-explanatory. It's a Boolean, right? So there you go. And then it points to a different block model JSON file inside of the models folder, inside of the block folder. So we're actually going to have 2 different block model JSON files. Now those will be copied over, and those are available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual just as well, but they are not that crazy. They're just normal block model JSON files that just point to a different texture. So you can see both of them are pretty much identical, just pointing to a different texture. That is all that is happening here with the different model files, and that is pretty much all of the craziness for that. Let's also copy over the item model JSON file once again, As always, everything is available. Now this points to the zircon lamp off. In this case, I actually want the model in the inventory to be off, but that's, you can of course choose to put on in there as well. That would also work. So then the JSON files are copied over. Let's also take a look at the language file. So the en_use JSON, nothing too crazy, right? It's just the zircon_lamp. And then here, of course, as well, zircon lamp. There you go. And then last but not least, let's copy over the two textures that we're going to need, the on texture and the off texture, of course. So there you go. Those are, of course, also available for download, and that is all that we need. So the really interesting thing here is just the BlockStates JSON file. Now, those can, of course, get way more complicated if you have multiple block states, right? That's going to be interesting. So multiple block state properties are going to have multiple different variants then. For that, I highly recommend also checking out the external libraries for the vanilla BlockStates JSON files. There are some really crazy ones in there. The button in particular is actually insanely crazy, even though you would say, well, the button is just a really easy thing. Actually, the BlockStates JSON file is really, really long. So that is something that you can take a look at if you want to see something absolutely crazy. But for the time being, this is all of the things that we are going to need. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, found ourselves in Minecraft, and let's see, there we go, the zircon lamp has been added, and if I set it down, it should already emit some light. There we go, and if I right click it, it turns off, so the texture changes, and also there is no more glow. And you can see, just like I said, they are of course independent of each other. This is why the block state properties are so interesting, because you can basically add it to the block class, but still each block state has its own value for the block state property, and you can independently turn them on and off. And that is pretty much how easy it is to add a custom block state property to Minecraft. Let's grow some blueberries and let's add a custom crop to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Kaupenjoe once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom crop block to Minecraft. Now this is actually, well, not the craziest thing, all things considered. And also, it's very important actually that you have the knowledge of block state properties, the thing we talked about last tutorial, because we're going to be using those in this tutorial as well. So where do we start? In our custom block package, we're going to right click new Java class called the blueberry crop block. There you go. And this will extend the crop block class. There we go. And we'll hover over this create constructor matching super. Once again, if the parameter name annoys you, click on it, press Shift F6. Properties, and there we go. Now if we middle mouse button click on the crop block class, we can actually see all of the different methods that the crop block class overrides and has in it, and we can see the integer property age. Now interestingly enough, our blueberry crop only has 6 ages, so we actually need to change something here. We can't use this age. So what we want to do is we want to say public static final integer property called age equal to integer property.create. There you go. Called age, with the minimum being 0 and the maximum being 6. And then we need to override 4 methods that are very important. The first method to override is the getBaseID seed. Now for this, what we're actually going to do is we're going to make this return nothing at the moment, not null, because what we actually want to do is a deliberate error here so that I don't forget to actually add the items in there in a moment. Then we wanted to override the getAgeProperty method. This should return the age. There you go. Then we want the getMaxAge method. This should return 6, basically whatever we are defining here as the max. And then also, of course, the createBlockStateDefinition method, changing the parameter here once again to builder. And then we can just say builder.add, and then adding the age property right here. And that is actually all that we need in this crop block class. So now let's go into the mod blocks and let's actually register it. So let's just copy over the jumpy block here. And this is going to be the blueberry underscore crop. And then the same name right here, blueberry underscore crop. And this is, of course, a blueberry crop block. Now, the actual block behavior properties are going to be a little bit different. They are actually not going to be of, they're going to be copy, and the block we're going to be copying is going to be blocks.wheat. There we go. And then we also want something else, and that is we don't want to register a block here. What we actually want to do is we want to say blocks.register. Now, the question is, why would this be a thing? Then also take away the creative mode tab here, and then the error should go away. Now, why is that the case? Because we don't actually want a separate item to be created for this particular block here, because the item that is going to be associated with this block is actually going to be the seeds item. So in our mod items class, we're going to now add the seeds and the blueberry as well. This is going to be the blueberry underscore seeds, and then of course the name here as well, blueberry underscore seeds. And this is going to be an item name block item, with its first parameter being the block that it represents. So that's going to be modblocks.blueberrycrop.get. And then the item properties, we're just going to be fine with this, just making it stack to 64 again, and that should be fine for this. And then here we have the blueberry itself. So this is going to be the thing that we're actually, wanting to harvest here. This is the blueberry, and this is going to be a normal item. Now, of course, the interesting thing about a blueberry is that we're going to be able to eat it. So instead of the stacks to 1, what we actually want is we want to call the food over here, and then we want to make some new food properties.builder. You can see we already get this suggested. Press the tab key to autocomplete, and then we want to set the nutrition. Now we can set a few things that you can hear. On here, you can see the effect. We could set a particular effect that you're going to get added if you eat this particular food, but we actually only want to call the nutrition method. So let's say 2, and then the saturation mod, which is also going to be 2, but a float here. And then very important at the end, we want to call .build, otherwise it's not going to work. Now we've added this, we can now go back to the crop block class here, the blueberry crop block, and we say mod items.blueberryseeds.get, and there we go, and now all of the code here has been done. Now, one very important thing in the tutorial mod class, we actually want to go to our client mod events over here, and in the client setup, we want to say item block render types, this one right here, .set render layers, modblocks.blueberrycrop.get, and then the second parameter is going to be the render type.cutout, this one right here, because otherwise the see-through parts of our crop texture are going to be white if we don't do this. So this is very important that we do this indeed. And now on to the JSON files, which are going to be pretty crazy indeed. Now, those will be copied over, but everything, including the JSON files and the code, is all available to you in the description below. GitHub repository individual gist as well. But when you really look at it, while it is quite a lot, when you really think about it, it really just has different variants for all the different ages, and it just points to a different block model JSON file. When you really think about it, not that crazy indeed. Let's also add the translation here. This is going to be the blueberry, and this is of course going to be called blueberry. And then we also have the blueberry underscore seeds. Let's just add those as well. There you go. And then what you can also add is you can also add the blueberry underscore crop over here and call this the blueberry crop. Now this will actually not show up for us, but if you have something like OneProp or what am I looking at, or some sort of other mod that can actually display what type of block you're looking for, then this will also already be translated. So I highly recommend adding this as well. Now, when it comes to the block model JSON files, well, there are 7 of them because there are 7 different textures and 7 different ages. So you can see 7 different block model files that we are pointing to. Therefore, 7 different block model files. Now, when you actually take a look at them, the actual contents are really easy to decipher. You can see we're just pointing to different textures. The only thing here is that this is a parent Minecraft block crop, and the textures here point to a crop as well. So that really is all that there is to it for the block model files for the crops. For the item, well, we only have the blueberries and the blueberry seeds. The actual block doesn't have an item, and those are just normal item model JSON files. So nothing too crazy going on. And let's also add the textures then. And yes, of course, that means that we have 7 different textures here, 0 through 6 for the blueberry. There you go, all of the different stages. And then for the item, we have only 2, the blueberry and the blueberry seeds. And you might say, well, luckily this is done. This is all that we need. Not quite, because what we also want is a certain loot table for this particular thing. So what we want to do is I will once again copy this over, explain a little bit, and I will show you an equivalent in the external libraries as well. This is the blueberry crop loot table. And this is, of course, a loot table that is dependent on the block property, because what's very important is that the blueberry crop has to have age 6. Otherwise, we're not going to drop the blueberries, right? It has to be fully grown in order to actually drop our blueberries. And that is basically what this whole thing does. Now, it might look quite complicated here, but when you really look at it, there are only certain things you need to change. This block right here, whatever it drops, so this is a blueberry, then the seeds right here. We also want to have another blueberry seeds right here, and then also making sure that the block state property age here is the correct one. That is really all that there is to it. Highly recommend also going down to the external libraries all the way to our favorite extra 119 data Minecraft loot tables blocks, and we can look at the wheat loot table over here. So double click on this, and you can see it pretty much is the same thing, just that the age here is actually 7. So the max age for the wheat is 7, and for us it was 6. So that is pretty much all that there is to it. So while it looks quite complicated, there are really only a few differences here, so nothing too crazy going on. And this is, of course, also available for download in the description below, and that should be that. Now, this is actually all that we need to do to add our own custom crop block to Minecraft, so let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, we found ourselves in Minecraft. As you see, the blueberry and the blueberry seeds have been added. So let's see if we can even plant them down. And there we go, we can. Let's get some bone meal here and let them grow. And there we are. And if we go back to survival mode, very important because otherwise they will not drop. There we go, they even drop. That is exactly what you want to see. Now let's actually take some damage over here. We're our normal, that's great. And let's see if we can also eat the blueberries. Once, you know, I'm a little bit hungry, then we can see. And there we go, some hunger, and let's just start to eat them. And there you go. We've eaten one of the blueberries. So everything working exactly how you'd expect it to. And that is how easy it can be to add a custom crop to Minecraft. Let's add some custom villagers to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom villagers to Minecraft. Now this has actually changed from 1.18 to 1.19, but the change is, well, minimal, let's say. The most important thing is a tag that we're going to have to add, but let's just start at the very beginning. In the tutorial mode package, we're going to right-click new package called a villager. And then inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class called Mod Villagers. Now for this class, we need a couple of things. First of all, 2 deferred registers. Yes, you heard me right, 2. So we're going to make a public static final deferred register of type poi type. This one right here, called poi_types. Now this is going to be equal to deferred register.create forge registries.poi_types, comma, tutorial mod.modID. And then we need a second one, and then also, oh, look at this, there you go. Right, fix the typo there, and then we have public static final deferred register of type villager profession this time, called villager_professions, which is going to be equal to deferred register.create forge registries.professions tutorial mod.modID. And as per usual, where there are deferred registers, there of course also is a method, public static void register with an event bus called event bus, and then we're calling poi_types.register, passing in the event bus, as well as doing villager professions.register and passing in the event bus here as well. Now, as always, of course, all of the code will be available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual gist as well. And what we need to do next, when we have the register method, we're just going to call this right here. So we're going to say mod villagers.register, passing in the mod event bus variable right here, and that should be fine. Right, the next thing we want to do is we want to add another public static void method called register pois, and this is going to look very crazy. So this is going to be a try and a catch right here. Now in the catch, we're going to catch an invocation target exception, and then this one line illegal access exception. We're just going to call this exception over here. And we're just going to basically print the stack trace if this were to happen. The error here is totally fine. What we want to do is we want to, in the try, we want to call the obfuscation reflection helper dot find method. We're going to put in poi_type.class, comma, then a string, which is going to be the register BlockStates method, basically, that we're going to take a look at, and then poi_type.class again. After the closing parentheses, we want to call invoke with a null as its first parameter, and we're going to keep this empty for a moment so that we're going to keep this a deliberate error, because here we actually wanted to put in the poi type in just a moment, but I wanted to add this before, because then this register poi method will then actually be added into the common setup. Now here we have another thing that we need to be wary of, and that is going to be, we need to call event.onQueUrk, put in a runnable over here looking like this. So it's just like it's similar to a supplier in that it starts with the lambda expression here, right? This, but then actually doesn't return anything. And here we're just going to say mod villagers.register pois. I suggest not changing this because there might be some instance where we actually need to add multiple lines here. And if you were to, you know, replace it with a method reference like this, then it's harder to expand later. So I suggest keeping it like this, even though the IDE says that you can also make it otherwise. Right, so this should be fine. And now we can add the 2 registry objects. So once again, the first registry object here is going to be the poi type. So this is going to be the registry object of type poi type. And this is going to be the jumpy block poi equal to poi types.register. The name is going to be the jumpy block poi. And now this is going to be crazy. This is going to be a supplier of a new poi type. This needs a immutable set.copy of modblocks.jumpyBlock. We're going to take the jumpy block .get state definition .get possible states. And then after the first closing parentheses here, we're going to put in 1 and 1, closing it with a semicolon, and then we are fine. Let's actually immediately do this one. So we're going to immediately say jumpyblock.get jumpyblockPOI.get, and then the register POI methods should have no more errors present and everything should be fine. So what is going on here? Well, we can see that we're passing in a immutable set of, some sort of block, in this case our jumpy block. Now our jumpy block will become the POI type, so the point of interest where the villager will go to get a certain villager profession. And for the villager profession we're going to add in just a moment, but this is basically the idea of this POI type. Now, why is all of this craziness needed? Well, you can think of this like this. We have seen the custom block states already, for example, with a lamp, right? You can either have lit true or lit false. And basically what this craziness does with the state definition and get possible states is basically make it so that a villager could use this block with any state that it has. So if we were to use the lamp, then what would happen is that it would work if the lamp is on or if it's off. That is the general idea in this case, and that is why we need to do it like this. Max tickers simply means that how many different villagers can actually take a job from this particular point of interest, and then the range should be fairly self-explanatory. It's just the range on where they can basically find it. And then last but not least, we of course also have the public static final registry object of a type villager profession. It's going to be the jump_master because that's the only name that came to mind, and that's going to be villager professions.register jump_master. And then the second parameter here, once again, is going to be a supplier, this time of a new villager profession. I'm going to pass in the jump master name again. Then the second parameter is going to be a predicate, so that's going to be a xget equals jumpyblockPOI.get. Third parameter is going to be exactly the same thing. It's going to be jumpyblock.get. And then we have two immutable sets, so there's going to be immutable set.of this time, just an empty one, and then once again immutable set.of, and then the last parameter is going to be sound events dot villager_work armor. That's going to be fine, and then closing everything here. So what the frick is going on here? I'm not 100% sure, but from what I understand here is that basically the predicates right here are used to determine the primary and the secondary POI types or the work sites basically for this particular villager. So we're just saying, hey, if the actual predicate, if it's going to be a POI type of the POI type that we've created here, then you can first of all get your job from there, and then you also have a secondary job at that particular position, at that particular location. The sets here, we can actually go into this by middle mouse button clicking, and you can see this is the held job site, as you can see the predicate. This is the acquirable job site, and then here we have a requested items and a secondary POI. So that's actually how that works. So I highly suggest playing around with this or taking a look at what the normal villagers basically are doing, and that should probably also fill you in on some of the details there. But we are not done quite yet because we still need two more things actually. And that's first of all in the en_us JSON file, we want to add the entity.minecraft.villager.jumpy_master, and this should be the jumpy master. There we go. So now it also has a name when we actually talk to the villager in this case. And then under textures, we need a texture for the profession, and that is going to be the following. So this is going to be under textures and then a new directory called entity. Inside of that directory, a new directory called villager, and then inside of there, a new and last directory called profession. We go, and then I'm just going to copy over the PNG over here. Now this is just a slightly modified version of the armor, I believe, so nothing too crazy going on here. It's just, in my Kaupenjoe, nothing insane there. And then we also need, because there's as I've said, quite a few things, the actual tag inside of the data folder. So this is going to be under Minecraft tags, and then inside of the tags folder, we want a new folder called point_of_interest_types. Type, very important, point_of_interest_type. So make sure that this is written correctly. And then we want a new JSON file in that, and that is going to be called durable_job_site.json. Once again, make sure that everything here is written correctly. And you can also take a look at the spelling in the GitHub repository or in the gist as well. And that's just a normal tag file in this case. So you can see it just points to the jumpy block POI. So it always points to the actual point of interest type in that case. And of course, we also want to add some custom traits to this. So for that, we're actually going to make a new package called event. We actually need to implement an event. We're going to talk about events in a future tutorial as well in a little bit more detail. But for the time being, we're just going to call this the mod events class in this case. And then what we're going to need is we're going to need above the class a add mod.eventBusSubscriber. So what you can then do is you can then import the mod class, and then you can see it should already work in this case. And then opening parentheses, mod ID equals tutorial mod.mod ID. And then instead of the class, we want a public static void add custom trades method that has a villager trades event as its parameter. We're just going to call this event. Very important that we add the add subscribe event above the method. Otherwise, it's not going to work. I'm going to copy this over and explain line by line. So you can see here, we're basically adding to the toolsmith profession, right? This is just some boilerplate code. We're adding an 8-ball on level 1. And you're going to need to pay 2 emeralds. I highly suggest going through this on your own time again. It actually isn't as crazy as it looks at the first glance. Most of it is pretty much just boilerplate code, right? And then you just need to change things that you basically wanted to change. And you can also, of course, then do the following. We can just duplicate this. And then instead of getting the villager profession from vanilla, we can then say mod villagers dot, and then we're going to say the jump master dot get. And then we're just going to add to it where we have to do this. Actually, let's do 1 8-ball because I think that they can actually stack here. And then we're just going to say here, let's say, for example, we're just going to get, maybe like 15 blueberries for 5 emeralds. And that is pretty much all that we need here in this case. The integers right here, highly suggest going into the merchant offer and taking a look at this. You can see that should be max uses, the XP, and the price multiplier in that order. So this should be the max uses. So we have 10 max uses. This is the actual experience that the villager is going to get, and this is the multiplier for the price. And that is pretty much all that we need to add this properly. So as you can see, quite a few things, but once again, all of the code is available to you in the description below. Highly suggest checking this out, making sure that everything then works. And I guess let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, we found ourselves back in Minecraft. So let's just see, set down a villager and let's see. Okay, he's going, oh, no, now he got it. And there we go. Okay, so the texture probably has something wrong with it, but we're going to figure that out in just a moment. Let's right click and there we go. We have our custom trade. So that's pretty much the most important thing. And then also there is a tutorial mod missing right here, but that should be totally fine. So let's fix those 2 things. And then we have a amazing custom villager. Of course, right here after the villager, we just need to add our tutorial mod ID, and that should be pretty much all that we need. And then I believe the texture, let's just see in the entity right here, it is the correct name. So that is very interesting indeed. So that definitely is the correct name. Right, so what you can do is you can then go into the run client and search for stuff. So jumping master can actually not be found. So maybe there is a typo in the villager over here. And we can see, indeed, it is actually called the Jump Master and not the Jumpy Master. So that would be the issue. So we're just going to rename it right here. So if we then were to search for Jump Master in this case, you can see failed to load the texture because it's looking for the Jump Master PNG. And of course, that is not there. So in that case, what we're just going to do is we're just going to reload and see if it works now. But I'm pretty confident that it will. All right, we're back in Minecraft and let's just set down a new villager. Let's just get him. And there we go. Now the villager actually has the correct name and also has the correct, outfit on for its profession. So beautiful. And that is how easy it can be to add a custom villager to Minecraft. Let's create the art gallery of our dreams and let's add custom paintings to Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom paintings to Minecraft. Now this is a fairly straightforward process, however once again requires a certain tag to be added, but let's just begin. In the tutorial mod package we're going to right click a new package called painting, and then inside of there we're going to make a new Java class called the mod paintings class. This one once again requires a public static final deferred register of type painting variant. This one right here, and then we're going to call this the painting underscore variants, and it's going to be equal to deferred register.create for registries.painting variants tutorial mod.mod ID. And where there is a deferred register, I hear you say there is also a public static void register method with an event bus called event bus, and then we're calling the deferred register painting variants.register, passing in the event bus right here. Now this will of course be called inside of the tutorial mod class over here. So mod paintings.register and then passing in the mod event bus right here. So then everything is set up. And now how do we add the paintings? Well, it actually is fairly straightforward. We're going to have a public static final, of course, a registry object of type painting variant. And then we're going to call it, however the painting is called. This one is called plant. I'm going to call painting variant dot register, giving it the name plant. And then the second parameter is just going to be a supplier of a new painting variant. And the painting variant takes into integers, and this is going to be the size in pixels. So the plant variant here, the plant painting, is 16 by 16 pixels, or 1 block by 1 block, basically. Now we're just going to duplicate this twice because we have two other paintings, the Wanderer as well. So this one right here, so changing it in both, and the Wanderer is actually 32 high. So this is the width and this is the height. And then the other one, the Sunset, there you go, is actually 32 wide and 16 high. And now this is actually already all of the code that we need for the paintings. However, we of course need to add the textures. So this is once again under Assets, Tutorial Mod, Textures, right-click New Directory called Painting. Very important that this is painting. And then inside of it, we're just going to copy over the PNGs. Those are of course available to you as well. Please note they were done by Platinum G17, so if you want to use them, please take the credit notice there as well. So keep that in mind, otherwise you should be fine. And now we also need to add a tag. This is going to be under Data, Minecraft Tags, and then a new directory, and this is going to be called the painting underscore variant. Very important. And then inside of it, we're going to make a new file, and this is going to be called the placeable.json. And inside of here, we just want to add all three of the different paintings here as values, and that should be fine. Now, this is actually all that we need to add the custom painting variants to Minecraft. So let's go into the game, see if it works. All right, so we find ourselves in Minecraft, and you're just going to take the normal painting and then just try out until you get it. So it should be added into the rotation. So you can see there's the first one. Let's see, there's a second one. And then let's just see if we can get the third one as well fairly quickly, or if it's going to take a little while. So sometimes, of course, it takes a little longer, right? Because it's just added to the rotation itself. There we go. So we have it as well. So all three of the paintings have been successfully added. And that's how easy it can be to add a custom painting to Minecraft. In the depths below, let's add custom ores to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelli once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom ore generation to Minecraft. Now, this has significantly changed between 1.18 and 1.19, but overall we're still going to get through this, no worries. Now, the first thing we actually want to do is we want to update Forge. Now, that's quite important because otherwise we can only join a world once. So in my case, the newest version is 63 over here, but I will of course also link, you can just, Google Forge download, and you can take a look at what the newest version is, and then just change this to that. And then let's just load the Gradle changes over here. Once again, this can take anywhere from a few seconds up to a minute or so, depending on how fast your PC is. Now, it only takes 5 seconds because I've already done this, and I've already downloaded everything that it needs to download, so that's why it went so fast. But overall, it can take anywhere from that and even a little longer. But after we've done this, we can now jump in. So what we're going to need in the tutorial mod package, we're going to right-click, new package called world. And then inside there, we're going to right-click again, new package called feature. And here we're going to need 3 different classes. The first one is going to be the mod configured features class, and this is going to be filled with some interesting stuff. So first of all, of course, what we're going to need is we're going to need a public static final deferred register of type configured feature. This is configured feature, this one right here, and then we need to add 2 question marks here in the angle brackets. So very confusing, but no worries at all. And then, of course, all of the code is, as always, available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual gist as well. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this equal to deferred register.create. This is actually registry.configured feature registry, making sure that we choose the correct registry right here from Net Minecraft Core Registry and not the one from Java. And then, of course, as always, tutorialmod.modid. And I already hear you scream when there is a deferred register. Of course, there is a public static void register method with an iEvent bus called event bus. And then we're just going to call configured features register and passing in the event bus right here. Let's immediately call this over here because that's just going to make this a little bit nicer. Mod configured features.register, passing in the mod event bus. There we go. All right, now what we're going to do is I'm actually going to copy over each different field individually, and then I'm going to explain. The first field we'll copy over is going to be this. So this is probably going to look absolutely crazy to you, right? It's a supplier of a list of ore configuration target block states. So pretty crazy, but no worries at all. The general idea here is that what we're doing is we're basically making a list of what we can replace with our custom mods. So of course we want ore generation, meaning we want to spawn our zircon ore and, for example, our deep slate zircon ore, and we have to specify, okay, what can these custom blocks actually replace? So for example, the zircon ore should only spawn in stone, while the deep slate zircon ore should only spawn in deep slate. So that is the general idea of this. And once again, of course, all of the code available in the description below, GitHub repository individual just as well. Now, because this might look a little bit crazy, right, with a supplier and all of this. This is just because, you know, we need this to load in the correct order and basically making it so supplier makes it so that it loads in the correct order. That's the general idea. So let's actually copy over the two other ones where actually a little bit of an error is going to come, but that's going to be totally fine because, of course, we still need to add both the endstone zircon ore as well as the netherrock zircon ore. Now, this should be absolutely no worries at all. You should have done this. Either you've already done this or it's going to be very easy. So I'm just going to sort of brush over this, right? It's just going to be adding 2 more blocks over here, and that's going to be pretty much all that we need to do. So nothing too crazy. But once again, all of this is also available in the description below. So if you've not added this, then this is going to be totally fine. But, you know, at this point, adding some BlockStates JSON files, adding some block model JSON files, all of that jazz, it's probably not going to be too crazy, right? They're just normal blocks, nothing too crazy over here, so all should be fine. Let's get the translation over here, and then also the model files and the item model files as well. And then you can see the textures are actually already added because I've added them in the block tutorial when I said that you can add those on your own time. And there we go. We now have the blocks done properly as well. And you can see for the nether ones, we actually have a, you know, ore feature over here that we can use. But for the endstone, and this is the one thing that some people are basically confused by, we actually need to make a new block match test over here that matches with a endstone over here so that the endstone zircon ore actually replaces the endstone block. Now, those are things that we need to do, well, basically as preparation before we can register our proper, you know, ores or our proper configured features. So we're going to register one and the other two will copy over. So we're going to make a public static final. And once again, of course, this is a registry object of a type configured feature. So this one right here. And then once again, passing in question mark over here. This is going to be the zircon underscore ore. And this is going to be equal to the configured features.register. Once again, giving it a name. We're just going to call it the zircon ore over here. And then a supplier of a new configured feature. It already suggests this to us. Feature.ore, very important over here. And then the second parameter is a new ore configuration of overworld zircon ores.get, because we need to make the supplier a list over here because it requires a list. And then the second parameter is going to be, in this case, a 7, and that's going to be the vein size. So that is pretty much what this is. And I'm going to copy over the one for the end and the nether, and you can see, you know, they pretty much look exactly the same. The only difference here is, and that's an important difference, we're taking a different list over here. So keep that in mind, that we're basically using a different list. That is actually very important, and that is pretty much all that we need to do here. When it comes to the numbers, I once again highly suggest just playing around with them a little bit. You can play around with them as much as you want. I highly recommend, though, not going below 3, because then sometimes your ores can be very sparse in the world, and that can, you know, lead to them being very, very hard to find. So especially when you're just testing out, I recommend making just like, you know, 5x higher than you would normally do it. Maybe not 5x, but you know what I mean. So just making this a little bit higher than you would basically do it in the actual game. And then we want another class in the feature package, and that's going to be the mod placed features class. And this is going to also have a deferred register. So there's going to be a public static final deferred register of type placed feature, of course, called place underscore features, equal to, once again, the deferred register.create. And then this one, once again, registry.placed feature. There you go. This one, place feature registry, and then tutorial mod.modID. Once again, when you import the registry class, make sure that you are using the one from Net Minecraft Core and not the one from Java. And then a public static void register method with an iEvent bus called event bus, and then just saying place feature.register, passing in the event bus right there. Right, and then let's immediately call this right here. So we're immediately going to say mod place features.register, passing in the mod event bus right here, and that should be fine. Pretty much all that we need to do right there. Before I start copying over the fields, I actually want to add 3 helper methods over here. Now those are the ore placement, common ore placement, and rare ore placement. Now those 3 methods are actually from a vanilla class. This should be the ore placements class. There you go, from Net Minecraft Data World Gen Placement. And at the very bottom here, we have 3 static methods, private though. So I've just copied them over and used them here in my own class because it just makes it a little bit easier to use. So the first one that I'm going to copy over is going to be, of course, the place feature for the zircon ores. So this is going to be the overworld zircon ores. And you can see that actually we just need to call common ore placement over here. This is pretty much what we have. So you can see we're just calling register on the place features deferred register once again, calling this a different name from the configured feature. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think you need to do this, but it's just a nice way to differentiate between the two. Then we're making a new place feature, passing in our zircon ore configured feature that we've made with the .getHolder and .get. That's actually very important. We need to do it like this. Then we are calling the common ore placement. Now the first parameter right here is actually the veins per chunk. So I've added this comment over here so we know what this means. This is the veins per chunk that are basically added here. And then we also need to supply a placement modifier. Now, when it comes to the placement modifiers, there's actually quite a few of them. So here we're using triangle, but you can also use of and make actually a custom height provider, or you can also, we actually take a look at this. So when it comes to the height provider over here, if I click on this and press Ctrl H, you can see there's quite a few of them that you can actually use. Now already done is the triangle and the uniform. The triangle works in the following way. You basically supply 2 points. In this case, we have -80 and +80, and then it's going to make a triangle in that shape. Maybe you've seen the ore distribution chart in the past. So that basically is sort of how it works, that between the two is then the highest distribution, and then the closer you get to the 2 points, then the lower the distribution, or the less of those ores will spawn. Right, now when it comes to the end and the nether one, this is actually pretty much the same thing. So you can see we're just also using the common ore placement, and that is pretty much it. Now, when it comes to the vertical anchor, you actually can call different methods over here. So you can do the above bottom, absolute below top. This is one thing where I'm not 100% sure what the differences here are. I've use all 3 of them, and all 3 of them have been fine. Usually, though, some people have said that the absolute one is probably better to use, but once again, those have gotten me results as well, and yeah, that pretty much is all that. Now, this is actually everything that has to do with the code. However, we still need to add JSON files, so that's going to happen in the data folder in your tutorial mod or mod ID folder. And then you're going to right-click new directory called Forge. Now, it's very important that the directory is added into your folder and not under data Forge. It has to be under data, your mod ID, then Forge. And then we also need to add another directory in here, and that's going to be called the biome_modifier. There you go. Make sure that this is written correctly, and then everything should work. Let's make a new JSON file over here. That's going to be the add_zircon_ore.json. And the contents of this are actually not too crazy. So overall, we need 4 fields. We need a type field. That's going to be forge::add_features. Then we're going to need one that is the biomes. So this basically specifies which biomes there are going to be where this feature is added to. Now we're going to choose Minecraft is_overworld because we want this to spawn in every overworld biome. Once again, you can then just change this, and I believe you should also be able to make this a list, so then you can specify where this spawns. Here we are specifying which features we want to spawn. So in this case, we want tutorial mod::zircon_ore_placed will spawn. And then this is going to be the step, and that's going to be the underground_ores. Now, the feature right here, the zircon ore placed, is of course this name right here, so those names have to match. This is just a tag in this case. This is specified by Forge, so this should be in the... So the type over here, we can actually take a look at the biome modifiers, so just click Shift twice, put in biome modifiers, and then we can take a look at, the different phases where we can which we can use. Now, usually you want to add features, that's going to be the #1 priority over here. Modifying features or changing or removing features, usually not something I advocate for, especially for beginners. I would rather not that you do that. And then when it comes to the underground ores, we can actually take a look at the generation step class over here. So this one right here, we can see the different generation steps that we can take, and we are of course using underground ores because we want to add underground ores. I'm going to add the other 2 JSON files, and then what we should see is this should be totally fine and work. Right, and after having added all of this, let's see if it works. All right, so what I highly recommend is making a new world here. So let's just create a new world, and then once that is done, this should take a little bit longer. You can see validating selected data packs. That is absolutely normal. If you get to this screen, then everything is working fine. You might also get something like data packs invalid. Then you might have a typo in one of your JSON files. So I highly recommend checking those out again. Now this is going to be ore generation. So let's just join the world. You will also get this warning experimental features over here. We can just say yes, and then the world will generate, and then we can see if our ores finally spawn. All right, we found ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's just see. I think I've already spotted it. Right there is some zircon ore. So there we go. you can see that it definitely spawns in the overworld. So let's just also take a look at the nether. All right, so here we are in the end, and we can actually find some of the endstone ore over here. And the crazy thing is that the nether ore actually would also want to spawn in the end. However, of course, it can't because there is no netherrack here, because there actually is a typo in the JSON file. Let's actually fix that. And then we can also see the proper ore in the nether, but you can already see, of course, here it's working, so everything should be totally fine. All right, and here we are. The biome that was specified in the nether zircon ore is the end, which of course is not correct. This should be is a nether, and then it should also spawn in the nether. I'm so confident that we're going to try this again. All right, so we find ourselves back in the nether, and there we go. We actually have found some zircon ore here. Okay, we can't really look at it, but there we go. We have found it. So all three different dimensions have their ores added, so everything working totally fine. And as always, all of the code as well as the JSON files will be available to you in the description below, GitHub repository or individual gist as well. The only constant in life is change. So let's update to the newest Forge version. Alright, we found ourselves back in Kaupenjoe once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be updating our Forge 1.19 project to the newest Forge version. Now the reason why we're doing this is because there were actually some breaking changes. I believe that there were 2 different versions that actually broke a lot of things. So I already have Forge open here, so the newest version you can see 41.096, and if we go into the changelog over here, we can see that, so this one right here, 94 actually broke a lot of stuff, and then before that, 64 broke a lot of stuff. So you can see 64 over here is actually an insane amount of things because a big client code cleanup pull request was finally merged, and up here, some other things were also merged. Some tweaks here in 95. So from what I've seen at the moment, Forge says that there shouldn't be any more crazy changes that break everything. So if you update to 41.096, or if it's a newer version for you, then that's also fine. It should, in theory, all work. Now, this update definitely is required for the remainder of the 1.19 series, otherwise you will not be able to follow. So how do we update? We're just going to go into the build.gradle file all the way down here and just change it to 96 it was, and let's just build this. So when you load the Gradle changes, this can take anywhere from a few seconds to maybe a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I believe the first time I did it, it took about 3 minutes. It just took 2 seconds because I already downloaded everything and it's basically all still cached. So then some changes will emerge. So first of all, the first change is going to be this client one over here, because of course the client stuff has changed. Now that is no worries at all. We're going to be able to, well, basically deal with this in just a moment. But there are also, I believe, 2 other changes. One of them is in the villager class. Yep, the professions over here was just renamed to villager professions. The rest should stay the same. And I believe that is actually all of the changes in terms of code. The setRenderLayer method here is in this case actually deprecated. So if we go into this, you can see we can either set our render layer via the JSON model file or override some stuff. Now I'm actually going to show you the JSON file way, and this is actually, I find this really, really awesome. Because what we can do is we can of course see that we're basically setting the render layer for the blueberry crop over here. Now we no longer want to do this, right? Just delete the line, and we're going to go into our models file, into our block models. And for each of our block models, what we can do is we can now set the render type like this, render type, colon, and then cutout. So in our example, it's a little bit more work because we actually have to do it for each of the block model JSON files. However, still, if you have a normal block that has a different render type, you can now supply that via the JSON file, and this will actually completely work. So these are actually the 2 only changes that we have to do, luckily, but like I said, in the future tutorials, things might look a little bit different. Well, whatever the case may be, let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft, and we can already see over here the crop still has, you know, basically it has see-through colors, so everything is still working exactly how you would expect it to. Right, a very short tutorial, but still a very important one, because as I've said, you know, the changes are breaking for most other stuff, especially the things that are coming in the next tutorials. Let's hit some buttons and add custom keybinds to Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in Kaupenjoe once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom keybinds to Minecraft. Now this is going to be a very interesting thing indeed, and this is also part of a 4-part tutorial series of adding a custom thirst system to Minecraft. So first of all, of course, in this tutorial, we're going to be adding the custom key bindings. And the next tutorial, we're going to be talking about custom networking. Then after that, we're going to be talking about saving data on the player with some capabilities. And then last but not least, we're going to make a custom HUD element on basically the head-up display for the player. Now, first and foremost, I want to say that while we're implementing a fully functioning thirst system here, you should not use this system in your mod. You shouldn't just copy it over and use it just like that in your own mod, because number one, there are still things that are not quite working right. And then secondly, also, this really is just an example to show you how you could implement such a thing. I very much recommend not just copying it over, especially if you're just a beginner. Do not just copy it over and put it into your mod. That way lies madness. Alright, and one thing that is actually quite important that you need to note, and that is the version of Forge you're using. So currently I'm using 41096. Now this particular tutorial will definitely not be compatible with anything that's 41063 and lower, and it might also not be compatible with anything 41064. So keep that in mind. You will probably have to update. I did this in the last tutorial. I very much suggest you update as well. Otherwise, some of the things that we're discussing in the next few tutorials and the rest of the series basically will probably not be compatible with these versions. So keep that in mind, and that should be pretty much all that you need to do. But whatever the case may be, let's start with the keybinds first and foremost. We'll first of all start by making a new package in our tutorial mode package, and that's going to be called the util package. And then inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class called the keybinding class. Now, to be honest, where this keybinding class goes, you can put it into the util package. You could also put it into a separate client package. I personally will just put it into the util package. That's going to be fine, and that's going to be okay. Here, we're actually going to have three different fields. The first one is going to be a public static final string called key_category_tutorial. Now, this is going to be the translation key.category.tutorialmod.tutorial. So this is going to be the translation key for our category that we're going to basically put our keys under. And then we're going to have another string right here, which is going to be the key_drink_water, and that's going to be the key.tutorialmod.drink_water. And that is the name of the key that we're going to basically create just now. So this is going to be a public static final key mapping from NetMinecraft client over there, and we're going to call this the drinking_key, and that is going to be equal to a new key mapping, first passing in the key drink water string. So this is going to be the translation key of the actual, thing we're going to be pressing. Then we're going to do the key conflict context.inGame. That is the second parameter. Then we're going to say input constants type, and then use the key as here, and then do glfw key, glfw_key_o, let's say. So we're going to press the O key, and then the last parameter is going to be the key category tutorial, and that should be all that we need to do right here. This is the way to do it. So this one right here would make it so that it's looking for a key to input, and then this, of course, makes it so that it's looking for a mouse to input. Should be fairly self-explanatory. And in this case, we're choosing the O key, so you can see there actually are, pretty much all of the keys that you could ever press are on here. Now we want to press the O key, and that is basically the default key for this keybind. So let's actually immediately translate those names over here. So that's going to be happening in the enr_us JSON file, of course. So we can basically just copy this over and just add this here, right? So this is, of course, going to be the translation, and the translation for this is just going to be the tutorial mod. You could also call this tutorial mod category or something similar to that, but that is going to be fine. And then the actual name of the key that we're having is going to be just the drink water key. So it's just going to be called drink water, and that is pretty much what we need to do. I highly recommend always adding your mod ID into the translation key over here. Otherwise, there might be some conflicts there, and of course, that's not quite what we want. Now, this has now added a key mapping. And of course, nothing right now happens when we press this, and therefore, we actually need another class, and that is going to be in the event package. We're going to right-click new Java class called client events. We're actually going to make an inner class, so this is going to be a public static class called client Forge events, and this is going to have two different methods: public static void. The first one is the on key register method with a register key mappings event called event. We're going to fill this in just a moment. And the second one is a public static void on key input method with the input event.key called event. Let's just type this out, and then let's import this. So Alt and Enter, and there you go. So now we have the two methods over here, and that should be fine. Right, so let's first of all start with the actual class. We want to add a mod over here, so let's just do mod, and then delete the parentheses, .eventBusSubscriber. We can add the parentheses again. We want to do mod ID equals tutorialmod.modID, and then we also want to say value equals dist.client. Let's just write this, and then we can go in here and actually import the dist as well. Then over the two methods, we want to say add subscribe event. Very important that we add this, otherwise it will not work. And then we should be fine. Now for the registration event here, it's actually going to be very, very straightforward. Event.register keybinding.drinking key. There you go. And that is all that we need to do. Now our key is actually registered, and it should appear in the options menu under our tutorial mod category. But once again, nothing happens at the moment when we actually press this. That is what the key input method is for. So we're going to say if keybinding.drinkingkey.consume click, right? So if this particular key has been clicked, then we want to do something, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're just going to be outputting something from the player into the chat. That is literally all that we're doing right now. We're not going to be sending any packets or anything like that, because that is something we're going to discuss in the next tutorial. So what we can say here is we can say minecraft.getInstance.player, and then we can just send a message. So send system message component.literal, and we're just going to say pressed a key. Now, why can we do, the craziness of Minecraft get instance? Well, because this particular method will ever only be called on the client. So we know there only is one player, right? Even if we're on a server, your client is still only you. And that is basically the reason. So we can actually take a look at this key event, and we should be able to see if we go up all the way. If we go all the way up, we can actually see it is in the client package. That is one indication, basically, also that that is the case. But also, I believe, so it should ever only happen for the client. Keybinds actually don't exist on the server. Therefore, this should basically always be on the client. Therefore, we can do this. Now, once again, this is just one example. Once we've actually implemented some networking, then we're going to be sending a packet over here. But for the time being, we're just going to output something just so that we know that our key actually works. Hello, future Kaupenjoe here to tell you that there was a little bit of a mistake in the placement of this particular method. This actually goes into another class. So we actually have to create a second static class over here, which is going to be called the client modbus events. And then what we can do is we could just completely cut this out, put it in here. Let's also add the add mod event bus over here. And then here we also want to say bus equals modbus.mod. There you go. Now the reason for this is if we actually go into the register key mappings event, we can see this is an iModBus event, meaning that this has to happen with the modbus. And this basically happens for forge events. Therefore, we actually need to split it up. Otherwise, if we don't do this, then the key mapping will not appear in the options menu. So that's very important. And now we can go in and see if it works. Alright, we found ourselves in Minecraft, and let's first of all go into the options menu, controls, keybinds, and at the very bottom, there we go, the tutorial mod category with the drink water key being, there you go. So the water key has been properly registered. Let's also see if I press it, if we get a output in the chat. And indeed we do. Press a key and we can do it again and do it again. We can even hold it down. It should, just continue to go up basically. And I mean, this is pretty awesome already. Now, of course, we're not doing anything particularly interesting yet, but just having added a custom keybind already pretty freaking awesome. So to properly do something with a custom keybind, you basically always are going to need networking. You have mail. Let's do it. Let's talk about custom networking. Alright, we find ourselves back in Geodes once more, and in this insanely amazing tutorial, we're going to be finally talking about custom networking, a highly anticipated tutorial basically, because the topic has come up, a few times, but I've always been resistant to show it. But now part of this thirst system, we're now also adding custom networking, and it's going to be freaking amazing. So for this, what we're going to do is we are going to go into our tutorial mod package, right-click new package called networking. And inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be the mod messages class. Now you can call this whatever you want. It can also be mod packets or mod networking, something like that. I personally like mod messages. And here we need a few static fields. First of all, we need a private static field of a simple channel from Microforge Network simple channel called instance. There we go. We also want a private static int packet ID, which we're going to initialize to 0. And then we also have a private static int ID method, which we're just going to return packet ID ++. Now, what this craziness means is basically just that every packet we are going to register is going to have an ID. And if we just, wrap this in this method over here, then every time we call the ID method, the packet ID is also going to be increased. So it's just going to make this a little bit easier for us. Then we want a public static void register method. This is basically where all the magic happens and all of the registering takes place. Now, first of all, we need some boilerplate code. And then afterwards, well, we're just basically going to, change a few things. So first of all, we want to say simple channel net equals network registry dot channel builder, and then we want to say dot named with a new resource location, of course, once again tutorialmod.modID, and then we're just going to call this the messages. And then we want to activate the network protocol version, which is just a string supplier. And we're just going to call this the network protocol version 1. Usually the version basically refers to whether or not the packets are still compatible with each other. So for example, if you were to change a packet, then you would most likely increase this. We're just going to keep it at 1.0 for the time being, and that's going to be okay. We want to say that client accepted versions is going to be s true, and then the server accepted versions is s true as well. Absolutely amazing. And then we're just going to call simple channel, and that is it. The simple channel has been created. And we want to set the instance over here equal to net, the simple channel we've just created, and that is pretty much what we need to do. Now we can already add two public methods over here. So public static, and this is going to be angle brackets SMG and closing angle brackets void. This is going to be sent to server. So this is a message that's going to be sent to the server. And how do we send a message to the server? Well, we do instance.send to server and then passing in the message. So you can see MSG in this case, right, is a generic, but it's not extending anything. This is because anything can be a message, basically. So this is the general idea of this, but we're going to see basically what type of message, well, we want to create in just a moment. But then we also need public static, once again, MSG over here, void send to player, MSG message. And then also, of course, we want to specify the server player to which we're actually sending this. And this is going to be instance.send packet distributor.player with exactly this one, then just passing in the player, and the second parameter here is the message. So those are the two void methods that we're going to need in this case. So that is already pretty awesome indeed. Now the register method right here, we have to call this in the tutorial mode class, and that is very important. We need to do this outside the enqueue work runnable. Now I've been told that, it should be inside of the enqueue work runnable. If I put it inside, then the messages are not properly registered. So I basically want to caution you, maybe it does have to be in the enqueue work runnable. I have not got it to work in there. I had to do it outside of it, so keep that in mind. So I'd be really appreciative if you left a comment and explaining this if you know what this craziness means. Right, and now, in theory, what we want to do is we want to create a packet. So first of all, we're going to make a complete example packet not used in the thirst system, just so that you, basically have seen this once, and then afterwards, we're going to create the first packet we're going to need to drink water. But first of all, in the networking package, new package called packet. Very important here. And then inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class. This is just going to be the example, and we're going to call this the C2S packet. First of all, writing packet correctly would also help. There we go. So why C2S? Well, this basically because the packet goes from the client to the server. So this is usually how you want to denote this, and then you are sure to basically know what is going on. In here, we want a public example packet constructor with nothing in it. We also want a constructor that is the same one, but has a friendly byte buffer over here as its parameter. We also want a public void to bytes method with a, once again, friendly byte buffer over here. Now those are going to be empty because in the case of the buffer, we actually only need to, basically do anything with a buffer. If we want additional data sent from the client to the server, then that has to be saved inside of the byte buffer. We're going to see this in the last of the 4 tutorials of the thirst system, basically, when we have to add the synchronization to it as well. Then we're going to see, adding stuff to the buffer as well. But for the time being, we actually don't need this. And then here, we want a public Boolean called handle. So this is a public Boolean method called handle with a supplier of network event dot context, just called supplier. We're just going to import the supplier class, Alt Enter, Java util function over here. And then inside of it, we're going to say network event.context, just calling it context equal to supplier.get. And now what we can do is we can say context.enqueue work. We can put a runnable in here. And now this is the crazy cool thing. Oh, of course, at the end of here, we want to return true. There you go. And then here comes the coolest thing. Everything inside of this onqueue work runnable, right? Here we are on the server. So everything that happens on this onqueue work runnable, even though this packet was sent by the client, here we are completely on the server side. So anything that the server can basically do is what we can also do. So what we, for example, can do is we can say server player equals to context.getSender, because of course there's one sender, right? So we can do this. We can even get the level. So we can say server level, and then just say player.getLevel. There we go. And now just for this example packet, what we want to do is we just want to spawn a cow right at the location of the player when they basically send this packet. So we're just going to say entity type.cow.spawn, passing in the server level, passing in null, player.block position. We want to say mob spawn type. Let's do command. That's going to be okay. And then true and then false. And that should, in theory, spawn a cow. Now, of course, I've previously mentioned this. Spawning a cow can only be done on the server, of course, because, you know, if the client could spawn a cow, then, you know, they could just cheat in cows en masse and the game would be horribly broken. In this case, it can only be done on the server. That's why it's important here that we are on the server, basically. Now, next, we need to register this packet. This, once again, happens in the mod messages class over here. So we're going to say net.messageBuilder. We're going to say example C2S packet.class, then calling the ID method, then saying this is the network direction, play to server, and then after the closing parentheses, we want to call the decoder. This is going to be the example C2S packet : new. We also want to call the encoder, which is going to be the example C2S to bytes. And then we also want to call the consumer main thread, which is going to be the example C2S packet : handle. And then last but not least, call the add method, and that should be pretty much all that we need to do. Now our custom packet is basically registered, and we can send it to the server via the send to server method. Now, of course, in this case, we actually already have somewhere where we can very easily, well, send this over, and that is, of course, in our, well, client events right here, right? When we actually press our key, our custom key, currently we're just outputting something into the console. How about what we do is we say mod messages .send to server, and then we're just sending a new example C2S packet over there, and then just see what happens. So this is actually all that you need to send a packet. Now, what you need to do is you need to be cognizant of where you are, right? Of course, we know that the input key event over here is always on the client, right? So we know that here we are on the client, so this always only gets called on the client, so we can then be sure that this actually is sent from the client to the server. Inside of the packet, we know that right here, inside of this context onqueue work runnable, we are always on the server, therefore we can spawn the cow. So in theory, what should happen is that if I join into the game and I press my drinking key, then a cow should be spawned at my location. Let's first of all go into the game and see if that already works. Alright, so we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and just to remember this in the controls and the keybinds, we have of course added the keybind. Now it says drinking water, but right now, if I press the O key, we should see a cow spawn. So let's see, and there we go, a cow has actually spawned. Just to make sure that this isn't like a ghost cow, you can see I have the raw beef, I can throw it around. So this pretty much ensures that, hey, this isn't just, you know, a client cow, so to speak. It does exist on the server as well. So let's just spawn a bunch of them. So you can see I could just keep pressing O and cows keep spawning. So that is a really cool, you know, example packet, just to basically show the, well, general example of how this might work. So let's continue with the thirst system now. Now, the example packet is all fun and well, but, you know, it's not going to, well, get us what we want. We, of course, want the thirst system. So let's just actually copy over the same class. We're just going to drag it into the same package while holding control, and we're going to call this the drink water C2S packet. Yes, that's going to be fine. And then we're just going to delete everything that is inside of here, because we basically want a few other things to happen. The general way the class is built is going to be the same. Now, let's just think of what we actually want to have happen when we press the drink water key. The general idea is we, first of all, of course, maybe we want to, you know, check if player is near water. right? That might make a lot of sense. And then we have two different things. If the player is near water, we might want to drink it. And if the player is not near water, we might, want to output something else. So let's first of all actually get these two, because those were actually very good variables to have, right? We have the player and the level. Who knows if we're going to need it. But let's then say, okay, so if the particular player has water around them, right? And then, of course, we definitely need the player for this. And we also, of course, need the level for this, because we somehow want to check, okay, surrounding the player, there has to be something. So this is a method I'm going to be able to introduce, but let's just keep it like this for the time being. And then we're also going to have an else, right? Because we want something to happen if there's water around the player and if there's not water around the player. Now, we're just going to keep this as an error for the time being. We can introduce this method in just a moment. Let's first of all go through the entire logical chain of what is about to happen, right? So if we find water, maybe what we want to do is we want to notify the player that water has been drunk. Sure, why not? And then we can also think about, well, what we also want to do is, well, maybe increase the water level / thirst level of the player. Absolutely makes a lot of sense. Maybe what we also want to do is, right, when we do this, we also might want to actually play the drinking sound. That also makes a lot of sense, right? That could be pretty cool. These are pretty much the three things that we want to do when the player has water around them when they press the drink water key. Now, what do we want to do when we press the drink water key and there's no water around? Well, pretty much we also want to notify the player, but this time that there is no water around. Okay, that's fairly self-explanatory. And then maybe what we also want to do is just output the current thirst level. And maybe we also want to output the current thirst level here when we've increased it, just so that it makes a little bit more sense, so that the player knows, okay, this is how much thirst I currently have, because of course we don't have a HUD yet. That's going to be happening in the last of those 4 thirst system tutorials. Okay, so I hope that this roughly, explains the logic here. Now let's now introduce this method over here, so we can see, I can just create this method, and it is a Boolean method, has water around them. Now I've already basically prepared this, and it's going to be absolutely really freaking awesome. So the way that this works is we're going to return level.getBlockStates, right? And you can see this takes an AABB. This is basically a bounding box. Now what we can do is we can take the bounding box from the player, so we can say get a bounding box over here, and we can then inflate it, so we can increase its size. So we're going to inflate this by 2 for the time being. And what we then have is basically this getBlockStates gets a stream of block states. Now with this, we already get a stream of block states around the player distance 2. So now we have a bunch of block states around the player. So what we then want to do is we want to say, hey, filter these block states to say state is, and we're just going to say blocks.water. So we just want to say, hey, just get me only the ones that are in water. So now we have a stream of block states that are only water, right? So we only keep those for which this predicate right here basically is true. We're just going to convert this into an array, and we're going to say, hey, if the length of the array is bigger than 0, then of course this is true, basically because we have looked around all of the block states around the player. We're saying, hey, only keep the ones that are water. And if there's at least one of them in there, then we know, of course, water is around the player. Now to make this a little bit nicer even, we can introduce the size variable here, and we can change this one. So maybe the player can upgrade something so that the size changes from 2 to 3 or something like that. For the time being, this is just a little bit cleaner that way. Right, so now we are basically checking whether or not the player is around. So that's pretty cool. So let's now notify the player. How do we do this? Well, we can just say player send system message component. Let's do .translatable, and what we're going to do is we're just going to introduce a new string variable over here. So we're just going to say private static final string, and this is going to be the message drink water, and we're going to call this the message.tutorial mod.drink_water, and then we're just going to dupe, and we're going to use this, so message drink water as the message over here, and let's just also do with style, just so that we have some style, chat formatting, and let's call this the dark aqua, so that it looks a little bit cooler. We also want to play the generic drinking sound. Now, I am going to just copy this over because that's a little bit easier for us to do, right? It's nothing too crazy. Just call the play sound variable here on the server level, passing in these different things, and now the drinking sound should also play. Now, increasing the water level, we actually can't do just yet. Same with the outputting the thirst level because, well, of course, the player doesn't have this saved just yet, so we can only do those 2 things. That's fair enough. But let's also output when there is no water around. Now here we want another message, so let's just duplicate this. This is the message no water, and we're just going to call this the no_water message. So that's going to be it. And then let's just do this. And let's actually make this red. Now, in theory, those are the only things that we can do for the time being. The last two here we can't do. Same with the output of the current thirst level, because, of course, there's no current thirst level just yet on the player. But what we can do is we can translate those messages. Let's go into en_us JSON file, similar to what we have done with the keys over here. Let's just add the messages as well. This is basically going to be drinking water. And then for the no water message, we can call this no water nearby. And now the messages are also translated. Now we can see that this packet has not yet been, used anywhere. So we can, of course, have to, well, basically build this. What I personally do is I select the old message here, duplicate it with Control D, and then we can just change this to the drink water packet and just change it over here, because the names of the methods are basically always the same, at least for me, right? I usually want to, well, we usually want to call them the same. And now instead of making a new example packet in the client events right here, we just want to make a new drink water C2S packet over here. And that should pretty much be all that we need to do to add this. So now what we should be able to do is we should go near a body of water with the player, press O, and then we should hear the drinking sound, as well as we should be able to see, basically drink water or drinking water. And if we're not near water, then we should see the message appear, no water nearby. So that's pretty awesome. Let's go into the game and see if this works. Alright, finds us back in Minecraft, so let's just stay away from all of the water and let's press O, and no water nearby. This is a very, very good sign. And now let's go, well, roughly next to the water, and let's see. Drinking water, and what also happens is the drinking water sound is also being played. So I can basically, show where the border is. You can see roughly here. So if it's like within 3 blocks-ish, then we are drinking it, and then here we're not drinking it. So that's roughly the, bounding box that we have, but it's really awesome already. So we can press a key, something happens on the server, and I mean, this is already very, very good progress, and hopefully understandably explains some of what networking is all about. When it comes to the send to player message over here, right, where we send something from the server to the player itself, we're actually going to take a look at this, like I said, in the last tutorial of the 4 tutorial series over here, when we actually synchronize the thirst from the server to the client, because that actually is something that we have to do as well. Drink up, and let's add a player capability to save data on the player. Alright, we found ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be talking about player capabilities, basically saving our custom player thirst, right, our thirst data onto the player. Now, how will that work? Well, for this we're actually going to need a new package in the tutorial mode package, and it's going to be called thirst. And inside of there we're going to make 2 new Java classes. The first one will be the player thirst class, and the second one will be the player thirst provider class. Now, first of all, let's go through the player thirst class. So this is the one that actually saves the data and, does a few basic things around the data, while the player thirst provider is going to be the actual capability provider. So this will have a private int called thirst, should be fairly self-explanatory, and we'll also have a private final int, and that's just going to be called the max thirst, and that's going to be 10. Now we can also add another one, which is called min thirst, and that's just going to be 0 in this case. So we just have this available to us if we wanted to. So we need a few different methods. First of all, public int get thirst should be fairly self-explanatory, just returning the thirst level at the moment. The next method we're going to need is a public void add thirst, where we basically are going to add a particular, number of, thirst points, or, number of water points to the thirst, and this is going to be this.thirst equals, and then we're saying math min thirst plus add or max thirst. Now, why we're using this? Well, the general idea is that if we add anything that is, thirst plus 9, for example, but thirst is already 8, right, then this is going to be over max thirst, and we basically want to bound it by max thirst. Now, the same thing is going to happen if we subthirst right here. We're going to say subthirst, and here we're subtracting the sub from it, and here we actually need to use the max method, of course, and here we want to use the min thirst in this case. So we basically want to say, hey, if we're subtracting the thirst, right, if we have 5 thirst, but we're subtracting 9 from it, right, then we get into the negative values, but in this case, we actually want to bound it by 0. We also want a copy from method over here, that's just taking in a player thirst over here, which is going to be called source. And then we're just going to say this dot thirst equals source dot thirst. And then we need two boilerplate methods, roughly speaking. The one is called save NBT data with a compound NBT tag called NBT. And this will just do NBT dot put int. And we're going to call it thirst. And we're going to just save the thirst field there. And then we're going to have a public void load NBT data, which is once again also going to take in a compound NBT. And this is just going to say thirst equals NBT.getInt thirst. And now everything should be saved on this player thirst. This is also all that we need for this particular class. And now we can make this available through the player thirst provider by implementing two new interfaces. We're going to implement the iCapability provider interface, as well as the iNBT serializable interface with a compound tag over here. Let's just hover over this, implement the methods. You can see there's 3 methods that we have to implement, and then we should be fine. Now we're going to need a few things here as well, and that's going to be, number 1, the public static capability of player thirst. So this is going to be a capability of our custom class over here. This is going to be the player underscore thirst, and this is equal to the capability manager dot get a new capability token of type player thirst. And what we're going to do is we're not going to overwrite anything. We're just going to keep it like this. So it is an anonymous class. However, you can see we're not overwriting anything in this anonymous class. And then we're going to say private player thirst called thirst, which is equal to null in the beginning here. And then we'll also have a private final lazy optional of player thirst. And this is going to be the optional equal to a lazy optional dot of, and then just this colon create player thirst, which is a method we've not yet created, but we're going to create in just a moment. So let's just hover over this, create this method, and you can see actually we don't even need to do this as a T. We can just say player thirst over here, and we can just say if this dot thirst is null, then what we want to do is we want to set the thirst to a new player thirst. We just want to create a new one. Otherwise, we'll just return this dot thirst. And then afterwards, we'll just return this dot thirst. Right over here, we just want to, in the get capability one, we just want to say if cap equals player thirst. So if there is a player thirst capability present, player thirst, there you go. Then we'll just return optional.cast. Otherwise, we'll return lazy optional.empty. Serialize NBT is actually also fairly straightforward. You can just say compound tag NBT equals a new compound tag. Then we're going to create player thirst data.save NBT, passing in the NBT, and then just returning it. Of course, we're using the create player thirst in this case because it's just going to return the already existing one if none other basically exists. That's the reason why we're basically always using the create player thirst. Same with the load NBT data here, where we just pass in the NBT right there. And that is actually all that we need for the custom capability provider. Now comes the interesting part where we actually have to register it, make sure that it, stays on the player and all of that craziness. Now this is mostly, if I recall correctly, mostly boilerplate code, which is going to be placed in the mod events class over here. So I will do the following. We're just going to copy over method by method. The first one is the onAttach capability player. So you can see this is an attach capabilities event for an entity. So we're just making sure that this is a player, and if it is a player, that they don't have the player thirst capability just yet. And if they don't, then we're just going to add this as a property, you can see, with this particular capability. Next, we also want to make sure that if a player basically dies, so you can see event was death, then what we're going to do is we're going to get the original capability and we're going to put it onto the new player. So that is all that is happening here. Once again, of course, all of the code is available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual just as well. And what we'll then also have is we'll have the on register capabilities one right here. So register capabilities event, where we just register the actual player thirst class as a capability. And those are the 3 things that we definitely need to, basically have this. Now, what I will also have is the following. I will also have a player tick method over here, which I'm going to just put in here. You can see. So basically, this is just going to say, hey, every time, we basically have on average every 10 seconds, we're just going to subtract 1 thirst from the player. Now, the reason why I have this is because there's no other way at the moment that we basically subtract anything in terms of thirst from the player. This is why I basically wanted to have this going on. Now, just to also be sure, I think that what we should also do is we should say event.player and then just send a system message. We're just going to say component literal, just like subtracted thirst, just so that we know, things have happened over here, and that should be pretty much fine. Now, this once again is the reason why I said, this system isn't like fully functional yet, or there's, a few things that are kind of weird, because just, subtracting every 10 seconds on average some thirst is definitely not the way that you would want a system like this to work. But now we have the entire player thirst system implemented, except for synchronizing to the client. We're going to look at that in the next tutorial, but for the time being, we can now change the drink water packet over here to, well, basically also increase the water level over here as well. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to say player.getCapability with the player thirst provider.player thirst, and then if present, we're going to make a thirst handler over here, and that's going to be the player thirst.addThirst. So we're just going to add thirst if we are around it, and then, well, basically that is pretty much all that we need to do. Oh, this is thirst, of course. So there you go. And then we can also output the current level of this. And then outputting the current level of this is just going to be the same as this one. We can just say, instead of a translatable, we're just going to make a literal over here, and this is going to be current thirst, just so that we know what it is. And we're just going to say thirst. Thirst.getThirst. There you go. And we're going to make this aqua. Now we can do the same thing right here when there's no water around, and instead of increasing it, we're just outputting the actual thirst in this case. And this is pretty much all that we need to do. Now we actually have the thirst saved on the player, but once again, there is going to be a mismatch between the server and the client at the moment. Now this is not an issue for us right now. We wouldn't actually notice this. We will notice this, however, once we add the HUD in the next tutorial. But for the time being, let's look at what we've made right now and see if it works. Alright, found us in Minecraft again, and let's just get a little bit of, well, drinking here. You can see current thirst 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we have at 10. Now, nowhere nearby, and we actually already seen the subtracted thirst. You can see now it's subtracted, and if I look at it, we have 9 thirst now. So you can actually see everything, well, pretty much working exactly how you would expect it to. Current thirst is decreasing, like I said, roughly every 10 seconds. That's the rough average. It's, it's not going to be like extremely accurate, because it is just random. So sometimes it's going to be a little bit longer, sometimes it's going to be a little bit shorter. But overall, you can see it is increasing and decreasing. And we can also, get this, and then you can see this. If we actually go outside of the world and go back in theory, this should all be saved. So let's just take a look, and we have 7 thirst. There you go, and now 6 thirst. So the thirst is definitely being saved via the world, but like I said, it is currently not actually synchronized via the client, and I will show you this basically in the next tutorial when we add the custom HUD. Heads up, and let's add some custom stuff to the HUD. Alright, we found this back in Kaupenjoe once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom HUD elements to, well, the player's HUD. So very exciting indeed, and this actually is more straightforward than you might think. So this is of course the 4th part in our Thirst series, where we basically add a thirst system to Minecraft. Now, this is sort of dependent on all of the thirst system, but I think that with enough Java knowledge, you should be very much able to understand what is going on with the HUD. It's actually not that crazy. So for this, what we'll do is we'll make a new package called client, and then inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be the thirst HUD overlay. Now, this is going to be a very interesting class indeed. First of all, I'm going to copy over 2 resource locations. Now, those are the resource locations of both the empty thirst PNG as well as the filled thirst PNG. Those are under the textures folder in a new directory called thirst, and then I'm just going to copy those over. Those are of course also available to you for download in the description. Now, what do we then need? Well, then we need a public static final GUI overlay, this one right here, called HUD_thirst in our case. And this is going to be equal to, and I believe if I start typing in GUI, you can see it already suggests stuff to us. So I can just press the tab key to autocomplete. I'm going to make curly brackets over here and end it with a semicolon. And then everything that is happening inside of here is basically the stuff that gets rendered. So let's start first and foremost by adding 2 integers over here. So we have the X and the Y values. Now, why do we have those? Well, basically, we always want to make sure that everything we draw on the GUI is dependent on both the width and the height, the scaled width and the height of the screen. Otherwise, when you change the size of the screen, then actually the sizes change as well and where it is placed. So that is a very important thing. Then we're going to, well, basically copy over this one right here. So this is going to be the 3 render system calls. Set shader is just a, position shader. We're setting the color to just 111. That's okay. And then we're setting the texture to the empty thirst texture. And how are we then going to draw this texture? Well, we're drawing it like this. So we're basically drawing 10 of those textures with the GUI component.blit call, passing in the post stack, and then basically the X and Y coordinates. Then 0, 0 is the offset, and then 12, 12 is the size of what we're drawing, and then 12, 12 is also the size of the image that we're drawing. Even though our images are 16 by 16, I basically, shrink them down to 12 by 12 because that just makes them a little bit nicer to look at. And this will draw all of the empty thirst vials, basically, right? So we have a vial there, and it's going to draw all of them. Now, if we then want to draw the filled one, what we then do is, well, first of all, we set the texture to the filled texture, right? It'll be fairly self-explanatory here. And then we also have a for loop. However, here we're basically actually checking whether or not the player has particular thirst. Now, what you're going to see is that, oh, this client thirst data actually does not exist yet. Now, in theory, we could also get the capability via the player by using Minecraft client and then getting the local player. However, that is not actually quite what I had in mind. For the time being, what I basically want to do is, well, not draw anything right here because the client thirst data at the moment is not created yet. Now, we could create it, but it's still not going to be synchronized because this is literally what I said, right? The synchronization doesn't happen yet because that is actually something we need. We still need a custom packet for that, and we're going to do that after we've seen the overlay for the first time. So how do we now register this? Well, it's actually fairly straightforward. We just want to go into our events packet, client events, and this happens in the client modbus events. So I'm just going to copy over the method here. This is very, very straightforward. Just to register GUI overlays, you can see thirst HUD overlay, HUD thirst over here. We're just going to call this thirst, and this is going to be registered above all else. So it's going to basically be drawn over everything else. That is all that we need. This goes into the register GUI overlays event, and now the custom HUD element should be shown. So let's, for the first time, go into the game and see if it works. Alright, and we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and you can already see the vials over here now. As you can clearly see as well, the thirst does not correspond to, well, what is drawn there, because the vials are only the empty vials, right? We're not drawing any filled ones, but this is the first part of drawing something on the screen. And you can also see if I, change the size of the screen over here, that they basically stay in the same place, roughly speaking. So that is honestly really cool, and the first part of adding the custom HUD. Now, as already teased, the second part basically includes the client thirst data. So we're going to go into our client package, right-click new Java class. This is the client thirst data, and this is going to be basically a roughly static class, which has the private static int player thirst. And we're just going to have 2 static methods over here, static void set, which is going to be the int thirst, and this is just going to do client thirst data dot player thirst equals to thirst. And then we'll also have the public static int get player thirst. And here we're just going to return player thirst. Now, why can we do this with a static class over here or with static integers? Well, because this one will only ever be available on the client. So it's basically going to be, unique for each client. That is why we can actually do this in this way. And how do we now synchronize this? Well, for this, we actually will need a new packet. Let's just copy over the drink water packet here, and this is actually going to be the thirst data sync S to C packet, because this time we're actually sending something from the server to the client. Very interesting indeed. And here, what we actually want to do is we want to have a private final int called thirst. This is actually the data we want to send from the server to the client, and this is then also what we need to add right here. So we need to add the thirst right here. We want to say this dot thirst equals the thirst passed into the constructor, and what we also want to do is right here we want to say this dot thirst equals above.readInt. So we're actually now reading additional data from our byte buffer, and here we also have to write it. So we have to say writeInt and then writing thirst inside of it. So the general idea is that the 2bytes method over here always has to be the same byte buffer that we're reading out. So if we write one int right here, we have to read one int out as well. That is very important, otherwise it's not going to work. And now here, let's just delete all of this basically, because now we are no longer on the server, but here we are on the client. We also don't need this method over here. And here we literally only want to do the following. We only want to do client thirst data dot set thirst. And because this is client only, because this is ever only called on the client, we should be totally fine. So we're just setting the client thirst data to this thirst over here. Let's then also register it so we can duplicate this once again. And we're going to call this the thirst data sync S to C, and we're just going to call all of this. And now this is actually play to client. Very important that we change the network direction here. Incredibly important. So keep that in mind as well. Another question is, well, where do we want to synchronize the data? Let's just do this inside of the capability over here. So mod messages dot send to player. We're going to send a new thirst data sync right here. We're just going to say thirst dot get thirst. So this is the actual amount. And then as a second parameter for the send to player, we just pass in the player. And that should be pretty much all that we need. We're going to do the same thing in the get capability call over here, right? That also synchronizes it, and that should pretty much be all that we need. Now, there's one more thing where we actually do need this, and that is in the mod event class. Let's just copy over the method over here. So this is the onPlayer join world method. Let's just import the mod messages, and then this is actually called thirst data sync S to C over here, because this basically also synchronizes the thirst first time the player joins the world, right? This is, of course, also sensible so that when the player joins the world, the HUD actually displays the correct amount of, thirst, basically. Right, and now we just need to go into our HUD overlay over here, just change this one back to, actually getting the thirst over here, and now it's going to draw a filled thirst vial for every thirst that the player has. Basically, if the player has full thirst, then it's going to have 10 filled vials. Otherwise, there will be anything in between 0 and 10 filled vials. That's the general idea here. And of course, the X and Y coordinates are the same as here. I've already calculated them beforehand so that I know roughly where this is going to be placed. Highly recommend just playing around with them a little bit in your own time when you want to render something else on the overlay. And I almost forgot in the mod events, when we actually subtract the thirst right here, instead of sending a message, let's actually just send the packet here as well. Let's just do the same as this one right here. This is not player, this is event.player. There you go. Let's cast this to a server player. There you go. And that should pretty much be all that we need here. That we also synchronize this when the thirst is subtracted. Now, a great thing that you could do to basically, expand this system, as I said, this is not the most robust system. This really is just an example of how to use all of this. What you can do is you could, in your player thirst right here, you could probably add a player to the add thirst and sub thirst methods and then synchronize it via that. For the time being, we're going to be fine like this. This should all work. As always, of course, the code will be available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. But now everything should be working. So let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, so we find ourselves in the menu of Minecraft because I don't want this to change, but you can already see, filled vials over here. And, as we see and something gets subtracted, you can see instead of actually outputting it, we can just see that it basically, subtracts over here. And if I, fill up and drink stuff, then it also works. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. We can see now it subtracts again. Actually, random, as I've said, so it can sometimes happen very, very fast. But overall, still really freaking awesome. Everything synchronizes. A completely custom HUD element for your thirst. Absolutely amazing. And that's pretty much how easy everything is. And that pretty much concludes the thirst system, sub-series for Forge over here. Like I said, the actual system itself is definitely not for use in your mod. This really is just a very, very good, example, hopefully, understandable example on how everything interrelates, right? How the networking works with the custom keybinds, work with the custom HUD overlay and stuff like that. So hopefully this is going to, help you make your own custom HUD overlays, custom systems, all of that. So that would be really freaking awesome. Let's update to 1.19.1. Right, we found ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be updating to 1.19.1, of course, as, the new version has come out, and, we want to be up to date. So for this, of course, what you can do is you can just go to the 1.19.1 page here for Forge, and we can see the newest version is 42.0.1. So that's going to be exactly what we update to. So in our build.gradle file, what we're going to do, first of all, is we're going to use the official mappings for 1.19.1, and then we're also going to go down all the way here to 42.0.1. And then, of course, this is 1.19.1. So this should be the string. Of course, when you're watching this in the future, this will hopefully be a little bit of a higher number at that point. And hopefully as well, all of the subsequent 1.19 versions are going to be roughly compatible with everything that we're going to do after this. And well, let's just reload this, right? Hit the little elephant at the top right corner and let this build. Once again, can take anywhere from a few seconds all the way to a minute, 2 minutes, and a little bit above that. And then we'll see. Best case scenario, we actually don't have to change anything. I believe that everything should work, although one tiny change we will make just because that is a fix from a previous tutorial. But let's just let this run through and hopefully we'll get a build successful here at the end. And there we go, build successful in 1 minute, 53 seconds, perfect. And in theory, if we go back here, we should have no errors. Now, there's one tiny fix that we want to do that is from the mod messages. I've already put this in a pinned comment on the networking tutorial. However, we actually want to call mod messages register here at the top of the enqueue work runnable, and everything should still work totally fine. So keep that in mind as well. That is one fix that we should do if you've been following through the networking tutorial. Regardless of that, everything else should in theory work, so we should just be able to run the client and no errors should be present, hopefully, and the game should just start. So let's see if that actually is the case. Right, and here we are, 119.1, perfectly loaded and everything still working, so that is actually a very good sign. So going forward, of course, we're going to be using 119.1 at this point. 4101 over here as the version. So it could be possible that some things going forward might be incompatible with 119. So I do suggest updating, although usually the differences shouldn't be that crazy overall. Look, and let's add a custom fluid to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Treasure once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom fluid to Minecraft, here of course with Forge 119.1 and with the new and improved Fluid API. So just to be sure to get this out of the way, this should not be compatible with any 118 mod, only 119, because if I recall correctly, the Fluid API was introduced in 119. So let's just take a look what it entails. It is actually freaking awesome. The first thing we need in our tutorial mod package, we're going to right-click new package called Fluid. And inside of there, we're going to need 3 different classes. The first one is the Mod Fluids class. The second one is going to be the Mod Fluid Types class. And last but not least, we're going to make a base fluid type class that's just going to help us to, well, basically deal with our custom fluid types. Let's start with our base fluid type class over here. This is going to extend the fluid type class over here. We won't hover over this because we're going to add everything manually. Now, I want to say that some of the implementation taken here was from Chonster over here with a test mod where they basically added the support for flowing as well as still textures, and I added some more stuff, including things like the overlay texture, the tint color, as well as the fog color as well. Let's start by copying over the 5 different fields over here. Once again, of course, everything here is going to be available to you in the description below. Get our paths for your individual gist as well. This is going to be the 5 different fields, the resource location for the still, the flowing, the overlay, as well as the tint color and the fog color. Let's also copy over the constructor. This shouldn't be anything too crazy. Pretty much just getting all of the fields here via the parameters and then passing them inside of the constructor. For completion's sake, we'll also add getters to all of the different fields. Also nothing that should be crazy. We're just returning each of the different fields. And then we'll also override the initialize client method, this one right here. And we're just going to do it like this. Now, inside of it, what we need to do is we need to say, instead of calling the super, we're going to say consumer.accept. And then we want to make a new iClient fluid type extension, exactly this one that's already being suggested. So just tab to autocomplete, and we can see that we should override a method, get tint color method. That's going to be fine. We're going to override plenty of methods in here anyway. So what we're going to do is we're just going to delete this, and I'm going to once again copy over method by method. The first one is just the get still texture method, which just returns the still texture. Shouldn't be anything too crazy. Now we're going to continue with the get flowing texture method, and I think you're going to see a rough approximation of what we're going to do, right? Next thing is going to be the overlay texture and then the tint color. And then we're also going to have the modify fog color. Very important. This is not the get fog color, but the modify fog color method that we have to override here in returning the fog color. And then last but not least, we're also going to override the other modify fog color method because that's actually a second method, as you can see. And then inside of here, let's just format this a little bit differently. We don't want to call the super. What we actually want to call is render system set shader fog start, 1, for example, and then 6. So what do those numbers mean? Those are pretty much the first numbers that you can basically change here. The numbers here represent when the fog starts and when the fog sort of ends. So basically the distance where the fog starts and where you cannot see anymore. That's the general idea. I highly recommend playing around with those numbers if you want to modify the fog. This is the fog when you're inside of this particular fluid. How far can you see out? So keep that in mind. Once again, play around with those numbers. Highly, highly recommend. Right, but that is actually all of the class that we need right here. Next thing, we can move on to the mod fluid types over here. And for this, we're going to need 3 resource locations. I will copy them over just because it's a little bit easier, but they are nothing too crazy. We basically have a water still and a water flow resource location over here. So those just point to the water resource location for still and flowing water. Now those are gray, and we're going to color those in with the tint color that we've basically made right here. We're going to do that in just a moment. And I also have a soap overlay over here. I'm presently not 100% sure where this is used, but I've created a custom texture for this, and this is basically under miscellaneous in soap water. So we'll just take a look at that in a moment, and then we'll see. Furthermore, we need a public static final deferred register of type fluid type. So this one right here, and this is going to be called fluid_types equal to deferred register dot create. Let's break this up. There you go. And this is going to be forge registries.keys.fluid types. And then we'll just add tutorial mod.modID. And of course, where there is a deferred register, there also is a public static void register method with an iEvent bus called event bus as a parameter. And then we're going to say fluid type.register and then passing in the event bus. We'll immediately call this because why not? So let's just say mod fluid types.register, passing in the mod event bus over here. And then we'll have to do the same thing for the mod fluids class as well, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Let's make a helper method over here. So this is going to be a private static registry object of type fluid type called register as well. And we're going to pass in a string parameter name and a fluid type.properties called properties. Now this is going to return fluid types.register, passing in the name and then a new supplier of, and this is very important, a new base fluid type, so our custom one, and then we just basically pass in all of the different things that we need. The first one is the water still resource location, then we have the water flowing resource location, we then have the soap overlay resource location, we then have the tint color. Now I've already prepared this. This is going to be A1E038D0. So this is basically sort of a pinkish color that's going to be that the water is tinted in. You can change this, right? If you just do 0x, that's going to be a hexadecimal number, and it's going to convert this into ARBG. So the first 2 numbers over here, right, the first 2 letters basically, are going to be the alpha value, and then we have RGB, so basically red, green, and blue color. So you can use any color picker and basically use that. Then we're going to make a new vector 3F. This is going to be the color that is used for the fog itself. Now this is very important that you get this right. You actually don't put these numbers in here, right? You could, of course, just this color and then put the RBG values in here. What we actually want to do is take the RBG value and divide it by 255 over here. So that's very important. So keep this in mind. This is going to be divided by 255 and then 208 divided by 255. Let's add an F here as well, just so that we have it. And then after the vector 3, we also want to pass in the properties and then close this with a semicolon, and no more errors should be present. Once again, of course, the code is available to you in the description below, so you can basically compare with your own stuff. So once again, the vector over here that we're using basically uses from 0 to 1 for their RGB values instead of going from 0 to 255. This is why we have to divide by 255 to get the relative values from 0 to 1. Keep that in mind, and then you should be fine. Right, and then we can finally register our fluid type. So this is going to be a public static final registry object, of course, of type fluid type. And that's going to be the soap underscore water underscore fluid underscore type. And it's going to be equal to the register method, passing in soap underscore water underscore fluid as a string. And then we're going to have fluid type dot properties dot create. Then we can choose some, well, different things. So you can see we can basically add some, well, different things to this particular fluid type. There's different path types, can convert to source, can extinguish, hydrate. I highly recommend when you are using this, just try out a bunch of stuff over here. Supports boating, right? Temperatures, viscosity, all of this craziness you can basically set and play around with. We're just going to do a few things. So we're just, for example, going to set the light level to 2. We're going to set the density to 15. Viscosity, we're just going to set to 5. We're going to make a sound. That's going to be the sound action of get drink. So when you drink this, the sound event that's going to be played is going to be sound events.honey drink. There you go. And then we'll just end this with a semicolon. And there we go. The particular registry object here, the fluid type, is registered. Beautiful. And that actually concludes this class as well. We can then proceed to the mod fluids class, which is going to be a little more complicated, but also don't worry about it. We're going to go through this totally fine. So first of all, here we also need a public static final deferred register of type fluid this time from Minecraft world level material, and this is going to be called fluids. This is of course equal to a deferred register.create, this time forge registries.fluids, and of course passing in tutorial mod.modid. And then last but not least, and then of course, as always, public static void register method with an event bus called event bus, and we're just going to say fluids.register, passing in the event bus, and then immediately calling this. Now just making sure, I personally called it beforehand. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but just to keep sure, call the fluids register method before the fluid types. Right, whatever the case may be, now we can add the two fluids because we need two fluids, a flowing fluid and basically a source fluid. The first one is going to be a public static final registry object of type flowing fluid. Very important that both of them are actually flowing fluids. This is going to be the source underscore soap underscore water equal to fluids.register. And then the name is going to be soap underscore water underscore fluid. As a second parameter, we're going to have a supplier, and then very important, a new forge flowing fluid of type source over here. So we're going to say forge flowing fluid dot source. Incredibly important that this is done correctly. This has to be the source, and the other one has to be the flowing. We're going to see that in a moment, and we can basically keep it like this. The second one is going to be a public static final registry object, also of type flowing fluid. This is going to be our flowing soap water equal to fluids.register, and we're going to call this the flowing underscore soap underscore water. As a second parameter, once again, a supplier over here, this time of forge flowing fluid.flowing. Incredibly important that the first one is the source and the second one is flowing. Please keep this in mind and make sure that this is done correctly. I've seen this in the old Fluid API that sometimes people get this confused and they have both of them source. The first one has to be the source, the second one has to be the flowing. Keep that in mind. Now, how do we get rid of those errors? We have to make a forge flowing fluid properties. So we're going to make this in the same class over here. So we're just going to say a public static final forge flowing fluid.properties. And we're going to call this the soap water fluid properties. And that's going to be equal to a new forge flowing fluid properties. And those are going to have some crazy things. The first thing we're going to need is the mod fluid type that we've made. So mod fluid types dot soap water fluid type. That's great. Then we need the source. So we're just going to pass in the source itself. Then we're going to pass in the flowing. And then we're going to close the first parentheses. And then here we can call some different things. For example, the tick rate, the slope find distance, level decrease, as well as the explosion distance. We also have to supply a block as well as a bucket. We're going to do that as well. We're going to say a slope find distance of 2 and a level decrease per block is going to be 2 as well. Now, this is something I'm not 100% sure about what the level decrease is. I believe, if I recall correctly, so the level decrease here is basically just how long this particular fluid is going to flow for until it basically stops and is no longer something, with 1 being the longest and then 2 and so on and so forth being less so, because basically it decreases faster per block. That is the general idea. But once again, highly recommended to just try out a bunch of stuff. We're also going to call the block and the bucket methods over here as well. Now, we can't fill those with anything just yet because, well, we neither have the block nor the bucket. What we can do, what we can say in the registry object is mod fluids dot soap water fluid properties, and then we're just going to say the same thing for the flowing one as well. Now we just need a block and a bucket, so let's go into the mod blocks class and let's create the block over here. So the block is not actually going to be that crazy. All things considered, we're just going to have a public static final registry object of type block, and this is going to be the soap underscore water underscore block equal to blocks.register. Very important that we don't use the register block method because we don't actually want an item associated with this. And then this is going to be the soap water underscore block. There you go. As a second parameter, of course, as always, a new liquid block this time, liquid block right here. The first parameter being the mod fluids.source soap water. Very important that we pass in the source. Then we want block behavior.properties.copy, and then we're just going to copy blocks.water, and that should be pretty much it. If you have anything else that you want to add, you can add a no collision strength of 100 and no loot table. However, this should already be done by the block water properties over here. So that should be pretty much everything that we need. And then in the block, we can say mod blocks.soap water block without adding anything to it. This should work. Of course, what we need to do, if you have an error over here, we actually want this to be a registry object of a liquid block so that it actually knows, okay, this is a liquid block, and then the error here should go away. Now we can add a bucket. Now the bucket item is going to be, of course, in the mod items class, and once again, nothing too crazy over here. Let's actually just duplicate the blueberry, and this is going to be the soap underscore water underscore bucket over here, and then same with the name, soap underscore water underscore bucket. And this is, of course, can you guess? Well, a new bucket item. Very good. Now this is not going to have any food, so we can just delete the food over here. But what it is going to have as its first parameter is going to be the mod fluids dot, once again, the source. Very, very important that you pass in the source over here. We also want this to be able to only stack to 1. That is also quite important. And then if I do recall correctly, there is a craft remainder. And here we want to say items.bucket, just making sure that the craft remainder here is a bucket. Now this might actually already be done in the bucket over here, but just to be absolutely sure, we can add this as well. And that should pretty much be fine. Then we could say mod items.soapwaterbucket, and there we go. And now all of the things have been added. Now there's 2 more things that we need to do. Number 1, of course, adding something to the client event over here. So the FML client setup event, set the render layer for both of the fluids so they're actually translucent so you can look through them. I'll just copy this over because it's not that complicated, and you can take a look at this in the, this is going to be source soap water here, and then flowing soap water. So you can see we're just setting the render type to translucent, calling item block render types, set render layer, passing in the fluid once the source and one time the flowing, and then that should be it. Setting it to translucent, and then this is going to make it so that we can actually see through the actual fluid block. And now let's go on to the JSON file. So of course, we're going to need a translation here for the soap water bucket, nothing too crazy. And then we also need a model for this. This is going to be the soap water bucket JSON file, nothing crazy going on over here, just pointing to a normal texture, which is in the item folder. So nothing insane when you really think about it. Now what we also need is the miscellaneous over here, so that we're going to add a miscellaneous folder with the in soap water texture. Like I said, this is going to be the texture. I am once again not 100% sure where this is being displayed. I just added it just in case. And those should be all of the things that we need to add in order to have our own custom fluid added to Minecraft. So I would say, let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, find us in Minecraft, and let's see, there we go. The soap water bucket has been added. And if I just dig a little hole here, let's set it down, and there we go. Our custom fluid is in there, and what it should do as well, if I go into it, it should push me. So it does push me, so the water physics work. That's really cool, and we can actually see this is how it would look like if I, sort of have the camera under it. And if I actually go inside of it, then we're going to see that there is also a fog effect that happens, as you can see, a couple of blocks away, which is really freaking awesome. So if you are submerged in this, right, and it's actually, and you look like far, far away, then you can't actually see what's going on, which is really, really awesome. So I really like this. This is working very, very well. We can even see if I just get a normal bucket here as well. Going to survival mode, I can even pick it up, and once again, right, I can just move it around and do all sorts of crazy things with it. I really like this, and I gotta be honest, the new Fluid API is pretty awesome. We can have some crazy custom fluids, and they are all working really well, and I absolutely love it. So that's how easy it can be to add a custom fluid to Minecraft. Do you like my sword? And let's add a custom item model to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in the church once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom item model to Minecraft. Now this is an item model that we have made during the Blockbench tutorials. I will link those in the top right corner, and this is the item model that we have made so far. It's pretty much just like a normal sword over here, just a little bit something, but it is definitely a custom item model, and that was what the important thing was. Now from this Blockbench we have already exported the JSON file. Like I said, this was all done in the Blockbench tutorial that is going to be linked in the top right corner as well as in the description below. Now what we're going to need is just that JSON file as an item model file, so I'm going to copy this over. This will of course also be available to you. However, we will need to change some things. Namely, you can see we have those textures that point to Blockbench over here. Here this needs to be of course tutorial mod : item / and then whatever the texture name is. And then also very important that all of the texture names don't contain any spaces, but all of them have to be replaced with underscores. That is very important, otherwise this will not work. So let's make sure that all of them have underscores, and then we can also select this and then replace the Blockbench over here with tutorial mod : item, and that should be fine. Let's also copy over the textures over here. Those are 4 textures: top sword, hilt, guard, and bottom sword. And that should be that. So those are also added. Let's then go to the en_use_JSON file to add the translation. There we go, see the translation added as well. So we're going sort of backwards, right? We're doing the JSON files first, and then we'll also add the custom item here. So let's just copy over the 8-ball. That's going to be the best one probably. So this is going to be the Kaupen sword. And then right here, we're going to call this the Kaupen sword as well. Now we could just make this a normal item. I'm going to make this a sword item. You don't have to necessarily do that, of course. It's going to be tiers.diamond. So it's going to pretty much be the same as diamond. This is the damage. The integer here is the damage. We're just going to make this 10. And then this is the attack speed. We're going to make this 5. So it's going to be a pretty good weapon, all things considered. And that is pretty much all that we need to do. So once again, this doesn't necessarily have to be a sword item. I'm just choosing to make this a sword item because that is the general item shape that I've made. But that is actually all that we need to do to add a custom item model to Minecraft. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and there we go, the Kaupen sword has been added, and if I have it in my hand, you can see it definitely is a custom item model. Now, it doesn't look absolutely amazing, I will agree with this, but regardless of that, it is a custom item model, and that is pretty much how easy it can be to add that to Minecraft. Let's add a custom block model to Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in Geodes once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be adding a custom block model to Minecraft. This is very similar to the custom item model that we have added last time, and this of course also has been done in the Blockbench tutorial series. I will once again link this in the top right corner as well as the description below. This is the block that we've made. Now it is nothing crazy, right? It's nothing insane. However, it still is a block that is somewhat custom. Now we already have the JSON file, so we can just take it and basically, well, copy it in here into the block models folder, and once again we have to change some stuff. Namely, the textures should have only underscores and not any... spaces in there. And then also, of course, we need to specify tutorial mod : block slash. Then we can just take this and paste it into all of the other textures as well. Now that should be pretty much fine for this. Now, however, there are quite a few other things. Of course, we still need a BlockStates JSON file as well. And that's going to be a very interesting one. Because for our case, when we actually look at this particular model, it really is symmetrical from the middle, right? If you like take a look at from the top, it pretty much is just symmetrical from the middle, right? You can basically rotate around and it is almost exactly the same. Now the texture is a little bit different, but when you really think about it, it pretty much is the same. However, I'm going to treat it so that we're going to rotate it around based on the position of the player or the facing of the player, because that's usually the case when you have a custom block model. So let's go into the block package, custom package, and we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be the gem infusing station block. Now this will extend the horizontal facing block class, and we're going to hover over this, create constructor matching super, making sure that we make this public over here. And then what we want to do is we want to add a public static final direction property. This is going to be called facing, and this is equal to the properties dot horizontal facing over here. Now, when we add a property, it's very important that we also always call the append properties method, and then just call builder.add, and then just add the facing property to it. So there we go. That should pretty much do it, and that is the things that we need to do here. Now I will copy over 3 different methods. The getPlacementState method, this looks like this. Then we're going to have the rotate method, that looks like this. And we'll also have the mirror method, which looks like this. Now those 3 methods pretty much take care of everything that we want when we actually set this particular block down. So when we put this block down, it's going to get the facing property over here from the opposite of the player. This simply means that whatever face we have in the northern direction, so this face right here, is always going to face us when we set this particular block down. That is all that there is to it. That is pretty much the entire idea. You probably know this. When you set down a furnace block, the front of the furnace block always faces the player when you set it down. That is literally all that we're doing here. This is pretty much the exact same code from the furnace block, so that's pretty much how we're going to do this. So let's register this as well. Let's just copy over the jumpy block over here. And this is going to be the gem infusing station. And then the same name over here. Gem underscore infusing underscore station. And very important that this is a new gem infusing station block. Otherwise, it won't work. Keep that in mind to make this a new gem infusing station block. Very important. And we also want to call, which is also a very important part of this, non-opaque over here so that everything displays properly as well. Otherwise, we can actually see through the world when we set this down, and that's of course not what we want. Right, then let's add the BlockStates JSON file here as well. So let's just add a new file, gem_infusing_station.json. And I will copy over the contents. All of this is, of course, as always, available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual gist as well. And you can see pretty much we're just checking for the facing and then just rotating this around. So you can see, you know, this shouldn't be anything too crazy. We're always pointing to the same block model JSON file, which is, of course, this one right here that we've copied over. However, we're just rotating it in the y-axis, depending on the facing property that we have added right here. Let's also add the translation. There you go, nothing too crazy. And then we also need an item model file. Now, the item model file is actually going to be the most uninteresting, let's say. It just points back to the block model file, so nothing too crazy. Of course, we still need the textures, so that's going to be the leg texture, the main texture, as well as the tray texture. So let's just add those three as well to the block textures folder, and that would be pretty much all that we need to do right here. So we're now going to take a look at this in game. It should all work, and then we'll discover one tiny thing that we need to take a look at as well, and that is the bounding box or the voxel shape, and I have some interesting stuff for that to say as well. But first of all, let's see if it works. Alright, find myself back in Minecraft, and the gem infusing station has been successfully added, so let's just set it down, and there we go. And in theory, so we can see that the right side here is a little bit of a different texture. So if you set this down, you can see now it's always the right side, basically. So it does rotate just how we would expect it to. So that's a pretty good sign. But what you will also see is that if I stand on it, well, it's not quite right. And that is exactly what I meant with the voxel shape or the particular bounding box over here. And we're going to basically fix this. However, I will also have a very important note on this, which is incredibly important. I beg you to actually watch this, and I will try to explain this best I can. Then you hopefully understand why you shouldn't have an exact bounding box. Let's go back to IntelliJ. While I said let's go back to IntelliJ, we're actually back in Blockbench, because what you can do is you can also export a voxel shape for your custom block over here. Now, this actually requires some very important things. It actually requires a plugin, and that is the Modifiers plugin over here that allows you to export voxel shapes. And what you have to do is basically not have any different groups over here, because that's going to screw up with the making of the voxel shape. You actually want all of your groups gone, so just like this. And then you want to add one group which is called voxel shapes. Now, I'll show this just because some people tend to always want to do this, and I basically want to recommend you that you don't do this, right? So you can do it like this. However, the voxel shape that it does is it traces over the exact shape of this particular block. Now, you might say, well, that's great. Then I have the exact voxel shape, and that's all good. Well, with a simple model like this, that's totally fine. However, if you have any type of more complicated model, so for example, something like this, that's a model from my own mod, and you can see, well, I have some rotated stuff here, and yes, it will actually trace all of these different small things over here. The issue there is that voxel shapes are incredibly intensive for the processor and all of that to basically trace all of this, because the voxel shape determines the bounding box, meaning the collision with the player and other entities. And this is why having these like crazy shapes over here, having them traced perfectly, is actually not a good idea. I'm going to show this regardless. So if you have the voxel shapes over here and you have the plugin installed, you can export the voxel shape. As you can see, we're going to choose the yarn mappings because we're using Fabric at this moment, and then we can confirm. A new window will open right here, so we can then just export the voxel shape and the JSON file, and it's going to make a Java file. Now I can just open this right here just for the sake of argument. You can see this is the actual shape. Now this is the exact shape of this particular block over here. Now, once again, I don't recommend doing this. I recommend making a voxel shape that is approximating your block, and I'll show you how I would do it. So this is the generated one. This might actually slow down the game already with this, and if you set down like 100 of them, that might already be like a little bit of a not so good thing. What you can do is we can do this, right? Let's just start by actually making a voxel shape over here. So this is going to be a private static voxel shape, and that's just going to be the shape. And it's going to be equal to block.create cuboid shape. And then here you can see we have to fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different doubles over here. But what we can do is basically, so those doubles represent, as you've seen, the min x, min y, min z value, and then the max x, max y, max z value. So what does that mean? Well, if we were to do 0, 0, 0, and then 16, 16, 16, what would happen is that this shape would just make the shape of a normal block the same that we have already. Now, interestingly enough, if we once again switch back over here, we can use this tool to our advantage. So we can take a look at this from the side, and we can see, well, it's not really 16 high now, is it? Let's actually do a wireframe mode so I can see this a little bit better. So we rather have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11 if we want the tray as well, but maybe, you know, let's say 10. So what we can do is we can just change the max Y value, which would be the value from like the world bottom to the top, right? Change this to 10. And all of a sudden, we have an approximation of this voxel shape. And this is pretty much all that we need to do for this example right here. And we can just overwrite the getOutlineShape method over here. It's totally fine that this is deprecated. This is all okay. We can just return the shape over here, and that will pretty much be all that we need to do. Now, if you have a model, right? So let's just go into the model here again, textured. If you have a model that's, for example, something like this, right? Maybe it looks like a little bit different, so that the voxel shape would change if you rotate it around. Then you would have to make multiple voxel shapes. If this is very complicated to you, the only thing I can really say is that, number one, you might need a little bit more Java knowledge because it shouldn't actually be that crazy complicated over here. Number two, if you want to see something similar to this, I can recommend the 118 tutorial on the custom block model as well, where I actually do show all of the different shapes and all of that. This might be a good supplementary video to also watch after this. Whatever the case may be, the one thing that you have to remember, it does not matter how complicated your block over here might be. Do not make a one-to-one voxel shape. It is a very, very bad idea. Try to approximate it, and that usually does the trick. Let's go into the game one more time to see our new voxel shape. All right, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and if I hover over the block, you can see, there we go, the voxel shape actually pretty much perfectly matches it. Yes, it doesn't match it exactly at the bottom over here, so right, if I'm hovering over here, I'm still hovering over the block actually, but is this really that big of a deal? It probably isn't. But if I stand on it, right, then you can see it actually works. So the bounding box pretty much is what we would expect from this type of block, and it's pretty awesome indeed. So that is something for the voxel shapes. Let's do it. Let's create a custom block entity in Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom block entity to Minecraft. Now, a block entity in theory is simply a block that sometimes you can right click, sometimes you actually can't, but it is basically a block with additional functionality, like, for example, any type of machine that you've seen in any other Minecraft mod, or for example, a block entity in vanilla would be the furnace, for example. Now, as a complete preamble, I have updated to Forge 119.2 over here, 43.11. Just as a quick reminder over here, there should be no changes even if you're on 119 or 119.1. I'm pretty sure everything should work, but just to be sure, this is the current version that I'm using, so if there are any discrepancies, that might be the reason why. Whatever the case may be, block entities, they are quite complicated. And I'm saying this because, well, number one, now is really the time where some, foundational Java knowledge is absolutely required. We're going to copy over a few methods over here. I'm not going to go into insane detail on all of them. I'm going to try to explain everything as best I can, but we're going to be creating a lot of classes. We're going to be creating a lot of methods, and they're going to be all interrelated with each other. It's going to be pretty freaking crazy, but afterwards, we're going to have a really, really awesome block entity. All right, let's start at the very beginning by going to the block package, and we're going to make a new package in there called entity. And this is where our block entities will live, and that's going to be the first one. That is the gem infusing station block entity. Quite a long name, but that's going to be totally fine. Now, this will extend the block entity class as well as implements the menu provider interface. Let's hover over this implement methods. It's going to get the getDisplayName as well as the createMenu method, and then we can hover over this again and make the constructor. Now, first of all, as always, if the parameters annoy you, you can click on them, press Shift F6 and rename them. I know that this should be the ID, I believe. This is, of course, the inventory, and then this is the player. Then also very important, in the gem infusing station block entity constructor, delete the first parameter. This is going to be fine. This error is totally okay. And then we're going to change this to pause and this to state. That's perfect. And that is actually what we need. For the component here, for the display name, we're just going to say component.literal. And I'm just going to call this the gem infusing station. That's going to be fine. If you want to do this proper, you should probably do a translatable component in this case, but that's going to be fine. And here for the menu, I actually want to make a deliberate error just so that I don't forget to add, well, the thing that I need to add in the future. So a block entity, or at least in our example, consists of 4 different parts. The block entity, the block itself, the screen class, as well as the menu class. Now, this might sound like a lot, and it actually is, but we'll see basically what each of those parts do and what we have to do for them. Now, first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a new item stack handler. This is basically the inventory of our block entity. It's going to be a private final item stack handler, and this is going to be called item handler. This is equal to a new item stack handler. In the parentheses, we're going to put the size of the inventory. In this case, we're going to have 3 different slots, and then we're actually making an anonymous class, so we're going to put the curly brackets in here, and we're going to override the onContents_changed method, and I'm just going to call the setChanged method here. So this basically just, roughly speaking, reloads this particular chunk and or block position if, you know, any type of changes here occur, and we will actually also need this method in the future as well for some synchronization, but we'll see that when we get to it. We actually also need something interesting, and that is a private lazy optional of type iItem handler called the lazy item handler, and that is equal to a lazy optional.empty for the time being. Now we're going to need this in order to make our inventory available via capabilities. So for that, what we can do is we can immediately override this, and that is the getCapability method. Now we want to override the one with the side, and that should be okay. What we can then do is we can just keep this return, and we can say, hey, if cap, so this is the parameter here, the capability that we're passing in. If this is equal to capability item handler dot item handler capability, then we're just going to return the lazy item handler dot cast. And that is basically going to allow it so that we can, well, import and export items out of this particular block entity. Now, also very important, we also want to override the onload method as well as the invalidate caps method, especially when we have some capabilities like this, because then in the onload method, what we want to do is we want to say the lazy item handler equals the lazy optional.of, in this case, a supplier, and then just passing in the item handler that we've made in the very beginning. There you go. And then in the invalidate caps, we want to invalidate this as well. Nope, we actually want to say lazy item handler.invalidate. And that should be pretty much fine here as well. Now we're going to continue with the reading and the writing method, or the save and the load method. So we're going to say save additional. That's what we want to override, as well as the load method. Now once again, let's just change this to calling this NBT. That's going to be fine. You know, compound tag, you could call it tag. NBT is totally okay. And what we want to do is, in here in the save additional method, we want to save the inventory. How do we do this? Well, we say nbt.put. And we're going to call this the inventory, and then we're going to say item handler.serialize NBT. And then we'll save the entire inventory. If we, for example, were to leave the world, right? If we were to save the world and, you know, come back like 2 days later, then of course we want the inventory inside of this particular block entity to be saved. So this is what we do to save it. And then to load it, we're doing item handler.deserialize compound NBT, nbt.getCompound. And then we're just getting the inventory over here. There you go. And that will be the saving and loading of the inventory done as well. Now, we will actually come back to this in just a moment, but for the time being, that's going to be fine. And then lastly, I'm going to actually copy over this method because that's a little bit more out to type and we don't really need that. All of the code is, of course, as always available to you in the description below. Get a pause for an individual gist as well. We can see we're basically just making a drops method that will sort of drops the contents of all of this particular block entity. We're going to call this in a moment inside of the block class when the block would be destroyed. Then, of course, we would want all of the inventory to spill out and, you know, actually spawn in the world. Now, I believe that is all that we can do at the moment. The error is totally fine. We're going to fix that. For the time being, what we're going to do is we're going to now go into the block. Now, I've already made the gem infusing station block over here. Now, if you don't have this, just create a new one, basically. And what you want is you want this to extend the base entity block. Now, this will actually get us an error. We need to implement the new block entity method. That's going to be fine. We're going to deal with that in just a moment. Let me just make a comment over here just so that you basically know. So all of the things below this comment are basically the block entity stuff. The first thing that's incredibly important is override the getRenderShape method over here, and you want to return RenderShapeModel. This is extremely important. If you don't do this, your block is going to be invisible. So keep this in mind, and there you go. We also want to override the onRemove method. Now, I will actually copy this over because, once again, it's just sort of one of those boilerplate methods that looks pretty much the same every time. And you can see we're just calling the drops method that I've just alluded to before. And that basically is going to drop all of the contents of the block entity inventory. We also want to override the use method. Once again, this will be copied over. Overall, this almost always looks the same, right? We're just making sure that we're on the server here. We're getting the block entity at this particular position. We're saying, hey, is this actually a gem infusing station? If it is, then open the screen. When we right click this, then we want to open the screen that this particular block entity sort of belongs to. And that is the general idea. Now, the new block entity, we can actually also use this. We can say new gem infusing station block entity. Now let's change the parameter names here, pause, and this is going to be this state over here. Oh, that's not quite right. This is pause. There you go. And this is state. Perfect. And then just pass in pause and state. And that should be fine as well. And then we need one more method in here, and that is the getTicker method. And what we want to do here is, first and foremost, also change all of the names over here, because man, are they kind of stupid. And I believe that we actually do have Parchment already available, but I've not yet been able to basically try it out. So we'll take a look at that maybe next tutorial as well. And then we want to call the createTickerHelper method over here, passing in the type as the first parameter, and then we actually need the modblock entity registered. All right, let's do this then. So we're going to go into our entity package, right-click new Java class, and this is the modblock entities class. There you go. And inside of here, we just wanted to basically register our block entities. Now, how do we register block entities? Well, of course, with the good old friend of ours, the public static deferred register. Final deferred register even. This time of block entity type. And then once again, we need angle brackets question mark. In this case, this is going to be the block entities equal to, of course, a deferred register.create, forge registries.block entity types, very important. And then, of course, tutorial mod.modID. And I hear you scream already, where there is a deferred register, there also is a public static void register method with an event bus called event bus. And we're going to all inside of it, the block entities.register method passing in the event bus. And so that we don't forget about this, let's immediately call this mod. No, absolutely not this one though. Mod block entities.register and then passing in the event bus. There you go. Now we can actually register this. So once again, this is going to be one of those things I'm going to copy over. Actually, let's just type this out. Why not? Public static final registry object, right? Should be fairly self-explanatory. This time of block entity type of type gem infusing station block entity. So instead of here, we need to specify your block entity class. I'm just going to call this the block infusing station. I think that's going to be fine in terms of name. We're going to say block entities.register, then the name, just gem infusing station. Then a supplier of the following block entity type, this one right here, .builder, .of, and then a gem infusing station block entity, : new, comma, modblocks.geminfusingstation.get, and then after the second parentheses, .build, and then passing in a null. And then no more errors should be present in theory. Once again, you can, of course, copy this over from the GitHub repository or the gist as well, both linked in the description below. And in theory, this should be fine. In high-level overview, we're basically just making sure, hey, this particular block here belongs to this particular block entity. Roughly speaking, that's what we're doing. And then, of course, also registering the actual block entity. Now we can fix two errors. That is, number one, in the block entity class right here. When we call the super, we can just say mod block entities dot gem infusing station dot get. That should fix this error. And then the same thing goes here. We can say mod block entities dot gem infusing station dot get. And that should be pretty much what we need here. Now the last thing we need to pass in here is the gem infusing station block entity : tick. Now this method, of course, currently doesn't exist. But what we can do is we can just create a tick method, and it will immediately make it so that it has the correct signature, so the correct method signature for us. We need a level, a block pause, a state, and an E here. Now this E we actually don't need. Let's get rid of the generic right here, and we're just going to say this is a gem infusing station block entity. I'm going to call this entity. Actually call this P entity. I believe that is a little bit better. So then we can use this a little bit nicer, but that would pretty much be all that we need to do. This error should go away, and the block is now done. That's great. And now we can basically proceed in the block entity itself. Now, the tick method is special in that it basically gets called every tick. So every 1/20th of a second, this method gets called, and we can do all sorts of crazy things in here. Now, the first thing I have found is that if you call if we're on the client side, we just want to return this. I'm still not 100% sure whether or not this is like a thing that you should do, have to do, or shouldn't do, but I just have found that doing this makes a lot of sense in my mind. So it did work, and then we had some issues with this when we actually did have this, so I am unsure about whether or not we want to do this or not. Now the question is, what do we want to do in this tick method? Well, let's just think about it like this. If we have some sort of recipe present in this block entity, we want to do something, right? Okay, that's actually fair. And what will this entail? Well, this will entail quite a few things when you really think about it. So let's just start typing this out, and then let's think about this. So we want to have a recipe, right? So if this particular entity has a recipe, then we want to do something. Maybe we want to, add some progress. Now we're thinking about, well, we don't really have a progress at the moment, right? Yeah, that is correct. So let's just add, 2 new integers over here that are basically denominating the progress of how far along the crafting process in this particular entity we are. Let me just search for the constructor. There this constructor is. So let's just add a private int progress. It's going to be 0, and then a private int, and that's going to be the max progress. So this is basically how long it's going to take. I'm just going to set this to 78. I've tried this around, and this is just a number that I've been using for a while. You can of course also change this, and it's going to take longer, of course. And then we also need, and this is extremely important, a protected final container data of type, or called data. There you go. And now this is going to get an error. That's fine. Now, the first question is, why do we even need something like this? Well, I've said that the block entity, at least in our case, is actually split into, roughly speaking, 4 parts. We're currently in the block entity, and inside of here, we have the ticking behavior. So we're basically, ticking up the data and the progress and all of that. We're then sending that progress or that data via a container data to our menu. Now, the menu is actually responsible for synchronizing the server data to the client. That means that we have to put this into a container data that then gets automatically synchronized, because the screen later, our display, our GUI that is going to open, right? And then, you already know this from the furnace, for example. You can see the how long the coal is going to take and still burn, or how far along the smelting process in the furnace, for example, is. That is all on the client, right? Because that's literally only you see this. So that is why it needs to be synchronized. And the way that it is synchronized is in the actual constructor here. We want to say this data equals a new container data, this one right here. And you can see we actually need to do this. So this is an anonymous class once again. And what we actually want to do, I'm just going to copy the actual contents of each of these methods over as well. So you can see the get method over here. This is going to be called index in this case. That's fine. And we basically want to just return the progress over here if index is 0, and the max progress if index is 1. So we're basically saving both of these 2, integers here inside of the container data. This is going to be, the first one is index, and the second one is the value. And then the count, of course, is how many there are. In our case, it's 1, 2. So we have 2 different variables that we're going to save in this container data. And we will need this in just a moment when we create the menu. But for the time being, this is going to be fine. Now, inside of the block entity itself, we can continue to work with our progress. So what we can say is pentity.progress++. So we're just increasing the progress. And we also want to call setChanged, passing in the level, the position, as well as the state. There you go. So that basically things get reloaded if they need to every time we add a progress, just in case. And then we also want to say we want to say pentity.progress. So we want to say get the progress if this is bigger or equal to the max progress actually. Then we want to craft the item, right? So we're going to say craft item, and once again passing in the entity over here, and that's going to be fine. Now, maybe we want to do something else when it doesn't have a recipe. So maybe what we actually want to do is we want to reset the progress. Could be the case, right? So let's just say pentity.resetProgress. So once again, all of those different methods are actually things that are not yet implemented, but we were going to implement them in just a moment. And this is going to be a level, a position, and a state over here. And that should pretty much be what we want. So hopefully this roughly makes sense in the way that we want to add this, and let's then create all of those methods. So the hasRecipe method, the craft item method, and the reset progress method. There is no rhyme or reason to why I'm having some of them in static and some of them in non-static. Some people have said that why not make all of this non-static? I personally don't think that it matters that much. If there really is that big of a deal, then you can always, of course, change this as well. So resetting the progress should just be this.progress equals 0, right? That's just resetting the progress. Should be nothing too crazy going on here. Now the question is, what does it mean to have a recipe? That's a great question. So the first thing I actually want to do is I want to copy over something that is just going to make our lives a little bit easier. And that is exactly this. Let's just call this entity then, that's fair. And let's think about this. So the recipe here, we're just making a simple container. Basically, it's sort of an inventory that we have, that is going to be a little bit easier to deal with later. And then we want to make sure that we have certain things correct. So, for example, what I want to do is I want to have a raw gem in the slot with index 1. And when we have this, I basically want to, then be able to say, hey, now I have a recipe. And there's a few other things that I also want to do. So let's say, for example, we have a Boolean, and that is the has raw gem in first slot, right? Something like this. And then we actually want to equal this to the entity dot item stack item handler dot get stack in slot 1, right? If that item if that item is equal to, let's say, mod items dot raw zircon dot get, then, right, this is now the Boolean, we can actually return, sure, if this is the case, then we have a recipe. Now, this, of course, is not quite enough in this case because we also want a few other things to happen. And that is, number one, we want to make sure that we can actually insert the particular amount into the output slot, as well as insert the particular item into the output slot. So we want to say, for example, can insert amount into output slot, and then passing in the inventory in this case. And then we also want to make sure that we can insert item into output slot, passing in the inventory as well as the item that we're actually going to create. Now, in this case, we're just going to make a new item stack over here. No, a new item stack, not an item stack handler of type mod items dot, let's go with zircon, of course, dot get, and we're just getting 1 over here. Let's just import this, and then with the two methods here, we of course need to once again create. So let's just create this method and this method as well. So just two Boolean methods, nothing too crazy. Now let's think about this. Can insert into output slot basically just is going to check whether or not we have enough space in there, right? So we're just going to say if the inventory dot get item to get max stack size is bigger than inventory dot get item get item to get count. So this basically will allow us to, well, only insert to 64 and not higher. Otherwise, of course, we would get into a little bit of a trouble, right? Because it would actually literally just do it. It would just go up and up to 65 and so on and so forth, which of course is not something we want. And the can insert into item slot, we're basically checking whether or not, first of all, the item inside of the inventory, right, is the same as the stack over here. So stack.getItem, right? If they're the same, or if the item in the inventory is actually empty. Because if it's empty, then of course we can insert any item, basically. So that is the general idea in this case, and that should be pretty much what we need to do in the hasRecipe method for the time being. Now we're going to actually change this in the next tutorial as well, where we're actually going to implement a proper recipe, like an actual JSON file recipe that we're going to read in with a custom recipe serializer and stuff like that. It's going to be very interesting indeed. That's going to be interesting. Now the question is, what happens in the craft item class? Well, here we're crafting the item. So what we can basically ask again is, well, do we have a recipe, right? Just in case, right? And if we have a recipe, now we want to actually change stuff. So we want to say, for example, we want to get the entity over here, right? So pentity.itemHandler, and we want to extract the item from slot 1. We want to extract one of those, and we don't want to simulate it. We actually want this to happen. So we're basically extracting one of our raw zircons. And we then want to set the slot in, like the actual item in the second slot. So this is going to be our output, which we're now setting. And that's going to be the item handler.set stack in slot. It's going to be slot 2, of course, right? So this is our output slot. We're going to make a new item stack. And this is going to be of mod items.zircon.get. And we're going to make this so that this is pentity.itemHandler.get stack in slot. So we're going to get the already existing stack in the slot. We're going to get the count, actually, get count, and we're going to increase it by 1. So this is, of course, now completely, basically, hard-coded in this case, right? So both the item stack, like what is going to be like put into this is hard-coded, as well as how many of them we're getting. Both of those are hard-coded, and that's totally fine for the time being, but we're going to change this, as I said, in the next tutorial, basically immediately. And that is pretty much all that we need in the craft item method, and that should be the logic pretty much done. So this is the logic. The logic should now work. However, of course, we can't even look at it right now. We don't have a screen, we don't have a menu, and we still have this one right here, which of course is the menu. Like, that is the issue. So let's move on to creating the menu. Now for that, we're going to make a new package in the tutorial mod package. Right click screen over here. And here we need three different classes. The first one is going to be the gem infusing station screen. The second one is going to be the gem infusing station menu. And last but not least, we also need the mod menu types class as well. Let's start with the menu, because that's going to be the craziest probably. So this is going to extend the abstract container menu, this one right here. Let's hover over this and implement the methods, the quick move stack method, as well as the is valid method or still valid method. Let's also create a constructor matching super. And then we're going to, well, start to actually copy over some stuff. So the first thing is going to be the field. This is going to be the block entity field. That's totally fine. We're also going to need a level field as well as a data container field. This is, of course, the data container that I've explained previously that basically synchronizes the data, because inside of this menu is where the synchronization takes place. So we actually want another and a different constructor. We actually want two of those, but let's just do one first. So that's going to be the gem infusing station menu. First one we need is an ID. Then we want an inventory called INV. Then we want a friendly byte buff called extra data in this case. And then I'm going to basically make a second constructor. That's going to be the public gem infusing station menu. And that is going to take also in an integer ID. Also going to take in an inventory inv. It's also going to take in now a block entity, not a block entity type, a block entity, important difference here. So block entity called entity. And it's also going to take in container data called data. Now we're actually going to call the second constructor with the first. So we're going to say this and then passing in the ID. We're going to pass in inf. We're going to pass in inf.player.level.getBlockEntity extra data.read block position or read block pause, comma, and then we're going to make a new simple container data with two different, well, parts of this data. Now this might look absolutely insane. What is going on? Well, first of all, this right here, the 2 right here, very important that this matches the amount of data that we're having right here, right? So this is 2. And this then has to be 2 as well. So that's very important. And the rest should be pretty much fine. So here we want to call the super. Now, the first parameter is actually going to be the registered menu, but we don't have that yet. So we just want to then pass in the ID here. We then want to check the container size just in case, right? So check container size. We're going to get the inventory, and that should be 3. Once again, this is, of course, the size that we're giving right here to the item stack handler, right? This is 3. So we have 3 different slots, or we can hold 3 different item stacks. We're going to set the block entity equal to the entity that we're passing in here. Now this is going to throw an arrow. We can just hover over this and cast it to our gem infusing station block entity. We know that this should always be the case. And then we can say this level equals inf.player.level. We can say this.data is equal to data. And then we can proceed to adding a few methods. First of all, let's actually start at the bottom of this craziness. So we're going to add 2 helper methods. I'm just going to copy them over. Overall, you can go through them in your own time. They pretty much just add slots for the inventory as well as the hotbar for the player. They should always be in the same positions overall. If you need to change the positions because, for example, your inventory or your GUI is basically bigger, then you can always change them. I highly recommend going through this in your own time, figuring out it should not be too crazy. It's just a bunch of math basically on how to place and where to place the different slots. So it shouldn't be anything too insane here. And we want to call this right here. So we want to call the add player inventory first, passing in the inventory, and then add player hotbar, and then passing in the inventory again. So that should be fine in this case. And then let's actually, once again, go down here and continue with the craziness. So the still valid method, what it's going to do is we're actually going to call the still valid method, the top one right there from the container level access and stuff like that. We're also going to change the name over here to player. And then we're going to say this is the container level access.create. We're going to pass in the level. We're going to pass in block entity.getBlockPos. And then after the second parentheses, we're going to pass in the player. And then we're going to pass in modblocks.geminfusingstation.get. And there we go. This can be quite complicated when you look at it. It pretty much just means, hey, can we actually right-click this particular block at this particular position, and can we then open the container? That's pretty much all that we're doing here. And then we come to my absolute favorite method, and that is the quick move stack method, because this is something we're going to pretty much just completely ignore and not even care about in the slightest. I'm just going to copy over, number one, a whole host of different fields as well as the entire method. And that is going to look quite like this. So the only thing that is very important here is this one right here. This is extremely important, so please pay attention. If you have different number of slots, this is what you have to change. This must be the number of slots that you have. Otherwise, when you shift right click or you shift click into this inventory, then it's going to crash. This always needs to be the same number as you have right here. So keep that in mind, and then you should be fine. Yes, we could go through this in half an hour or so, but you know what? We're just going to thank DZM07 here for making this available for us so that we can basically just use this, not worry about it, and just basically, just make this small and never look at this again, because the quick move stack method is just a whole bunch of math, basically figuring out, okay, if I shift click in what slot should this item end up in, and it's all sorts of craziness. So you can go through this in your own time once again. Otherwise, just copy it over and thank DZM07 for making this available, and then that's it. And that should be that method as well. Now we're going to need two other methods as well. That's going to be, more or less like custom methods. That is the isCrafting method as well as the getScaledProgress method. So the isCrafting method, of course, just checks if we're having any type of progress, because as soon as we have some sort of progress, we know that a recipe is available in the block entity, and then we can start basically showing the arrow and the progress. And that is what we are doing with the getScaledProgress. Basically, it's getting the arrow size and then just having it displaying as much arrow in terms of percentages as we have done with progress. So what else do we need? We need the custom slots, actually. And that's going to be done by doing this .blockentity.getCapability. So now we're actually checking for a capability, and we're going to check for the capability of item handler over here, item handler capability. And if this is present, then what we want to do is we want to say handler, and then basically make a consumer over here. And that is going to be the following, this.addSlot. And we can then make a new slot item handler, passing in the handler. Index is just going to count up from 0 all the way to whatever you want. And then we have a X position and a Y position. I'm going to show you where those positions come from in just a moment. Let's just duplicate this. Once again, the index just counts up. And this position is 86 and 15. And this position is 86 and 60. Beautiful. So those are our three custom slots where we can then later insert, our items basically into. Very interesting indeed. So overall, that's pretty fine. And then the last thing we need to do is we need to say add data slots and then pass in the data right here. Now this should be the entire menu class done. So that is pretty good already. So this might be a little bit crazy over here, but overall, we're just basically saying, hey, does this particular block entity actually have some sort of capability to handle items? And if it does, well, fair enough, then we can actually add our slots that we can then later use to, basically manipulate the items inside of the inventory. The only thing we need to fix is this one, but that's no worries at all. Let's go to the mod menu types method, or class rather, and let's just add once again, a public static final deferred register, of course, of type menu type, of type ? Absolutely. And that's going to be called menus. This is equal to a deferred register.create for registries.menu types. And this is tutorial mod. Let's go tutorial mod.modID. There you go. And absolutely, of course, public static void register method with an event bus. Put event bus over here. Making it menus.register, passing in the event bus, and there we go. Let's immediately call this, otherwise we might forget it, and that would be terrible. Mod menu types.register, passing in the event bus, and that should be fine right there. Let's go back here and let's actually create this. So for this, what we actually need is a helper method. I'm just going to copy this over. This is all available to you, of course, as well in the description below. We can see we're just making a register menu type method over here, and then just registering it with a name, and then making a iForge menu type, creating it and passing in the factory here. And when we actually register this, we just want to say public static final registry object. No, absolutely not registry object though. There you go. And that is the menu type of type gem infusing station menu. This is the gem infusing station menu. Absolutely. This is equal to the register menu type method that we've made, gem infusing station menu : new, and then passing in the name, which is of course gem underscore infusing underscore station underscore menu. Beautiful. And that is it for this as well. We can now close this and go back to the menu class, say mod menu types, that gem infusing station menu.get, and that should get rid of this error here as well. And then finally, we can also go into the block entity to our last error that is here, and we can actually create the menu inside of this one as well. So here we actually want to create the new menu. Now, luckily we have everything available here, so we could say new gem infusing station menu, passing in the ID, the inventory, as well as this and this dot data. Very important. And there you go. That should be pretty much what we need in this case. And that also concludes the block entity class, actually. And the last thing that we need to do is just the screen. The screen is going to be very interesting indeed. So the screen is going to extend the abstract container screen of type gem infusing station menu. Also very important that this is done correctly. Hover over this, implement the render BG method. That's fine. And then let's create the constructor matching super as well. Let's once again just change the names over here. It's just a little bit annoying when they have this and are not mapped. We're definitely going to change this in the this is kind of a bummer. Let's do, this is actually partial tick. This is going to be the P mouse X, and this is P mouse Y. Now I just know that this is the case. For next time, we're definitely going to take a look at Parchment. I think that they should be available, and then most of these parameters are going to be absolutely mapped as well. Let's also get the render method over here, and I'm actually just going to copy this over because it's going to pretty much look the same anyway. We just want to render the background, pull the super, and then render the tooltips. So that should be what we need here. And then we just need some boilerplate code in the get background method, but we also want to init and all of that craziness. So first of all, we need a texture. Let's add the texture over here. So you can see this is just a resource location under textures GUI gem infusing station GUI. Now let's immediately add this texture. This is going to be under textures, of course, right under GUI. And then let's just copy over the actual texture for this. Infusing station GUI PNG. Perfect. There you go. And this is the beautiful GUI. And now everything should probably also make more sense, right? I've told you in the menu, where do we get those numbers from, right? Where do we get the X and Y values? Well, those are just the X and Y values right here. We're starting at 0, 0 right here. So this would be like 15 and 12, or what was it exactly? Yeah, 12 and 15. There you go. So this is at 12 pixels in this direction and 15 into this direction. And then the rest should pretty much be fairly self-explanatory, all things considered. We want to override the init method as well, and let's just keep it there because we're going to need this in the future as well. And now just some, other basic things in the render BG method. So this is pretty much all boilerplate code. This is sort of just setting up like everything. Same with this one right here. This simply, this is actually the stack. Let's actually change this to ppost stack over here as well. There you go. So this basically just renders the texture. This texture right here that we've specified, that you've literally just seen, this is what gets created when we call this split over here. And then we want to actually make a new method that is the render progress arrow. Once again, I'm going to copy this over and I'm going to explain. I'm also going to call this right here a render progress arrow, passing in the post stack as well as X and Y. All right, that's going to be fine. And then the question is, okay, what is this doing? Well, first of all, we're checking whether or not we're crafting. Because if we're not crafting, we don't need to render any type of arrow, right? That doesn't make any sense. We only need to do this if we're actually crafting. And then there's a whole host of numbers over here that you're going to be like, wait, where did those even come from? Well, first of all, what is X and Y? X and Y is pretty much this position right here. So this would be the 0, 0, quote unquote, of our GUI. And then we're going into 105 and 33. Well, where is 105 X and 33 Y? What does that do? Well, it goes right here and then it goes down right here. Ah, okay. So what does this do? Well, we're rendering the progress arrow. Ah, so this is where we start drawing it. Yes, exactly. Now, what are we drawing is the question. Well, we're drawing something that is at location 176, and that is right here. So we're basically drawing this arrow. How do we know like what size it is? Well, that's the last two parameters here. That is the 8. So we know that it's 8 in width. And then the height is, what is the height? Get scale progress. Ah, so depending on how far we are along, we're drawing more or less of this arrow. That is what happens in this blip method. I can just say that the blip method can be quite complicated if you're looking at it for the first time. I highly recommend playing around with this a little bit, trying to understand what is going on here and changing around those numbers. Once you understand it, it actually is not as crazy as you might think, but it is just going to take a little bit of time to sort of understand it. Now we need to register this craziness, of course, as well. So the screen here needs to be registered. Let's go to our tutorial mod class over here and let's register it. So this is going to be in the on-client setup event here, and that's going to be the menu screens.register, passing in the mod menu types.gem infusing station menu.get, and then gem infusing station screen : new. No errors should be present, and everything should be properly registered and everything should be done. I mean, it sounds pretty good. I would say, looking at it, it should all work. So let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, fans of in Minecraft. So let's just try and right click one of those blocks. And there we go. I mean, that's already a very, very good start. Of course, you know, this and this is like, those are spoilers. We're not going to discuss what those are in just a moment, but let's actually just get a few raw zircons. And in theory, what should happen is that if I take this raw zircon in here, we should see an arrow appear right here, and then at the end, we should get a normal zircon out. That is already a great start over here, and then once it's done, bam, a zircon is there. That's actually perfect. Let's see if we just put this in here, and then everything should work totally fine. We can see we're just getting more and more zircons over time. I can close out of it. It's going to run, without me looking at it as well. So if I, just run around, la la la, oh, a nice cow here, goodbye, thank you very much. And then I can go back and we should have even more zircons. There you go. So it continues to run basically and everything works. If I destroy the block, there you go. Everything drops as well. So this is pretty awesome indeed. Now there's actually one tiny thing that we want to add as well, because that I may or may not have forgotten something. I know it's absolutely crazy, but that is already pretty freaking awesome to have a custom block entity in Minecraft. Now, luckily, I still thought about it, and that is saving the progress as well. So I highly recommend what you do is you do nbt.put over here, or actually put int, and we're going to save the gem _infusing _station.progress. There you go. And then just saving this .progress. Absolutely. And then we're doing the same thing right here. We're actually doing it the other way around, though. We're going to say progress is equal to nbt.getInt. And we're just going to get gem infusing _station.progress. Beautiful. And then the progress is also saved now when we actually would, unload the world and reload the world later. So that should be pretty fine indeed. Now that should actually conclude everything. I can definitely say, it is quite a complicated topic, and there are, all sorts of different things to do here, but it just is what it is. If you've gone through making the block entity once or twice, then you're going to get way more of a feel for it, how everything works. And, well, we'll basically continue working with this block entity for, let's say, like the next couple of weeks or something like that. Definitely the next couple of tutorials. Let's add a custom recipe type and JI integration to Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in tutorial once more, and in this tutorial we're adding a custom recipe type to our block entity and then also making it available in JI with some custom integration. But first things first, what we're going to do is actually we're going to first of all update to the parchment mappings. Secondly, we're then going to add the JI dependency as well. So we're going to do all of that immediately right here, and then we're going to start with the recipe. All right, so let's start right here. Let's get the Gradle right here. So we're going to get the ID. That's going to be under plugins. There you go. Now we also need to add the parchment over here in the settings Gradle. That's actually very important as well. We do need to do that as well. Settings.gradle. So let's add this, I believe, afterwards, right? Yes, this has to be added afterwards. That's fine. And then here are the parchment mappings themselves. You can just take those. Those are 117. That's not quite updated, but we can change them. So let's just add them. So instead of having the official ones right here, we're going to have parchment. And those are going to be, let's see, 119. So let's just do this. There you go. Look at that. That is highly OG. Let's go. 192. And that is the time. And that should pretty much be it. I'm pretty sure that's going to be it. So let's load the Gradle changes. Now this can take anywhere from a few seconds to like probably like 2 or 3 minutes or something like that, depending on how much it has to download. So once again, just stay patient, let this download, and then once we're done here, let's then continue along. All right, there we go. 1 minute, 38 seconds, as I've said. And also, if any warnings come up, you can completely ignore them as long as you get a build successful and no like errors or any type of exception that's thrown, then that should be totally fine. That is then the parchment mappings added, and that's going to be great. And now let's also add JEI over here. So we want to copy those two repositories, and that's going to go into the build.gradle file under repositories right here. Let's just add this. So let's add both of them. I highly recommend doing that. And then you can also go for the dependencies for Forge Gradle. There you go. So we want to just get this one, and let's just copy this over. Going to go below Minecraft, and then we need to still supply a Minecraft version as well as a JEI version. Now let's just see what those are right here. So we can see these are the current ones. You can add those to the Gradle properties file. Now under the Maven listing, basically go in here and take a look at what you want. So let's say 119 Forge, and then the current version is 11.20247. So what you can do is then you can just copy this over, go to the Gradle properties file, put this in here, right? So this is going to be 02. This is going to be 11.1. No, it was 11.2, I believe, right? 11.20. Yeah, 11.20 and then 247. 274. No, 247. That should be the two versions that we need. Let's try this out and see if it works. So let's just reload Gradle once again. And this will hopefully also work with all of the Forge stuff. You can see we have the Forge, the common API, the normal API, the Forge API, and the Forge runtime as well. Now, it actually only took 9 seconds, I believe, because I've downloaded JEI already before. So that is why this, was so quick. And we can basically check whether or not it's there. For example, let's just do mod plugin, I believe it's called. iMod plugin, actually, but that's fine. So let's do this. There you go. Mez API, or JEI API, there you go. So that does exist. So now JEI has also been added to the project, and we can now basically proceed to, well, adding the custom recipe type. All right, with that out of the way, let's start. So the tutorial mod package, right-click new package called recipe. Instead of that, we need 2 new classes. The first one is the gem infusing station recipe, and the other class is the mod recipes class. Let's start with the gem infusing station recipe. And this is going to implement the recipe interface from NetMinecraft World Item Crafting of type simple container in this case. And then we'll hover over this, implement methods, and would you look at this beauty, everything perfectly mapped over here. You just love to see it. In this case, what we're actually going to do is we're going to start with the 3 different fields that I want to add. So the fields I want to add is the ID, the output. So this is going to be one particular item stack that we're going to be outputting, of course, from this recipe, and then the recipe items. Those are going to be the items that you need to craft a particular output with. And what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy over the constructor as well. Now, all of the code is, as always, available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual just as well. And we can see we're basically just setting the resource location, the item stack, and the output. So the output and the recipe items. Nothing too crazy over here. Everything should be fine. First of all, we're going to ignore the matches method for a moment. We're going to actually tackle this at the very end. And then we're just going to do the rest here. So this is the output method, or this should be output, right? The assemble method over here. Then we have craft in dimensions. We're just going to do true. The result item is output.copy. No, .copy. There you go. The resource location is literally just the ID. The serializer and the type we can't do at the moment because we actually need to add 2 new classes. Once again, some of this will be copied over, but no worries at all. The first static class is the type class, and you can see it just implements the recipe type of gem infusing station recipe, and it is a very, very simple class, right? It just has an instance here and an ID here. Make sure that this ID right here, this is basically gonna be the ID that we're also going to use in the serializer, and it has to be, well, gem infusing, so keep that in mind. That is actually very important. And then under the type, we can just say type.instance. And that would pretty much be this. And now we want the serializer. Now I'm going to copy the serializer over without the methods, and then we're going to see like what the frig is going on, because the serializer is actually quite complicated. So you can see we also have an instance right here and a resource location ID. Once again, gem infusing. It's very important that this is going to be the name of your type. So when we look back at some other recipe, for example, this one right here is type Minecraft crafting shaped. And now ours is going to be type tutorial mod gem infusing. Very important that that is the case. Now let's hover over this and implement the 3 methods from JSON, from network, and to network. And then let's think about what those do and what they need, basically. Right, so overall, the from JSON, which should be fairly self-explanatory, we're basically making a recipe through a JSON file. And I'm going to copy over the contents and then try to explain it best I can. So that is actually the serialized recipe instead of just calling it JSON. And then the ID here is actually the recipe ID. Fair enough. There you go. So what does this do? Well, we're basically reading from a JSON file, similar to looking like this, right? Or probably rather looking like this, right? We're reading the result over here. So you can see the item stack output is we're looking for a field or a JSON object that's called output, and then creating a stack from that JSON object. Interestingly enough, so that is that. Then we're going to have a JSON array of ingredients. That's going to be the same thing as this one right here, right? So ingredients, and we're just setting the size to 1. And then also this, we can actually delete. This is the spoiler for the future. We don't actually want to add that yet. Precisely determines how many of those ingredients are expected, or how many of those are going to be read in. And then those are going to be read in via this. Then a new infusing station recipe is created. If you have anything other than this, so if your block entity looks different, it has more inputs, more outputs, and all of that, I mean, the only thing I can say is that, number one, with a little bit of Java knowledge, this should not be too crazy and understandable. If you have any more interest in this, you can take a look at pretty much just JSON serialization, because that's all that it is. In this case, it's just reading in a JSON file. And you can also always take a look at the other recipe stuff. I believe if we press Ctrl H on the recipe serializer, we can see that there are different serializers right here. So for example, what we shaped recipe, right? So we can actually see the from JSON method over here for the shaped recipe, and I highly recommend checking this out. The vanilla classes, once again, are all available to you. They can only help you further along. And then we have the from network and the to network as well. So let's just copy those over as well, and I will explain once I copied both of them over, because they are actually quite interesting indeed, but hopefully not too crazy to understand. Okay, we're definitely going to change the names over here. This is going to be the buff, and this is going to be the buff as well. I do kind of like the names over here. And then, of course, as always, all of this is, of course, available to you for download as well. In the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. We can see the from network is basically just a method that sends, well, I mean, the recipe from the network to the client, I guess, and then to the network is just basically the other way around. So this is very important that when you're playing on the server and this is not correct, then you might actually get a crash. Now, what do I mean by not correct? Well, let's look at the to network, right? We're writing something to the network, and we're writing this inside of this buffer. So you can see the first thing we're writing is an integer. And if we look at the from network, the first thing we're reading from the buffer is also an integer. This is extremely important. This always has to match. Writing something, reading it, right? Then writing X amount of ingredients to the network, and then reading X amount of ingredients from the network. And then at the end here, we're writing the result item via an item stack. And then here, we're reading an item stack. So it's extremely important that the order and everything here is done, because if there is a mismatch, then it will actually fire an exception, and that will then result in a crash on the server, basically. So keep that in mind, that if you're using any type of buffer, that everything you write is always read, and it's also always read in the same order. That is extremely important, and then you should be totally fine. Once again, if you have something more complicated than this, I suggest pretty much just trying stuff out, and playing around with this. It shouldn't be too overly complicated at all at this point in time. Right, and then we can also do the serializer. So that's just serializer.instance. There you go. And that should pretty much be that. Now we should have everything done here except for the matches method, and that is going to be a very interesting one indeed. The first thing we want to do is we want to say if p-level.is client side and then just return false. Over here, I am unsure why this is the case. I just know that I have tried this out, and apparently, you know, it is like the stuff is null if it isn't working. I am unsure about this, right? So it's like, for whatever reason, there's sort of a mismatch. So that is why I basically added this, and then we should be fine. Now, when it comes to the matches method, we're basically getting the following thing. So we're going to say recipe items.get0, right? And we're going to test this .get0, right? And then we're going to test this against pcontainer.getItem of index 1. Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, the 0th item is the first item inside of our recipe list. This would be, if we have an ingredients list, this would be this item right here, right? And we're comparing this item to whatever item inside of the GUI that we have with index 1. So this item right here. And if those two match, then we know we have a recipe that is valid, and we basically the mesh method is true, and then we can proceed and craft all of this craziness and do all sorts of cool stuff. If you have, like I said, multiple inputs for the non-null list, right? If you have multiple ingredients over here, if you have multiple slots that you want to compare, you just have to change the matches method. This is sort of the brain of the recipe. And once again, if it's more complicated, try to figure it out. This is a good example here in this case. And then also you can always take a look at the examples from vanilla. Highly recommend that as well. There are some matches methods that are also be looked at. And then also you always have GitHub repositories of other mods in theory as well. So if you go more complicated, then you just have to try and figure this out by trial and error. I highly recommend it. Right, let's then actually register this recipe. So in the mod recipes class, of course, absolutely, this is going to be the public static final deferred register of type recipe serializer, of type question mark in this case, and that is going to be called the serializers, and that is going to be equal to deferred register.create forge registries. This is the recipe serializers, and then passing in tutorial mod.modid, and of course, as always, right, when we have this, we want to say public static void register method with an event bus called event bus, and then passing in serializer or serializers dot register, passing in the event bus right here, and that should be pretty much that. Now we can call this down here immediately mod recipes dot register, passing in the event bus over here, and that should be pretty much what we need in this case. And then what we want to continue to do is we then want to also go here and actually register our things. That's going to be our public static final registry object of type recipe serializer of type gem infusing station recipe. This is the gem underscore infusing underscore serializer equal to, of course, the serializer dot register gem underscore infusing. And this is equal to gem infusing station recipe dot serializer dot instance. And that should register our custom recipe serializer here as well. And should be pretty much everything that we need in this case. And this should actually add our custom recipe already. Now we can, this would be serialized right now, but it wouldn't do anything. So for the sake of argument, let's actually just add the recipe over here. I'm just going to copy this over because that's a little bit easier. So zircon from infusing, and you can see it's gem infusing. There's one ingredient here, a raw zircon, and what we're getting output is the normal zircon, or like the, cut zircon or whatever, basically, or the infused zircon, whatever you want to call it, basically. Now, this is totally fine, and this would already work totally fine. We can actually, just for the sake of argument, right, let's just like add another recipe here, just so that we can like actually try this out in a moment. Let's do like Minecraft stick, maybe. And then from this, we're going to get Minecraft, how about like diamond? Sure. I mean, that makes no sense. Then it wouldn't be called wood. It would be called diamond from infusing. Yeah. Just so that we'll have like one other example that we can basically take a look at as well. Let's see the following. So that should be that. And now we actually need to just make sure that our block entity also works with the custom recipe as well. All right, so what do we need to do in the block entity? Well, when we remember this, when we had the recipe over here, we're pretty much just asking, hey, do we have a raw zircon in the first slot? Now this, of course, will no longer work because now we're actually also having a recipe that if we put a stick into the first slot, that is also a recipe. So how do we do that? Well, what we can do is we have all of this craziness over here. Let's actually add the following thing. Let's actually add a level here as well. So this is going to be level. And then we can just say equal to entity.level. And what we're going to do is we're going to then get the recipe. So this is going to be optional of type gem infusing station recipe called recipe. Let's just call it recipe. That's fine. And we can say level.get recipe manager. Recipe manager, there you go. .get recipe for the following recipe type, gem infusing station recipe .type .instance. Passing in the inventory as well as the level. That's why we need the level, and that's why we also need the simple container inventory over here. And what we can then ask is, instead of saying, hey, do we have a gem in the first slot, we can actually ask, is the recipe.is present? And if it is present, then we're saying, hey, can we output, add a certain, thing into the output? And if that also is the case, then the question is, can we insert a particular item? Now, we still have this zircon over here. That's, of course, not quite right. What we actually want to check for is the recipe.getResult item over here. Just making sure, there you go. And that should be fine as well. That's actually really awesome indeed. And now the question is, in the craft item, what do we do? Well, we actually also need the recipe. So let's just copy all of this over here. And that is going to be the p entity. That's totally fine. Let's just change this over here. And then we can say, hey, if we have the recipe here, then here, instead of making a new zircon, what we're just going to do is we're just going to say recipe.get.getResultItem.getItem. Now, please make sure that if we do it like this, if you were to add a count over here to the output, it would be ignored. So, but overall, I'm pretty sure you should be able to figure out like how to use the count over here. Either you can just, replace this count and then just say, hey, recipe.get.getResultItem.count plus the count, or, something like that. I'm pretty sure, like, basically replace the 1 with the count. I'm pretty sure you should be able to figure this out fairly easily overall, but those should be the 2 places where we just need to change this. And the rest, luckily, because of the way that we've programmed all of this, should just work totally fine. So in theory, if we go into the game, we should now be able to, create the zircon still. So that should still work. But also what should work is the diamond from infusing. So if we put a stick in there, then we should get a diamond out. So, I would say, let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, fans, in Minecraft, so let's see if the raw zircon still works. And that is actually very promising. Let's see if we get a zircon out of it. And in fact, we do. That's pretty good. Let's actually put 2 in there. Just, once again, just sanity test everything, that everything works, right? We can see once it has in here, this still works, and it adds it into it. That's fine. And now the question is, if we add a stick, will this work as well? That is very promising already. Let's see if this turns into a diamond, and there we freaking go. So we're basically now making sticks into diamonds. Now this is, of course, extremely broken and should not be a recipe in your actual mod. This is, of course, for demonstration purposes only. But this hopefully shows you how easy something like this can be to, basically now add recipes via JSON files for your own custom block entity. And other questions, right? We have JI, of course, right here. If we were to know, oh, how do I, make a cut copper block over here? Well, right, like this. Now, how do I get a zircon? Well, we can smelt it, so our custom recipes are, of course, in there. But, our gem infusing station does not work. How can we fix that? Well, actually, let's now add JI integration for our custom recipe type as well. Now for this, we'll need a new package in the tutorial mod package. We're just going to call this integration. Some people want to call it Compat or something like that, but that's going to be fine. This is going to be the two new classes, JI tutorial mod plugin. And then the second one is going to be the absolute insanity. Then it's going to be called gem infusing station recipe category. All right. Quite a long name, but we're going to be fine. And we only need the JI plugin over here. The plugin should be fairly all right. So the first thing we're going to need is we need to implement the iMod plugin over here from from mes.ji over here. Implement the get plugin UID method, and that's going to be fine. If for whatever reason this does not work, we will have to rewind and actually add the JI dependency to your project over here. So please know that if for whatever reason the interface is not available to you, that's the reason why. We also want to add the Add JEI plugin over here. This is extremely important. Don't forget this. Otherwise, it will not work. Now, we'll just copy over a few things. The first one is just the recipe type over here. I will fix this in just a moment when we actually create the gem infusing recipe over here. And this is going to be fine. The plugin UID is just going to be a new resource location for tutorial mod.modid, and then I just call this JEI plugin. That should usually be fine, and that was going to be okay. Now we need to register some things over here. So I will just, in this case, pretty much just copy over the two methods that we're going to need. Now we get one error that is fine because we've not actually created anything in the gem infusing station recipe over here. The rest is pretty much boilerplate code in a lot of ways, right? We're just getting the recipe manager here. We're just getting all of the different recipe, like infusing recipes, and then we're just basically registering all of those for our recipe type. So this is pretty much going to be boilerplate, and basically what you can have, if you have multiple ones, if you have another type, right, then you just need those two, the list of that particular recipe, and then just with another type over here, and that should be fine. You can also then add the recipe category as well, or the new type if you have multiple ones. Should be fairly self-explanatory. Like, none of this should be absolutely crazy to you. Now, what might be crazy to you is going to be the recipe category. That's going to be pretty insane, because this implements the iRecipe recipe category, this one right here, of type gem infusing station recipe. Absolutely. Let's hover over this implement methods. You can see we have to implement quite a few methods here. And once again, some of the actual fields will be copied over, namely the background and the icon, the UID over here, and the texture as well. Now, the texture is just the GUI in this case. The UID is just gem infusing, should be fairly self-explanatory here. And then for the constructor, we just have a helper, and we're just setting the background to the texture itself, as well as the icon to an item stack, which is our gem infusing station. So this is the icon that you see at the top, sort of as a tab when you are inside of JEI. When it comes to this, the recipe type is just JEI tutorial mod plugin.infusion type. The get title here, once again, we're just going to return component.literal gem infusing station over here. The iDrawable background is going to be this.background, crazily enough, and the icon is just going to be this.icon. So that is dealt with those methods, and then the question is the set recipe method. This is the very interesting one, because this is where you build your recipe. So what you do is you do builder.addSlot, and this is going to add a slot. Now, what is this type of slot? Well, we have output, catalyst, input, or render only. In this case, we actually want an input slot at position 86 and 15. Now, this, these X and Y values might be familiar to you because they are the same values as the slot with index 1, because that's exactly where we want to render the input. And what do we want to render? Well, we want to render an ingredient, and that ingredient is recipe.getResultItem. No, actually not. We actually want to get the, we actually want to get ingredients.get the first item. So the first ingredient is what we want to render right there, right? So of index 0, of course, which would be the first ingredient. And then we can pretty much just copy this over. We can say output over here. And the output is at 60, though. There you go. And then this is actually going to be, instead of the ingredient, here we want to just get not the group, but get the output. Get a result item. Sorry, there you go. Get result item. And that is not an ingredient. That is an item stack. Item stack. There you go. So I highly recommend what you do when you have, once again, your own recipes and all sorts of other crazy things here. Just play around with this a little bit. This is probably one of the best ideas to do, once again, right? It is it's just going to be a thing that you will need to try out. You just need to look at stuff. I highly recommend also, you can check out the GitHub repository for my own mod, where I also have some JEI integration, or, of course, GitHub repositories of other mods that have JEI integration. The set recipe methods there can sometimes really help you out to sort of understand what to add here, and otherwise, it's just about trying stuff out and basically being open to experimentation. But this is actually all that we need to do. And now every single recipe of our gem infusing type is going to be added to the JEI plugin. No more errors present. We have the added JEI plugin, which is extremely important. Please don't forget this. And apart from that, let's just go into the game and see if it works. All right, for instance, in Minecraft and in theory, what I should be able to do is press the U key so to see the uses for the raw zircon. And, well, what is that? The thing is not displaying here. That's very interesting. Maybe for, you know, if I press R on the zircon, also not displaying. Well, what you can then do, if you have any type of error, what you should do is you should take the gem infusing right here. This is usually the name, and you should just search for it. So you can press Control F and then search for gem infusing, and would you look at that, there already is some type of broken recipe found. Very interesting. And that is in the set recipe over here. So that is the get ingredients. I believe I know what this is, because the get ingredient method has not been overridden by us. So what we actually need to do is we need to get ingredients over here, and we want to return our recipe items, and that should then work. I don't know why this is not, you know, overridden per default, basically, because this is a method that is in here, right? Get ingredients. Yeah, for whatever reason, it just has a defaulted one. Oh, because it's a non-null list, probably, so you can't just, like, leave it null. Well, fair enough, but that should now fix that as well. So let's just start again, and this is needed then for your JI compatibility, and also one example where you can just search for something, and then you should hopefully find an error. That is usually the case, or usually the way to do it. So let's start again and see if it works. All right, in Minecraft again, and let's see uses for raw zircon, and that is great. Gem infusing station. We can see tutorial mode. Let's just go, and there we are. Both of those things are rendered correctly, and we can basically see what this entails. Let's also see if we can see the same thing for the diamond. So let's see, press R, and there we go. We can take sticks and make diamonds out of it. And you can see even the recipe by what the recipe is, right? From what mod, basically. So that is pretty awesome indeed. And that is also JI integration added to your custom block entity. Let's add some inventory capability to our block entity. Oh, all right. We find ourselves in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be adding some proper cited inventory, well, I guess capabilities to our block entity. Now, this is, shall I say, like a little bit more complicated than it has to be, mainly because of the get capability method over here and the cite. But I will explain as we go along. So the first thing we need to make sure that is that in the item stack handler that we hopefully have in our block entity, we're overriding another method, and that is the isItemValid method. Now, this in this case is going to return a switch statement, and it's going to switch the slot over here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to say case 0 is going to be, let's say, stack.getItem equals modItems.zircon.get for the time being. And then we'll just duplicate this. Then we have case 1, we have case 2, and then we'll also just get a default case, which is just going to call the super in this case. So super.isValidItem slot and stack. There you go. In slot 1, we want to be able to add a raw zircon, and then here in slot 2, which is the output slot, we actually want to make sure that we can't actually put anything in there. So we want to put in false, actually. And there you go. So this is the isItemValid method in the anonymous item stack handler that we want to override. Just to sort of recap, let's take a look at the GUI once again. So this is, of course, slot 0, in which we can now put in a zircon. It doesn't quite make sense because this slot should be something where, you know, you can add stuff to tank over here, but for the time being, I want to make this a zircon because I basically want this in the next tutorial when we're going to add the energy stuff, and I want the zircon to also generate some energy just so that we have this as an example in this case. Then the raw zircon, of course, going in here should make absolute sense, and then in the bottom one, we can't actually insert anything ourselves, only basically the block entity itself can insert something there, but the actual player cannot. And why do we want to have this? Well, we're basically going to use this in in a map for our craziness. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new class in the entity package. This is going to be the wrapped handler. And I will copy over the entire class over here. This is, of course, as always, available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. Also very important, this is by Nuppy from their libx library over here. License should be totally fine, so just make sure that if you're using it, that you give proper credit over here, and then everything should be okay. This is just going to make this a heck of a lot easier. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to make a map inside of the gem infusing station block entity. Now, I already have this prepared, and I will copy it over. You are going to like completely, you're gonna fall to the floor if you see this, and I'll try to explain it best I can, and that will just bear with me, basically. All right, so we're gonna copy this over, and you're gonna say, what the frick is this insanity? And first of all, I agree with you. Second of all, there pretty much is no other way of doing this easily, sadly. The general idea is the following. When we are inside of the getCapability method, this direction here actually denotes the world direction that we're looking into. Okay, so because the issue at the moment is, or the one issue that we have to deal with basically, is if we sit down the gem infusing station, we're rotating it around, right? Via this facing property, we're rotating the actual block entity around based on the direction we're looking into when we put it down. Therefore, this direction here actually mismatches with the direction of the block entity, because the block entity rotates, and of course, north is always going to be north. And this is the world direction. This, with a little bit of a switch here, is going to make sure that we're always using the same direction. We're basically normalizing the direction from the block entity to the world direction. So we're just rotating it around so that it matches up again. So then north is always going to be the top side of the block entity, and south is always the side that's facing you when you set it down, and east is always the right side, and west is always the left side. That is the general idea, with down and up, of course, being the top and the bottom of the cube in this case. And then the wrapped handler here, what does that do? Well, we have two different craziness over here. So in the wrapped handler, we have a by predicate, first of all, a predicate of integer, and then a by predicate that's insert. What does this do? Well, the first one right here, so this one, right, determines whether or not we can actually extract something from a particular slot. This saying, I basically is the slot ID, and we're returning if I is equal to 2, then we can actually extract something from the bottom of this particular block. The same goes for the south, for example. So from the bottom and the bottom, I guess, you can actually extract something from slot 2. That's the general idea. Then from north, for example, here, you can actually extract something from slot 1. Once again, let's remember, this is slot 1. You could extract something if we're on the top of the block entity, right? And then you can extract from slot 1. You can also insert into slot 1, right? Here you actually get the index as well as the stack that you're trying to insert into there. And we're just saying, hey, is this particular stack valid for this particular slot? This, of course, then calls the method that we have made right here. And this basically then makes sure, hey, can we actually insert this into the particular slot? Now, if this is still a little bit too complicated for you, there is just no other way of saying it, then there might be a little bit of more Java knowledge needed for this. While this is pretty crazy to look at, and it might take, a little bit longer for you to sort of completely wrap your head around this, because it actually took a lot for me as well, because this is not the easiest thing. But once you understand it, hopefully you're going to sort of be able to apply this as well. Now, what do we do with this map? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the getCapability method over here, and I will once again copy over the entire thing that we're going to need. We're basically going to replace this, and let's see. The first thing we're going to check is whether or not this side is null, just in case, and then we're just going to, give it the lazy item handler, and we're not even going to do anything else with this. Then we're going to say, hey, is this side even contained in the map? Because, of course, what we can see, we have down, north, south, east, and west, but we do not have up. In this case, then what we want to do is we want to say, hey, you know what? In the up direction, we don't even want to go into this. That's the general idea. Then we want the local direction. Now, this is the actual facing of the block entity. This right here, right, changes depending on what way I'm looking at and setting down the actual block. So this, now we need to bring in alignment with this side. The way that we're first of all doing it is, if we're up and down, right, then we're just getting the direction handler get side. This basically only happens when we're down, because up is not actually in there, but I've just added it nonetheless. And then we're just getting the normal side, because up and down always work regardless of how it's rotated, because of course we're only rotating around the y-axis, and then up and down are always the same. While when the other things, we actually want the local direction for default, this would be north, right, and then east, south, and west, and we have to rotate the side of the world based on the local direction. So when the local direction is north, then we want the side to be the opposite. So basically rotate around by 180 degrees. And then when it's east, we want to go clockwise. South, we just want the normal side. And then when the local direction is west, we want to rotate counterclockwise. Once again, this is pretty much just a case, this was mostly a case of trial and error to figure out what exactly I have to put in here so that this works. Once again, I just can recommend play around with this, try it out. All of the code is available to you in the description below. This is sadly how, complicated it has to be. Maybe there's going to be some other way that you can do it, but this is basically the best way that I found that this works. And this will now allow us to, use hoppers, for example, also all sorts of other mods, basically. And we're actually going to add another mod to our project over here to basically test this with. And we're going to add mechanism here because, I like mechanism, and also it has pretty much everything we need for the continued stuff as well. So what we're going to do in the build.gradle file, we're going to first of all add the Maven for CurseForge. So this is this one, Curse Maven, right here. And then we will add the following line, and that is the runtime only, fgdob, and then Curse Maven mechanism. This is the project ID on the CurseForge page, and this is basically the ID. When you hover over the download, you can actually take a look at basically the number for the file, basically, that you want to have downloaded. And then you just go to the little elephant, reload Gradle, and once again, this can take anywhere from a few seconds all the way to, maybe even a minute or so, depending on how fast your internet connection is and all of that. Let me just make sure what are we doing here? We're at 247. I think this should work, the JI version, but we're going to get an error if it doesn't work anyway, so that's going to be totally fine. So if we have to change something there, then we can do that after we start. Overall, though, this should be all of the different things that we need. So once the Gradle build over here has been run through, we should be able to try this. So you can see build successful in 31 seconds. And in theory, we should be able to try this now. And this should now work this way. Like I said, quite complicated when you look at it. I just suggest looking at it a couple of times, maybe rewinding, watching the part again, trying this out as well. This is insanely important. Just try it out, try some different values. Hopefully you understand it, and hopefully when I now show you it in the game, you now also understand it. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Or we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and first of all, you can see mechanism has been added to this particular project here. So that's pretty good, but we can also use hoppers in this case. So let's just take a new gem infusing station here, and let's set it down. So this would be now the right side, and this is the north side. So in theory, right, what we should be able to do, if we take a look at this again, we should be able to insert into index 1 over here. So we should be able, if we put into this hopper raw zircon, it should insert into this particular actual slot. That's perfect. If we do it here, we should be able to insert into this slot over here. Let's think about this again. This is the east direction, right? The west direction, sorry, left, right? The left side. And we should be able to either export from index 0 and index 1, and we can also insert into index 0 and index 1. So if we put in to this, right, if we just get a few of those out there, we should be able to also import here. And because this is not valid for this, it actually doesn't insert it into this slot in this case. If we put this in, we can actually see it now puts it into this slot. So it works exactly how we want it to. Let's just do the following. Let's also try something like this. Let's get a chest over here. And let's try to, if I put in let's just put these in there again. And if I put a hopper beneath it, right? So this would be the down position. This would be this one right here. We can extract the position 2 over here, and we can't insert anything. So in theory, slot 2, which is of course our output slot, this would be this one right here. We should see the zircons appear in this particular chest. And there we go. They're being immediately taken from the hopper and immediately put into the chest. So pretty much also exactly how you'd expect it to. And then from the top, nothing works from the top. But we can also see this when we're actually using some transport pipes over here. They are actually, where are they? There they are. So this is mechanical pipe. Nope, this is the logistic transporter pipe. There you go. So we can see it actually does connect here, but it does not connect there because there is no basically item connection in that instance. And we can also transfer it out from, this direction. So if we get a configurator and another chest over here, just so that it has let's just extend this a little bit. There you go. And if we were to open this up, then you can see now these ones are actually being pumped out as well. So everything working exactly how you'd expect it to, exactly how we want it as well. And that's absolutely amazingly awesome, and it just is one of those things that is kind of sometimes, you know, really stupid to properly implement, but it's just going to, I mean, save a lot of headache for the player, and it's just going to be really, really nice if this is also added for your own mod. Like I said, can be quite complicated. Just play around with it, try out a bunch of stuff, also test it inside of the world, then you get a more feel for it, and then hopefully you're going to understand how to do sided inventories for your block entity. Get shocked, and let's add custom energy handling to our block entity. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom energy handling to Minecraft, specifically to our block entity. However, before we do that, we want to update Forge once again. I know it's pretty crazy, it's been a lot of updates, but we want to update to 43.1.3. because that actually introduces a new way of, well, using capabilities. It's not that crazy. Let's just reload it. Can take anywhere from a few seconds to up to a minute or 2 minutes, however fast your PC and your internet connection might be. And let's just wait for a moment. All right, and there we are, 1 minute 57 seconds. Absolutely amazing. And now we have the new version. Now we should actually be able to see not an error, but a deprecation over here, so you can see that the capability item handler is marked for removal. The same goes for all of the other capabilities. They are now all under the Forge capabilities dot, and then you can see item handler, fluid handler, and energy. So here we just want to choose the item handler, and the same thing we want to do in our menu class. So this is right here. We just want to say Forge capabilities dot item handler, and that should pretty much be everything. Delete the import over here. And then just do the same here, Control-Alt-O, and then the import is removed as well. And now we can proceed. So we're going to use the Forge Capabilities class in the following tutorials. However, you can still use the old ones. However, once they're removed, of course, that does not work. So just be sure that you either have the newest version for Forge, or you can also use the other ones. The rest should pretty much be the same, right? And after we've done this, now we can finally add our custom energy storage to this particular block. So let's take another look at the GUI over here, the GUI, and we can see this is where the energy will be displayed. What we're going to have is we're going to have a, well, it's going to fill up basically, right? So this is going to be a bar that's going to fill up, and we can also hover over it, and we're going to see how much energy is stored in there. First of all, we need to store everything via the block entity, and then all of the display stuff is going to happen via menu and screen. We'll also do some custom networking so everything gets synchronized properly, but let's just start over here. Right, the first thing we want to do for this is actually make a new class, and that's just going to be in our util package. Right-click new Java class, and this is going to be, I'm just going to call this the mod energy storage. Right, there you go. And this will extend the energy storage class from Minecraft Forge over here. We're just going to hover over this, create constructor matching super. We need this one right here, or I'm going to use this one. We're just going to get the capacity and the max transfer, calling these super. That's going to be totally fine. And then we want to overwrite the extract energy method as well as the receive energy method. And we also want to, we actually also want to make a set energy method. So that's a custom one, public int set energy. That's going to be, of course, int energy here as a parameter, and then just say this energy, this dot energy equals energy, and then we're just going to return the energy as well. There you go. And then we also want a public abstract void and call this the onEnergyChanged method. And then we want to make this class an abstract class. Now, the reason why we need this is because the energy storage itself, you can see when we receive energy and when we extract energy, right? You can look at this and you could be like, well, this is like all sorts of craziness. Yes, but the issue is that we have no method that gets called if there is like anything happening, basically, right? So I want this method to be called the onEnergyChanged method if there is something received and something extracted. This is why I'm basically making this custom abstract class over here. I'm just going to copy over the contents of this. Nothing too crazy over here. Overall, that should be pretty much fine, right? You can see we're just getting the extract energy here from the super. We're then saying, okay, if this is not null, then we call the onEnergyChanged method here, and then just returning the extracted energy, just like you would expect to. Right, and now that we have that, let's go back to the block entity. We can create the custom energy storage. This is going to be a private final, and this is going to be the mod energy storage. Just call it energy underscore storage, and this is going to be equal to a new, and you can see mod energy storage, that's exactly right. And this is with a semicolon, you can see we have to override the on energy changed method over here. And what we'll just do is we'll call the set changed method, and then afterwards we'll also have to, well, synchronize the energy via a custom packet, but we're going to look at that in a moment when we've, implemented the rest basically. Now I also, just so that I have it, I want a private static final int, and we're going to call it the energy requirements or energy rec, that's good. Energy rec, that's okay. So basically this is going to be how much energy is going to be, well, per tick is going to be consumed for this to craft something basically. Well, and I almost forgot over here, let's just do 60,000 as a capacity, and the max transfer, let's do something like 256, that's going to be okay. And then we'll see if we can use this. This, of course, you can change any which way you want, right? You can change the capacity, the max transfer, and in the mod energy storage, you can also implement the other constructors over here if you so choose to do so, and then you can use those as well. So that would also work totally fine. Now the question is, where do we use this energy storage? Well, first of all, we have to use this in the get capability method over here, and we have to ask, hey, if this capability that it's asking for is forge capabilities dot energy, then what we want to do is we want to return this, but once again, we have to return this item head, or like a lazy handler over here. So we also need the lazy handler that is the same idea, right? So we have this for the item over here. We need the same thing for the energy. So this is going to be needed for all of them. So this is just a lazy optional of type I energy storage. This is the lazy energy handler equal to a lazy optional dot empty, actually, there you go. And that will be that. And of course, in the init method that we have somewhere over here on the onload method rather, we're just going to say lazy energy handler is equal to lazy optional dot of, and then a supplier of energy storage. There you go. And then also extremely important that we invalidate this as well. So just call the invalidate method in the invalidate caps. And then just so that we have it, we also, of course, want to save this via the NBT. This is, of course, extremely important as well, because, well, I mean, if we don't if we don't save this under NBT, then it's not going to be saved. So what we're going to do here is actually just nbt.putInt. This is just going to be gem underscore infusing underscore station dot energy, and this is just going to be energy storage actually dot get energy stored. And then in the load method, of course, energy storage dot set energy. And that's going to be nbt.get int gem underscore infusing underscore station dot energy. And that will then save and load this as well. So pretty cool indeed. So then let's finish this. The energy in the get capability method, we're just going to return the lazy energy handler dot cast. And that is pretty much all that we need to do for the capability. Now energy can also be, well, basically pumped into this particular block. But we wouldn't have any, well, first of all, functionality, and secondly, we wouldn't have any display. Let's first of all start with the functionality, of course, in the tick method. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do something interesting. So we're going to check whether or not this slot right here has a normal gem in it, and then we're also going to, well, basically add energy to this block just for demonstration purposes, basically. So we're going to say if has gem in first slot, and we're just going to say block p entity, there you go. And we're just going to then say p entity dot energy storage dot receive energy. We're going to receive, let's say 64, and simulate is false because we actually do want to do this. Let's hover over this, create this method. And here we're, of course, simply checking, hey, is the item handler dot get stack in slot 0, right? If this item is equal to mod items dot zircon dot get, then we can return this actually. There you go. So if a zircon is present in this particular slot over here, then we're going to also add energy to this particular energy storage. And now we're checking whether or not we have a recipe. And now we also want to check has enough energy, right? So if this block entity has enough energy, let's hover over this as well, create this method. And then what should happen? Well, what should happen is that the progress should increase, and we should also extract energy from this particular entity, right? So there you go. So those are the two methods that we're also going to need. And let's start with the has enough energy. That should be fairly trivial, all things considered. We basically just want to check, hey, is the energy storage, right? Get energy stored. Is that equal? Is that enough? is that more or equal to energy required? And then we can do something interesting like times the max progress, for example, right? So that we basically make sure that it always has enough energy to finish the entire crafting process. So that could be an interesting idea. You can also just do energy required, or you could change this in all sorts of different ways, because of course when we don't have a recipe, we're resetting the progress. Maybe you don't want to reset the progress, maybe you want to hold the progress. That could also be a thing. However, in this case, this is really just an example. Hopefully you're going to understand it and you can then change it to whatever needs you have for your own block entity. How do we extract the energy? Well, it's actually fairly straightforward, right? Once again, p-entity energy storage, extract energy. We're just going to extract the energy required here and then say false. This is why it's pretty good to have a constant over here that you just have, so that you don't have to type out 32 everywhere. And then if you want to change it, you have to change it everywhere. So it does make sense to somewhat to make a few constants like this, right? And now you may or may not believe me, but this is actually all that we need for the energy functionality itself. And we're actually going to go into the game, take a look at it once, and then we're going to add all of the craziness with the menu and the screen so that it also displays. So right now we have no feedback that we're getting any energy, but it is being saved and it is being stored. So let's go into the game and actually see if it works. All right, so we found ourselves in Minecraft, and first of all, as you can see, if I put a raw zircon in here, nothing happens at the moment because, of course, not enough energy is present. Now let's just put the zircon in there, and now in the background, the energy starts going, right? We're starting getting energy. Now we just have to wait a couple of, seconds over here, just so that we have enough energy in here that one particular raw zircon is going to be crafted, but let's just keep it in there for just a moment longer. Like I said, this in this case, right, this getting energy is just for demonstration purposes only. So now we should go in here and you can see it all works. Then there you go. So it still works. And if I put this out, then you can see we probably should have one more, maybe, okay, two more even, but then maybe we are going to run out of energy. We still have enough energy. Pretty nice indeed. So you can see that works all well. And we can also take a look at this. So let's just get an energy cube, for example, right? Let's just get an energy cube. And then also, not a pipe, it's a cable. And then for the sake of argument, right, as you can see, we're still crafting. That's all fine. Let's just get a new gem infusing station, right? So this one, of course, would not craft because there's no energy inside of it. But we can take the energy cube, put it next to it, and then now it should be getting, let's actually also do this so that it's all output. And then now it's being output, and you can see now it all works. You can actually see that the energy cable here is, outputting stuff into the gem infusing station, and there you go. So it all works already. Now without a display, this is extremely user unfriendly, and also it's just not, it's just not tenable. However, it's pretty awesome already. Energy already freaking working. Right, but of course the visual is the most important thing, right? So we want a visual over here, and for that we're going to get a few helper classes, as well as, well, most of this is going to be happening in the screen itself, because this is of course where, well, all of the client stuff, all of the GUI display is being changed and things like that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to copy over a few classes. So in our screen package, we're going to make a new package called renderer. That's just what I called it. And here, what I want to copy over is the info area as well as the energy info area class. So those will, of course, be available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual gist as well as all of the other code as well. So the info area here, you can see it's actually from Blue Sunrise. This is from Immersive Engineering. It is just a very easy way of basically doing this. It's a very straightforward class. It's nothing too crazy over here. It's under the Blue license of common sense. Pretty much just says, hey, don't do anything stupid. Don't take like the entire project. If you take a class, give it a copyright notice, and then you're gonna be fine. And then the energy area itself is actually also pretty good. It basically has everything that we need for, well, I mean, everything. We have a draw method that is going to draw the gradient inside of this area right here. And it also has a list of components over here that are going to be displayed when we hover over a particular area. So this pretty much does the heavy lifting for us. It is pretty awesome indeed. So what we're going to need inside of the screen class now is one of those energy areas. So below the resource location here, we're just going to have a private energy info area, and we're going to call this the energy info area. We're going to initialize this right here, but we're going to do this in a new method, assign energy info area. The reason I want to do this is because we need to add some very, very particular things over here. So this is going to look like the following. This is going to be energy info area equals to a new energy info area. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to get the X and Y over here because we're going to need this again. So this is going to be X plus 156 and then Y plus 13. And then we're going to say menu.blockEntity.get energy storage, and you can see that it's not a method that exists yet, but that's not an issue. We can just create that. So hover over this, create method inside of here. Let's just move this up though. I do like to have this roughly in the same area as the energy, maybe below the create menu. That's going to be fine. And we're just going to return the energy storage over here. And that should be pretty much what we need right here. Because the energy info area, as you can see, it takes an I energy storage over here. And that's exactly right. Now the 8 and the 64 here, I'm pretty sure that those are hard-coded for me because of this height. That should be pretty much what you have to change there if you want to change stuff. And then the 156 and the 13, of course, is this pixel right here, right? So we're starting over here. That should be fairly self-explanatory at this point. Nothing too crazy going on. Right, so this assigns the energy info area and the storage. So when we now add this in the render BG method over here, we can say energy info area.draw and then just passing in the post stack. Now the energy info area is going to be drawn. Nothing else has to basically happen. However, we do want something else to, well, basically that we want to add, and that is, of course, the hover over effect, or rather the, the tooltip that is displayed when we hover over this. And this happens in another method. So this is actually in the screen again, and that is going to be the render labels method over here. And what we want to do is we once again want the X and Y over here. That's very important. And then we want to make a new method over here. That's the render energy area tooltips, passing in the post stack. Now I already know what we have to pass in here: mouse X, mouse Y, because of course we need to know the position of the mouse and then also the X and Y coordinates. And we're just going to make a new method from this. And then I will copy over some stuff. So this is going to be very interesting because we're going to get one error here, and this also might look a little bit crazy. So is mouse above area does not exist yet because that is a helper method that I have to add myself, and we're going to add it at the bottom here, and then you can see the mouse util does not exist. Now, separating classes into, your util classes and stuff like that, very, very good practice in general inside of tutorials. Sometimes kind of annoying to basically show this because then you have to add more and more classes, but this makes sense. Mouse util class literally just basically checks, hey, this is the position of the mouse, the X and Y, and then is the mouse inside of this area. That's all that the mouse util class does. It's pretty much like you can just take it and you should be totally fine. So I've just taken this, right? You can see this is also all available to you in the description below. This should not be anything crazy. Yeah, so that is pretty much that. And then there you go. So if the mouse is exactly over this area right here, right, then what we're going to do is then we're going to render a tooltip of these tooltips at the position of the mouse, basically. That's literally all that we're doing, and that should be fairly self-explanatory. Now, all of this is done, and it would work if we would synchronize all of this craziness. But of course, we're not synchronizing anything yet because the energy storage at the moment exists only on the client, so we now need another networking packet over here, but nothing too crazy. Let's just copy over the thirst data sync over here, and this is going to be the energy sync S2C packet. Yes, please. There you go. And then this is going to look like the following. We will have an integer called energy. That is absolutely correct. So we can basically change this over here. All of this. Same with the integer, same with this. And then we're going to have another thing, and that is a block pause called pause. There you go, import it as well. And then let's just do this as well. So this.pause equals pause. And then for the buffer here, we can just say this.pause equals buff.read block pause. And then here we want to do buff.write block pause and then writing the position. Now, what do we want to do when we are on the client? Well, definitely a few different things. First of all, we want to make sure that the getInstance.level.getBlockEntity at the particular position is instance of the gem infusing station block entity. There you go, called block entity. Now we have access to that particular variable as well, and everything that we want to do happens inside of here. Now we can do this, of course, because we know that we are on the client 100%, right, in this handle method. So that's going to be okay. And then we want to say block entity dot set energy level. Now this does not exist. We're going to change this in a moment, or we're going to add this basically, and then setting the energy level right here. Now we also want to make sure that if we open the container menu, right, so we're basically going to say Minecraft.getInstance level dot it's actually not level, it's actually player. If the player has a container menu open, and that is instance of the gem infusing menu right here called menu. And what we also want to say is that menu's position, so menu.getBlockEntity, menu.getBlockEntity, we also have to add that. So let's just add those methods over here. So the set energy level method, let's just add this. Once again, I want to have this a little bit higher up over here. So the energy method, this set energy, has to happen, because if we don't have this, then the energy level on the client is going to be 0 all the time. So we want to set the energy to whatever energy we're passing in here. So this just synchronizes. This method is always only called on the client, and it only adds the energy that the server has. So the server says, hey, we have 300 energy inside of this energy storage, and then this sets it on the client. That is the general idea for this method over here. And then, of course, when we look at the getBlockEntity method, well, that is nothing too insane over here, right? That literally just gets the gem infusing station block entity, and we're just going to return this .blockEntity right inside of the menu over here. Let's just move this up a little bit. There you go. Right, so we just want to have access to this particular block entity over here, and that should pretty much be fine as well. So now we have access to it, and what we can then do is get the position of this, right? So get block pass, and if that is equal to this particular position, then we will also call block entity dot set energy level and passing in the energy. So basically every time it changes, as well as if we have this open basically just as a failsafe here, that should pretty much be fine and all that we need. Now let's register this as well, mod messages, and then let's go right here. Let's just duplicate this. This is the S to C, so this should be fine. So this is the energy packet S to C, and then just change it all around. There you go. And this is also correct, so that should be fine as well. And now we just want to call this, or we want to create this in the onEnergyChanged method. So as I've said right here, set changed, and then we also want to send the particular thing to the client. So this is mod messages dot send to clients. We actually don't have this. This is a method that is going to send it to all the clients, because in this case, we actually want to send this to all clients. This is another method that we need to make, but no worries. Public static MSG void, and this is going to be sent to clients, and of course MSG message. Now this is going to be instance.send packet distributor.all with no args, and then just sending the message. So this is going to send it to all clients that, basically, well, all clients, because every client basically wants to know, hey, what is this energy of this particular block entity? So we can say send it to clients, and then just making a new energy S to C packet, passing in this dot energy and this dot pause. Actually, it's just pause, I believe. Yeah, get block pause. There you go. And that will pretty much do it. This will now synchronize the energy as well, and everything should work here. So we should now be able to see the energy be represented in this particular part of the GUI as well. So I would say, let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again. Let's just set down a new one, and let's see. And if I hover over this, you can already see 0 out of 60,000. If I put a zircon in here, we should be able to see this, well, count up basically. So it counts up, and we can even see something being rendered there. Absolutely freaking awesome indeed. You can see it stopped. And if I were to take some raw zircon over here, then we should also see this decrease, so you can see it starts decreasing as well. Absolutely freaking amazing. And it will also work with the energy cubes over here. As long as we make this output, you can see now it's also, well, basically going up here. So everything working exactly how we'd expect it to, and exactly how we want it to. So I understand this can be quite complicated, but after we've done this once or twice, it's going to be very, very easy from that point onward. Yeah, and that's pretty much how easy it can be to add some custom energy storage to your block entity. Like all of the topics with the block entities, it can be quite complicated and quite convoluted, but it just is what it is. We're just going to have to deal with this. Splish splash, and let's add custom fluid handling to our block entity. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom fluid handling to our block entity. Yes, slowly but surely our block entity is coming together, and now this tank will be used to store some fluids. And not only will it be able to store fluids, it will be able to store any fluid that you might desire. Now this is, once again, quite the convoluted topic, similar to the energy, but no worries, we'll get through this. And of course, all of the code, as always, is available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual just as well. The first thing that we will need is a fluid tank in our block entity. So let's add this. Let's just add the private final fluid tank called fluid tank. And this will be equal to the fluid tank. So this is going to be a new fluid tank, 64,000 millibuckets, let's say. And then we want to override a few methods here as well, of course. The first one is the onContents_changed method, and the second one is the isFluidValid method with the particular fluid stack over here. So that's going to be that. So first of all, we of course want to once again call the setChanged method, and then later down the line, we also want to synchronize this to the client over here, but we'll do that in a moment. And then here in the isFluidValid, well, we basically can say, hey, is this particular fluid stack valid? So we can say, for example, stack.getFluid equals fluids.water. And now we will only be able to put water into this particular tank, right? So this tank right here, only water can be put into it. Now what we're going to do is I'm just going to make this an OR statement. So we're just going to allow water as well as our custom fluid, and that's going to be the soap water. Now this is going to be the source soap water, if I recall correctly. .get over here. So now we can also put in soap water, and we can basically put in both. That's going to be very interesting indeed. Now we'll need a few helper methods as well, so let's just add those as well. This is going to be the setFluid, fluid stack, and that's going to be this .fluid tank .setFluid, and then passing in the stack over here. There you go. And then the same thing, but the other way around. So a getter, in this case, public fluid stack, get fluid stack. Let's call it get fluid stack. That makes a little bit more sense. Return this .fluid tank .get fluid. Right, and then of course a fluid stack, right, if we actually take a look at this, is pretty much the fluid as well as the amount of this particular fluid. So a fluid stack is pretty much a similar thing to an item stack. You can think of it like that, right? A fluid is just the representation, the singleton basically, while the fluid stack is the actual like instance of it. And of course, we're also going to need a lazy optional. Let's just duplicate this, Control D, and this is going to be the iFluid handler over here. And this is then of course the lazy fluid handler instead. And then this is going to be used right here. So once again, we need to create it right here. So fluid handler is equal to the fluid tank. And then here, we also want to call the fluid handler invalidate. And when it comes to the NBT stuff, that's a little bit more complicated, but overall, it's actually not that bad. So what we basically want to do is we want to say NBT is equal to fluid tank dot write NBT, and then passing in the NBT tag. So instead of, putting an integer in and of itself, we basically want to do this. And then when we read it out, we want to say fluid tank dot read from NBT, and then passing in the NBT tag over here again. And then we should be pretty much fine for the fluid saving as well. Now we of course want to add this to our capability as well. So just after this or before it doesn't really matter. If the capability is forge capabilities.fluid handler, this one right here, then we want to make sure that, well, basically return the fluid handler. Let's just do that. So let's just say lazy fluid handler.cast. Just be sure that this now enables the fluid to be pumped in from all different sides of the particular block entity. Once again, if you want a particular side, look back at the item handling stuff and how we did this, and then you can change it so that it only is able to pump it in from a particular side. It is what it is. You won't be able to get this any less complicated, sadly, but yeah, we're just going to make it so that it can be pumped into any side, and that's going to be fine. Right, and then another thing that we want to change is right here in the isItemValid method. So this is going to be very interesting indeed. Right, so we basically want to check whether or not the stack trying to be input into the first slot has a fluid capability. So what we can do is we can say stack.getCapability, and then we can say forge capabilities.fluidHandlerItem in this case. And then if this is present, then basically we can say that this is a valid item that goes in there. We could, of course, also check for the particular fluid in this case, but I feel like this is pretty much, what we need at the moment. You can, of course, also check, hey, does the stack now have actually the correct fluid inside of it? But this one I'm actually quite happy with already. Right, and now, of course, we need to somehow deal with all of this fluid. So now the tick method is the star of the show once again, and we basically want to, check all of that craziness out. So we, first of all, want to make sure that if there is something in slot 0, that we actually, basically transfer some of that into the tank. So let's just say if, and then something like has fluid item in source slot, for example, right? And that's going to be the entity over here. Then we want to do is we want to transfer the item fluid to the fluid tank, something like that. Right, I think that that's a pretty descriptive name of what we want to do, right? If there is an item in there, then we want to transfer it. So let's just first of all say, hey, do we even have this item in there? Well, that's just going to be the following. It's just going to be return p_entity.get the item handler over here, get the stack in slot 0, and if that count, right, get count, I'm pretty sure is bigger than 0, then we have a fluid item in that source slot. That should be pretty fine indeed. And then when it comes to the transfer, that's a little more complicated, of course, because the first thing we want to check is we want to check if that particular, item there has the capability. So get capability of, once again, forge capabilities dot fluid handler item. And if that is present, right, then what we want to do is we want to check some other stuff. So handler, and then just do this. So this is a pretty similar thing that we're doing in the menu when we check for the item handling capability, so nothing too crazy. And what we then want to do is we want to get the drain amount. So this is going to be a little more complicated, but no worries, we're going to be able to figure this out. So we want the minimum, either we want the p_entity.fluidTank.getSpace, so how much space does it have left, right? Or 1,000. So basically, here, we want to get how much fluid can we take from this particular item in slot 0, right, from this item, and put into the tank. It's either going to be 1,000, or if there's less than 1,000 space, then exactly that amount. That is the general idea of this. Then we're going to create a new fluid stack. So this is going to be a fluid stack called stack, and this is going to be the handler.drain, the drain amount, and we're going to simulate this because we basically want to quote-unquote copy it. So we're going to say iFluidHandler, fluid actions, simulate. So this has not actually drained it. We're just going to copy however much amount we want to drain from that and save it in a stack. Because then we want to check if this particular fluid, and then we basically want to check, we can do the following. We say, and then we want to check whether or not this is a valid fluid. We can just say p_entity.fluidTank.isFluidValid and then pass in the stack, and that should be pretty much fine over here. So that's going to be, if it's water or if it is the soapy water. And now we're going to say stack handler.drain with the drain amount again. And now we want to execute this. So iFluidHandler, fluid action.execute. And then we're just going to make a new method over here, fill tank with fluid. We're going to pass in the p_entity. We're going to pass in the stack, and we're going to pass in the handler.getContainer because we want to change, if this is needed, the stack in slot 0, right? If this is a bucket over here, of course, we want to get the fluid that's inside of the bucket into the tank, and then we want to change the fluid bucket to an empty bucket, basically. That's why we need the container over here. So let's hover over this, create this method as well, and then we're going to see what this entails. So this is going to be p_entity.fluidTank.fill with the fluid stack. Nope, absolutely not. With the stack. There you go. That's what I want to do. And then also execute. So this is executed. And then we want to say entity p_entity.itemHandler.extractItem from slot 0, slot 1, false. So not simulate. And then we want to insert the item over here. So that's going to be 0, stack, and once again, false. This is actually going to be the container. There you go. So that's going to be the actual item stack. So why do we want to do it like this? Well, if, for example, this will work, by the way, or this should work at least, with the tanks from Mechanism now as well. This is why we use the fluid item handler capability over here. This is really, really awesome, because what's going to happen is it's basically going to get 1,000 out of the tank, right? From Mechanism, for example, going to put this into our block entity, and then it's going to insert the container with 1,000 less of that particular fluid. So that's pretty much already going to work perfectly. Absolutely freaking awesome. Right, and now we also want to check whether or not we have enough fluid in here. So let's just say, you know, if has enough fluid, right, the P entity over here, then we can do this. And then let's just do the following. Let's actually create that method. And instead of doing this every tick, so of course, things like here happen every tick, I actually want to do this only when we craft the item itself. So first of all, has enough fluid, of course, is just going to get the fluid tank dot get fluid amount. And let's just say it's more or equal to 500. So every time we craft something, 500 millibuckets of fluid are going to be used. Now this is going to happen in the craft item method, because once again, the craft item method happens once every X ticks, right? While everything here happens every tick, because we want to extract item every tick, not every time we craft something. However, the fluid itself, we actually only want to extract when we, well, basically once we craft an item. So we're going to say pentity.fluidTank drain. And we're going to say match, and then this is going to be actually very interesting. Let's do 500 first of all, and then we're going to take a look at another thing that we can do, because that's going to be really awesome as well. That's going to be execute here. So once again here, we just want to drain it by 500, and that's going to be fine. And then after we've done this and we've basically looked at this, what we're going to do is we're also going to add something incredibly crazy, and that is we're going to add the fluid stuff to the recipe as well. So then you can change it inside of the recipe as well. So right now, of course, we have the, for example, the diamond from infusing, as well as the zircon from infusing, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to add another thing that's going to be something like a, you know, fluid. And then you can specify what fluid you need, as well as how much of that fluid you need for this particular recipe. Absolutely amazing. We're going to take a look at that once we are done with all of this craziness. Now, once again, we're at the stage where everything in theory should already work, but we won't have anything displaying in the GUI. And we've seen this last time with the energy that, that's like not quite what we want. So let's just go ahead and add all of the fluid stuff as well so that it displays properly. Once again, bear with me. This is going to be quite a thing to add basically. But what we want to do is we first of all want to once again make a networking packet over here. So luckily we already have the energy, so let's just copy this over, and this is just going to be the fluid sync S2C packet over here. That's going to be fine. And the only difference here is that this is a fluid stack called fluid stack, and instead of, well, basically having the energy over here. Let's just do fluid stack, fluid stack. Same here, fluid stack is not an int, but actually a fluid stack. Luckily, that does exist. At least it should read fluid stack. And then here we, of course, write the fluid stack, which is absolutely amazing. Fluid stack, there you go. And then instead of setting the energy level, we want to set something else. And that is, of course, the fluid. Set fluid, this.fluid stack. And then the same thing goes here, except here, we actually want to do this on the menu itself. So we want to say menu.setFluid. And then passing in the fluid stack over here. Now, this is, of course, a method that we need to create. So hover over this, create method. Let's just move this about as well. Let's just go here. That's going to be okay. And then here, we not only want to set this, right? But we actually going to have a fluid stack in here. So this is a private fluid stack called fluid stack. Sure, that's fine. That's okay. And this is going to be, like I said, is quite crazy. This.fluid stack is equal to the block entity dot get fluid stack. Should be nothing too crazy, right? So we're basically setting it when we create the menu, and then we're also going to set it via this. So this fluid stack equals fluid stack. This is all needed for the synchronization from the server to the client. And then we also actually want this as a fluid stack getter. So we want to get the fluid stack, and we're just going to return fluid stack. There you go. And I believe this should be all that we need for the menu itself. Basically just having the fluid stack available here that we're then going to later use inside of the screen to properly display everything. So that's going to be okay. The fluid STC packet here is also fine. So let's get this done here as well. Let's just duplicate this. Instead of the energy, this is going to be the fluid sync STC. And then just copy this over. There you go. And that should be pretty much fine right here. So this will then be used, of course, once again in the block entity when we actually create the fluid tank. So what I'm going to do is inside of the onContents_change method here, we want to say, hey, if, you know, the level is not client side, then what we want to do is we want to say mod messages.send to clients a new fluid sync S2C packet with this.fluid and world position. That's going to be fine. Now we are just making a sanity check here. Is client, just in case that, you know, if this is ever called on the client, then basically we're going to be fine that this is not being sent as well, because then we're going to have all sorts of different issues, basically. And now those are all the steps for the synchronization done already. Now it comes to the screen and all of the rendering. Now this is once again done with a little bit of a helper method, or a helper class actually, and that is the fluid tank renderer. Well, I'm going to copy this over once again. This will be available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. And you can see this is by Mez from Just Enough Items, JEI. Basically, it does include some major rewrites from basically the fluid helper, as well as some of my own, just so that it all works. Once again, though, you know, most of the credit basically goes to Mez and Just Enough Items here, because that was incredibly helpful to basically, well, do this. And there you go. What I really do recommend is also changing the translatable here. I'm going to change this to just this tutorial mod, tooltip and stuff like that. Now we actually do want to add this to our en_use JSON file, otherwise it's not going to be displayed properly. This is actually quite important, otherwise we will have, well, it's going to look weird. So let's just do that. Let's just go in here and add this. And this is going to be %s/%s MB. And then the other one is going to be this one right here. That's just going to be the amount, and that's going to be %s MB. There you go. So that would be what we need here. So keep that in mind and add this as well. Now the rest is pretty much fine. This, you know, this class over here, as a high level overview, just takes the fluid texture and it draws it on a GUI. That's what all of this craziness does. That's pretty much what it does. It, you know, we could go through all of it. It's very complicated, pretty much. If you really want to understand this, be my guest and go through it all. I pretty much just take this, thank Mez for doing all of the work and making it available under MIT license, and then basically using that for my mod and this tutorial series. Anyway, let's continue with the screen. So inside of the screen, we now, of course, need that particular fluid tank renderer. So this is going to be a private fluid tank renderer, and we're going to call this the renderer over here. And we're going to start by assigning it. So assign the fluid renderer. That's, of course, once again, a method that we have to make ourselves. So hover over this, create that method, and it's going to look something like this. And it's going to be renderer equal to the new fluid tank renderer with 64,000 capacity, the same capacity that the tank has inside of the block entity. That's quite important. So make sure that this basically matches with this. And then we want to say that, yes, we want to show that capacity, and it's going to be 16 by 61. That should be the size over here, in theory. So let's hope that that is all right, and it should be fine. So we've assigned this, that's perfect. And now how do we draw this? Well, it's actually not that crazy, because what we can do in the render BG over here, what we can say is there's just renderer.render, passing in the post stack, passing in x plus 55, y plus 15, and then menu.getFluid. This is why we need the fluid stack over here, because the fluid stack basically needs to be rendered. 55 and 15 at this point should be no surprise that this is just this particular pixel here, right? We're just getting the position of that, so nothing too insane in that regard. And of course, if we hover over this, we also want some additional information here, and that is no worry at all. So for that, we're going to do the same thing we're doing here. So render the fluid area tooltips. And once again, we're going to pass in the post stack. We're going to pass in the mouse X and mouse Y. And we're going to pass in X and Y. Hover over this, create that particular method here. And once again, we will need a little bit of a helper method or a few helper methods. Let's just copy the contents over here. You can see, first of all, the is mouse area over here. This does not exist for this because we need another mouse above area over here. So this is going to be one with the height and width of the renderer. Yes, of course, we could just also pass this in. Let's not get too crazy. This is just a helper method. This should be pretty much self-explanatory. And this is the get fluid stack method. And that should pretty much be all that we need in this case. Let me just quickly double check, sort of mentally. But yes, we're rendering the label. If the mouse is above this area, then we're rendering the label, just like we did with the energy, and we're also rendering the particular fluid stack over here. It is also synchronized, so that should all work. Let's actually try this out, and then sort of as an addendum at the end, we're going to take a look at how we can change the recipe to also serialize the fluid as well. Let's first of all check this out and see if it works. Alright, we found ourselves back in Minecraft again, so let's just see what we can see, and let's just go in and, I guess let's just get a few buckets over here. Let's just get a bucket. Let's get a, how about like 2 water buckets and 2 soap water buckets. And let's just start by just putting it in here, and there we go. Now there is something in there. Oh, I actually put an ampersand sign instead of a percentage sign. That's going to be fine. We can fix that very, very easily. So there you go, and that already works. Now what happens if I do this? Okay, so then it actually sort of breaks it, but that's going to be fine. I was actually thinking about that, but you can see the water is being displayed over here as well as it's being basically imported. So if I get a water creative fluid tank, I can put this in here, and you can see it basically fills up just like you would expect it to. So absolutely freaking awesome, just exactly to the brim basically. Let's also get some more energy. You actually saw that the energy doesn't display immediately. We can actually fix that in a moment as well. That's going to be a little bit of an addendum here, but that's going to be fine. And then let's just do the raw zircon here as well. And you can see it now crafts, and we have no other water here. So we can see it actually takes 500 water from the tank over here and uses it to craft this stuff. Absolutely freaking amazing. Absolutely awesome. It already works pretty well. But once again, like I said, we want to also take a look at how you can add it to the recipe, which is really, really awesome indeed as well. Okay, let's go by order of, not really importance, but by interest here. So in the create menu, what we're going to do is we're going to basically send the same packet, the fluid one right here, right? So we're going to send this one. So this is going to be this dot get fluid stack. And then we also are going to send the energy one as well. So this one right here. There you go. So this is going to be this dot energy storage dot get energy stored. So we basically want to also do this when we open the menu, because the create menu method is called when we right click the block and actually open the menu itself. So this should then also synchronize it and actually display it as well. So that should be pretty fine indeed. Now the other thing is in the en_us JSON file, I did an and instead of a percentage sign. There you go. And now that will be displayed properly as well. So that's going to be totally fine. And then the question is, how do we do this for the recipe? So this is, of course, not needed, but it is pretty cool nonetheless. So what we can do is we can just add a new fluid stack over here, right? So in our custom recipe, we're going to add a fluid stack. This is going to be the fluid stack. And of course, this is going to be added to the constructor as well. And it's going to break a few things, but no worries. This is actually not that crazy. So fluid stack equals to the fluid stack over here. And then we'll see how this is going to work. First, of course, we will need a public fluid stack getter over here. So get fluid stack. Let's actually call this get fluid. I'm going to return the fluid stack. Fluid stack, there you go. We don't need a setter in this case. What we will need is we will need to read this in. Now, how do we read in a fluid stack from JSON and all of that madness? Well, it's actually not that crazy. What we're going to do is we're going to make a new fluid stack over here called fluid. And this is going to use a custom util class. Again, this is the fluid JSON util class. Let's just copy this over. All of this as every time available to you in the description below. So you can see we're pretty much just decoding a JSON. Nothing too insane over here. It's just a nice little helper class that's going to be able to read this in. So this is going to be the fluid JSON util.read fluid. And we're going to say JSON. And we're going to get the JSON object. So this is the serialized recipe.get. And we're going to get the fluid over here. And we're going to get this as a JSON object. And that will read it in. And there you go. And then we'll say fluid here. And that's it. Now we have read this in. Now, luckily for the buffer, well, that's actually really, really easy because, well, we can just say fluid stack, fluid. And this is equal to buff dot read fluid stack. And then here, we just want to write the fluid stack. Just making sure that we use this in the same order, right? Once again, so this is going to be the write fluid stack. And we're going to say recipe.fluid stack. There you go. Also, let's not forget this here. So that we have the reading the integer here, writing the integer first, and then reading the fluid stack, and then writing the fluid stack, so that it's in the same order. So keep that in mind as well. But now what it's going to do is going to, well, basically read in the recipe with a fluid. So what we're going to have is we're going to have this. Let's go into the infusing over here, and now we're going to add this. So now do remember that this will require the fluid. If this is not added, then the recipe will not serialize properly. So keep that in mind. So you can see for the raw zircon, we're going to need 500 water. So this is how it's going to look like. And when we use the diamond, let's say, right, maybe what we want to do is we want to, well, first of all, format this properly. There you go. And then maybe here, what we want to do is we want to say tutorial mod. And then I just need to make sure that I write the soapy water correctly, because otherwise that would be kind of funny. So let's just make sure that I do this correctly. This is the source, soap water, so soap underscore water underscore fluid. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. And let's just say that this requires 250 of that. So in theory, now when we are trying to make a stick into a diamond, we're now requiring 250 soap water fluid. So that would be really awesome. If this all works, I mean, wouldn't that be insanely amazing? Indeed. But before we go into the game, what if we say, well, now, you know, we require a fluid and we have JI, but, you know, the JI doesn't really display the fluid in this moment, right? Well, what if I told you that we can do that as well? Just to get the, like, last bit of absolute awesomeness out of this, we're going to say builder.add slot, and we're going to say this is a recipe ingredient role input at 55 and 15, right? And then we're going to say this is going to add an ingredient, and this is going to be the forge types.fluid stack, a list of recipe.getFluid. And then at the last closing parentheses, we're going to say set fluid renderer. We're going to get the capacity 64,000. We're going to say false, and we're going to say 16 and 61. So this is pretty much what we want to do right here. So let's just format this like this, and that should be pretty much fine. And this should now also render the fluid inside of JI that we're going to need for this particular recipe. Absolutely freaking awesome. This is honestly an insanely cool thing. Now it's all being displayed in IntelliJ, of course, and it's being read in from the JSON file. And now lastly, we of course still need to evaluate it inside of the block entity. So we have the drain right here hard-coded. So what we want is, of course, recipe.getFluid.getAmount, right? So we want to, well, basically drain the specific amount here. And then inside of the has recipe, maybe what we want to do is we want to make sure that the recipe.get.fluid equals the fluid in the tank. So let's just say entity.fluidtank.getFluid. And then just to make this a little bit nicer, let's just, you know, select all of this, right-click, refactor, extract a method over here, and we're just going to say as correct fluid in tank. And that should pretty much be what we need for the hasRecipe method as well. And then it's going to check, hey, do we even have the correct fluid in tank? And if we do, then we can proceed and actually craft the item. So that's pretty awesome indeed. And that should be pretty much all that we need to do to change this as well, to be able to use the fluids inside of the recipes, have them displayed in JEI, all of that madness. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and you can actually see that right here, the zircon is still crafting, you know, without any issues whatsoever. It's taking 500 water and everything still works. That's, of course, exactly what you want to see. And then let's just supply this guy with energy as well. Making sure that we have the, you know, all of this as outputs. There you go. And now it's also being supplied with energy. And then let's get some soapy water in here. You can actually see fluid_type, so you can see that, you know, sometimes it's not, you know, properly translated, so we would need to add the fluid_type.tutorialmod.soap_water_fluid in here as well, but that's fine. And then in theory, we should be able to take the sticks here, and they should use this particular fluid. So this should work. Let's see. We can actually not put, that's actually kind of funny. We can actually not put the stick in here. That is because, of course, if we actually take a look at the item handler, right, we restricted this to only be able to add raw zircons here. That's kind of funny. Let's just quickly change this and then see. Of course, this is a thing sometimes with hard coding stuff, right? Sometimes you forget stuff and then this happens. So of course, in this case, right, what you want to do is you want to probably either make it so that you have a tag and add stuff to the tag, or you just, leave it open and just have it so that you can put any item in here. So you just return true, and then, the rest is basically going to be handled via the recipe. So let's actually do this. Let's just return true here. That's going to be fine as well. And then let's just jump back in. All right, so as if nothing happened, let's just see and add the sticks, and all of a sudden it works, and it will basically get 250 of this, exactly how we did it inside of the recipe. And once this is empty, well, we're basically gonna be done and nothing is going to craft anymore. So this is actually very interesting. I'm not 100% sure why it would stop at 250. There probably is some sort of mismatch. It's probably going to be an bigger or equals instead of an equals. That's very interesting indeed. So that is like one tiny thing that we would have to take another look at. So it still has the correct fluid in here, but in theory it should work, because when we asked for the fluid into, here it is, because we're actually asking for more or equal to 500. So we're not taking into account for the has enough fluid that is called right here, the recipe. So this would probably actually be better to, well, basically ask this in the has recipe instead, right? So has correct fluid in tank, and then also has enough fluid in tank. So we're going to do that at the end here as well. But you can see that this does work pretty much. And what we can also find is if we just add some energy into here, and if we were to add some water into here, right, and then try to use the sticks, we should be able to find that this does not work. And you can see it does not work because this is not the correct fluid, right? We need soap water fluid and not water. Absolutely amazing. Our block entities coming together, perfectly, and just it's absolutely amazing what you can do with the block entities. And hopefully this sort of demonstrates the amount of depth that you can go into with custom tanks, all of that craziness. So that's pretty awesome indeed. So as I said, for the sake of argument, let's just get rid of this, and let's get rid of this as well. And then let's take a look at the has recipe method and actually add it right here. So it has the correct fluid in there, and then also has correct fluid amount in tank. And that's going to take in the entity as well as the recipe as well. So let's just do that. And then what we can do is we can just return entity.fluidtank.get fluid amount is bigger or equal to the recipe.get.getFluid.getAmount. So if the amount inside of the tank is bigger or equal to the amount that the recipe requires, then we can proceed and we have a valid recipe. Absolutely amazing. All it's going to work fine. And this is really awesome. Like I said, can be quite convoluted. As always, all of the code is available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. Highly recommend going through that one more time as well and just trying to sort of understand each and every part of it. Hopefully I was able to explain it in a way that you were able to understand it. Let's add a custom block entity renderer to our block entity. Alright, we found ourselves back on Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom block entity renderer to our block entity. Now, what does that mean? Well, a block entity renderer basically allows you to render almost anything, well, that is renderable in the game onto your block entity's block. And what we're going to do is, of course, when we have our block, right, we have a little bit of a tray in the middle. And what I want to do is I want to basically render the item, either the item that is inside of slot 1, or if there's a item in slot 2, then I want to render that. That is basically all that we're going to do in this tutorial, but it's going to be actually really, really awesome. I have this in my own mod, of course, as well. In resource limes, I've already done that. And, well, I mean, let's just begin. So in the entity package, we're going to right-click new package, and we're going to call this the renderer. And then inside of there, right-click new Java class. This is the gem infusing station block entity renderer. So quite a long name, but no worries at all. This will implement the block entity renderer of type gem infusing block entity. Hover over this implement methods, the render method over here, and then we also need a public gem infusing station block entity renderer constructor with the block entity renderer provider dot context called context, and we literally don't want to do anything with it. We just need this constructor. That's very important. So the render method is basically where all of the magic happens, and we're going to, well, basically copy over line by line. So we're first of all going to copy over the basics, and then we're going to have one error here, but that's no worries. So the getRenderStack method is actually a thing that does not exist in our block entity. So we're just going to hover over this, create that method here. And once again, I'm just going to move this all the way up over here, just so that we have this a little bit higher up. There you go. And this will return the item stack that is to be rendered inside of our little tray, basically. Now, I'm also just going to copy the contents over of this. This is really simple, so this should not be confusing to you at all. We're just saying, hey, we're just getting a stack. If there is no stack, if there is a stack in slot 2, so if there is something in this slot right here, then we're just going to return that. If there is not something in here, we're going to return whatever is inside of this slot. That's literally all that this does, and literally all that we need to do here. Now, what we also actually do need to do is we need to synchronize this to the client again with a custom packet. So for that, once again, we're going to take the fluid sync packet, I think, and we're going to actually make this the item stack sync S2C packet. And this is going to look the following way. So this is actually going to take in an item stack handler over here, and this is going to be called the item stack handler. Let's just change this around over here. The item stack handler, and of course, equal to the item stack handler here as well. And now, when it comes to the buffer, this is a little more complicated, but let's just take a look at how this works. So we're basically making a list, so you can see we can read collections with the friendly byte buffer, and we're basically reading the items over here. So the general idea is that, right, because of course this one assigns the items this assigns the items to the item stack handler, so we're reading a collection, and when we, of course, use the 2-byte over here, we're creating a collection and then writing this collection. So you can see we're basically making a collection of item stacks, and we're using the right item here. So if this is a little bit confusing to you, don't worry about it. This is basically just the way that you can, well, create an item stack handler via a friendly byte buffer. And then here we actually don't need the menu here. What we do need is we want a set handler method. We're going to create that in just a moment, and we're just going to say this item stack handler. So let's create that method as well, and also just move this a little bit higher up, because it doesn't make any sense to have this at the very bottom there. So let's just use this right here. That's going to be okay. And this is going to actually copy this over. So the way that this is going to work is it's just going to do the following. So it's basically going to take the item stack handler and just set each stack in that slot. So the thing that we're basically passing in via the parameter here, we're getting how many slots this has, and then setting each slot of the handler in the inventory itself to whatever is inside of the stack that we are putting in here. This, once again, is just called on the client, just so that it synchronizes everything as well. So let's just get this done in here as well. Let's, register the message here. So this is the item stack sync S to C. Absolutely, there you go. So all of those. And then where do we call this? Well, we call this in the block entity at the very top over here on contents changed. So we're going to say, once again, if not level dot is client side. So we have to be on the server. Very important that you negate this. Keep this in mind. And then we want to say on messages, send to clients a new item stack sync S to C packet, passing in this and the world position. And that should pretty much do everything that we need to do. And this should now also synchronize the contents there as well. Because if we don't do this, then the block entity renderer will only synchronize when we have the menu open or when we open the menu. And that's, of course, not quite what we want. We basically want this to happen automatically. Right, so you can see we're getting an item renderer over here, and then we're also getting the stack. Now, what are we doing? Well, here we're basically just pushing a post stack, and we're then translating, scaling, and changing the position of this particular item that we're rendering. And then comes the switch method over here, or the switch statement, because based on the facing, we basically want to change the positive Z rotation over here, because otherwise it will always be the same rotation. This is just rotating the item that we're rendering. And then when we render it, we want to do this. So we want to say item renderer.render static, passing in the item stack, this is going to be of transform typed GUI. Get light level is a custom method that we're just going to copy over as well. This makes sure that the item isn't like dark or isn't like black, because otherwise it will have sort of a black overlay. So we're getting the light level there. And then the rest, passing in the block entity position over here, no overlay, post stack, byte buffer, and then the 1 here at the end. And then here at the end, popping the post stack, and then we should pretty much be fine. Now, the block entity renderer, of course, still has to be properly registered, and that happens in a method in the events over here. So we're going to go into our mod events class. Actually, the client events, this is a client event, of course, because we're rendering stuff. And I will just copy over the method, nothing too crazy, and of course everything available to you as well. This is the gem infusing station over here. So you can see we're using the entity renderers event.register renderers, and then registering a block entity renderer for this particular block entity and this particular block entity renderer class. And that is pretty much all that we need to do. So we need to synchronize this. That's very important. And then here in the render method, basically, this is where all the magic happens and all of the rendering happens. It's just a matter of trying to change the numbers as well. So those numbers basically, I changed them until they worked. And that is pretty much all that we need to do in this case. So let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, found us back in Minecraft. So let's just go in. And once I actually go outside of this menu, we should see the diamond render. And there it is. The diamond is rendered exactly how you would expect it to. And it is actually rendered properly because we set the block entity down in this direction. So if we just, did the same thing again, right? If I put a raw zircon in, you can see there it is, the raw zircon. It's actually rotated around, mirrored in this case, but, that's totally fine. It still renders, and once we actually, craft something here, then we can see, it will change to the other one. There you go. So now it did change to the normal zircon. Absolutely freaking awesome. So this is a block entity renderer example here in this case. Hopefully that's going to be useful to you for all sorts of cool things that you can then show on your block entity. It definitely does add a lot of flair to it, and it's just a really awesome thing to have. Let's add a custom hostile GeckoLib entity to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom hostile entity with GeckoLib to Minecraft. This is an absolute banger of a topic. As the hostile entity, the real issue here is the attack animation. Now, we'll not tackle the attack animation in this tutorial, but in the next tutorial, now we're basically going to set up GeckoLib, import everything so that it works, and we're going to take a look at all of that. So first of all, of course, we have this beautiful chomper over here. This is the actual entity, and for that, you just need to basically export the You need to export the GeoJSON file, the animation file, as well as the texture. Those are the 3 files that you need to basically export. I have a series on making this, particular entity here. You can just go to the export GeckoLib model over here. That's going to be the GeoJSON file under the animation tab, animation, export animations. This is going to get you the animation JSON, as you can see, and then the texture you can just save by going right here. Basically, right click, you can do save as, and then you can just save the texture here as well, and those are the 3 files that you're going to need from Blockbench, and then we can proceed in IntelliJ. And with IntelliJ, I of course mean on GitHub here with the GeckoLib repository, because we need to go all the way down to, there it is, Forge 119.1 or 2, because we need to add those different repositories in the dependency here so that we have access to GeckoLib for our project, basically. So what we want to do is we just want to get this one here, so the Maven one, and then let's go here to our build.gradle file, and then down here in the repositories, right? So you can see we basically want to go all the way down to repositories, paste this in here, absolutely no worries. Then we want to go back, we can select this one, Control-C to copy it, and then paste this under here. So under the dependencies, we then want to place this one, and that's pretty much what we need to do. Now let's just load the Gradle changes. This can take, once again, as always, anywhere from a few seconds up to a minute, 2 minutes, depending on how fast your internet connection is, the PC, and all of that craziness, and whether or not you may or may not have downloaded this before, because I've already, of course, downloaded the, this version before. This is why this is probably going to be a little bit faster for myself. And then we go build successful in 52 seconds, exactly what you would expect to, and well, now we can basically proceed. The first thing to do in your main mod class constructor, right, in the tutorial mod constructor over here, what I just want to do is I just want to call GeckoLib.initialize. And this basically also shows that, okay, GeckoLib is properly, added to our project and everything should work totally fine. We do need to call this, so definitely don't forget that, and then we can basically proceed. In our tutorial mod package, right-click a new package called entity, and inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class called the mod entity types, and then we're going to make a new package here called custom, and inside of there, this is where the Chomper entity class is going to go. There we go. Now we're going to start with the Chomper entity, because that's going to be the, I would say, the most complex one. This will extend the monster class, this one right here, from Net Minecraft World Entity Monster, and it will also implement the iAnimatable interface. If the interface is not available for you, this means that there's something wrong with the GeckoLib installation for your project, so do keep in mind that this one is, of course, as you can see, right from GeckoLib, so if GeckoLib is not properly added to your project, then this is not going to work. Right, so implement the methods from the interface. That is going to be the register controllers and the getFactory method, and then create constructor matching super, and there we go. Then let's make this constructor public. That's actually very important, and then I'll start copying over piece by piece code, basically, and then I will explain. Very important, of course, as always, all of the code is available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well. Let's start with the animation factory. This one is going to be basically always the same thing. When you have an iAnimatable, you're always going to have an animation factory, and it's always going to look like this, and you're always going to return it here in the getFactory method. That's pretty much always going to be the case. Right, next, let's start with some other things, and that is going to be the attributes, for example. So let's just copy this over as well, the set attributes over here, and you can see this basically just sets the max health, the attack damage, it's the speed, and the movement as well. So nothing too crazy. This basically just sets some basic attributes. If you want to look into how other, mobs do things or how their attributes are, all of that, I suggest you go to the monster class over your middle mouse button click. And for example, for the monster, you can just press Ctrl H when you click on it, and you can see every single, basically like hostile entity that Minecraft adds, and you can even expand it even more, and you can see literally everything is in here. You can say, how does the zombie work? Absolutely no worries, just go in there, and you can see this is the entire zombie class. So you have so much, so many different classes, so much code available for you to take a look at and try to understand how it works. So, of course, this is not easy, oh, you can just go in here and immediately understand everything. Of course, there's a little bit of Java knowledge that, or maybe even a lot of Java knowledge that goes into there, but you can definitely see that there is a lot of stuff in here that you can use as blueprints for your own custom entities. Anyway, so those are the set attributes. That's going to be fine, but let's actually then continue along with, first of all, the GeckoLib stuff. So, of course, we have the register controllers over here. Now, for this, what we're going to need is actually a predicate. I will copy this over, but it will pretty much look always like this. You can see it is a private. You can see it's a private method here that returns a play state, and we also have an animation event over here with an E. That's totally fine. That's pretty much always how the method signature looks like, and you can see when the actual entity, right, so this is event, but when the entity is moving, then what we're going to do is we're going to play the walk animation, and if it's not moving, then we're going to play the idle animation. That's basically all that happens here. And to basically do it properly in the register controls, we need to create a new controller, and that literally always looks like this. Data.animation animation controller, making a new controller over here called controller, and passing in the predicate method that we've just copied over. So that's pretty much always going to be that. And this is, at this moment in time, actually all the things that we need to do for the iAnimatable interface in the entity class. There's a few more methods that I just want to copy over just so that you have seen them before and that you understand them. And those are mainly the sound things, basically. You can see play sound step, get ambient sound, hertz sound, depth sound, sound volume. You can, of course, change this as you see fit to different sound events. Custom sound events would also work. So that would be a thing that you could do as well. To see all of the methods that you can override, you can, of course, also type in override. And then you're going to find, well, basically every method that you can override. I did say that entities are very complicated, and I think that this sort of shows what I mean by it, right? There is a lot of methods to possibly override, and I mean, I don't even know what all of those do or what's happening here. So it is a thing that is definitely for more seasoned, basically, modders, or not necessarily modders, but at least with, good, solid Java foundation. While I wouldn't necessarily say required, it is insanely suggested and insanely recommended. So this is actually the entire entity class done. So let's just register our entity in the mod entity types class. So how is this going to look? Well, of course, we're going to have one of our favorite things again, and that is, of course, the deferred register of type entity type. This time, entity type of type question mark. Very important that this is done correctly. Entity underscore types equals to a deferred register dot create forge registries dot entity types tutorial mod dot mod id. And I hear all of you scream where there is a deferred register. There, of course, is a register method over here with an iEvent bus. Call event bus, and we're going to call the entity types.register, passing in the event bus. And before we forget this, let's also add this to our constructor over here, mod entity types. There you go, register, and then passing in the mod event bus, and there we go. Now we can proceed to actually properly register the entity as a public static final registry object as per usual of type entity type of type chompa entity, called the chompa, equal to entity types.register, the name chomper, that's exactly right, and then a supplier of entity type.builder.of, in the parentheses here, chompa entity : new, comma, mob category, monster in this case, of course, right? After the first closing parentheses, we want to do dot sized. Let's do 0.4f and 1.5f. Those numbers determine the hitbox of the entity, very important. And then we want to call build with a new resource location with tutorial mod id and the chomper as a name. And then after the first closing parentheses to string, and there we go. And then we can end it with a semicolon. As always, of course, all of the code available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. And once this is registered over here, we can now actually also do the other thing that we need to do, and that is called a set attributes method. This is extremely important, right? So keep this in mind. We can see that this is now grayed out, so this is not being called. We have to set the attributes. Otherwise, if you spawn the custom entity, your game is going to crash if you don't set the attributes properly. So what we want to do is we want to go into the mod events class, and I'm actually going to change this class around a little bit. Now, this might look a little bit weird at first, but don't worry about it. We're going to be fine. So inside of here, I'm going to make a new class, so public class, and this is going to be the forge events class, so forge events, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this guy over here and put it over the class here, and literally everything that is inside of here, I'm just going to take and put it into this class, right? The forge class. So nothing here has changed really. Overall, it just is now inside of this class in this case. I will also make this static. That does make actually quite a lot of sense. Yep, there you go. And then we're going to make another class, public static class, and this is the mod event bus events. There you go. Now this will have the same attribute over here with a little bit of a different thing, and that is a second parameter, and that's going to be bus equal to mod.eventBusSubscriber.bus.mod instead of forge. And then here we can finally create our event. That is the public static void entity attribute event. And we're going to do the entity attribute creation event. Very important. And inside of it, we're going to say event.put mod entity types dot chomper dot get, and then do chomper entity dot set attributes. There you go. And do not forget the subscribe event over here. This is exactly how this needs to look like, and then the attributes will be added as well. We can see this is now yellow, so this will be fine, and the entity class is done. The mod events class is also done. The mod entity types is also done, but what about the rendering? I hear you scream, absolutely. So in our entity package, right click, new package called client. I like to put this into the client package here, and we're going to have the chompa model. Writing this correctly would be definitely a little bit nicer. There you go, the chomper model, and then the second class is going to be the chomper renderer. There you go. We're going to start with the model here. This will extend the animated geo model of type chomper entity, and we can just hover over this, implement the methods over here, and those are just going to be 3 resource locations. I will copy those over, but they will be, they will make sense in very, very soon. You're going to be able to figure this out in no time. So you can see those point to the JSON file, the animation JSON file here, and the texture right here. So that's literally all that there's to it for the model. And where do we get those JSON files from and the texture file from? Well, those are all from Blockbench. This is what we've already exported from Blockbench, so we can now add those. So those go into the assets folder, tutorial mod folder, or whatever your mod ID is, new directory called Geo. And we're going to get the GeoJSON file over here. Copy that over. There you go. And then the next one is going to be the textures. So textures entity. And then inside of the entity folder, just the Chomper texture. There you go. Absolutely. And then last but not least, the animation one as well. So in the tutorial mod folder, once again, new directory, animations. Making sure that we write all of this correctly. And then the Chomper animations file over here as well. There you go. So now all of those 3 files are in there and the model is done. And we can proceed to the renderer, and the renderer is actually fairly straightforward as well. This will just extend the geo entity renderer of type, once again, Chomper entity. And we're just going to hover over this, create the constructor matching super. What we want to do is we want to delete the second parameter over here. Instead of the model provider, we want to make a new Chomper model over here. We can also now set the shadow radius over here. Let's say for something like, 0.3 is going to be fine. So this is the shadow radius below the actual entity. And now we have 2 more methods that we can override. So the first method that I actually want to override is the getTextureLocation method. Now here, I'm just going to return the exact same texture that we're basically getting there as well. And then we also can override the getRenderType method, which is pretty much a render method, which could be very, very useful for a lot of things. You can see there's a lot of parameters over here, but that's going to be fine. So here you can, because you have access to the post stack, you can do all sorts of craziness. So for example, we could scale the actual entity by, for example, like 80%. So we're just going to say that the entity is like only 80% the size that we've actually made it in Blockbench. There you go. And you can do all sorts of craziness because you have actually access to the Chomper entity. So you could do, insane stuff like, if the entity has a certain value, then you can change the size or you can change the texture, all of that craziness. So there's a lot of stuff you can do in this method, but that is pretty much what we are going to do in this case. Now we still need to register the renderer. This is also extremely important in the tutorial mod class in the client mod events over here. FML client setup event, what we want to do is we want to say entity renderers, this one right here, .register mod entity types .chomper .get, and then render, and then the Chomper renderer : new. No errors should be present if everything is done right. If you do get an error, double check your constructors over here that they have the correct amount and the correct types of parameters. Right, and for completion's sake, So in theory now, the entity is done, but just for completion's sake, let's also add the spawn egg over here, because that sometimes is a thing that people ask for as well, and we of course wanted to do that as well. Let's just copy over the Kaupenjoe sort, that's going to be fine. This is the Chomper _spawn _egg, and then the name here as well, of course, Chomper _spawn _egg. This is a very important forge spawn egg item, extremely important that you choose the correct one. The first parameter is going to be the entity that it spawns. So, of course, mod entity types.chomper, actually without the get. That's also very important. Then we have a background color. We're just going to do something like this. This is going to be a green over here in hex, of course. And then we're going to do another one that's 19732E. I've already tried those out, and those are going to be okay. Making sure that this actually stacks to 64. And that is the item registered. And then when it comes to, well, of course, this is a normal item, so we still need the translation here. There you go, nothing crazy, Chomper spawn egg. And then when it comes to the item model, that is actually a very interesting one, but also not complex. You can see, of course, just called Chomper spawn egg over here, and it actually just refers to Minecraft item template spawn egg. And that's going to be filled in with the colors that we have specified right here. I think I was a little over-enthusiastic over here because there is actually one more thing we need in the entity class, and that is, of course, pretty much one of the most important things. I've not overlooked this. I've, of course, just wanted to test whether or not you're going to figure it out or not. Well, it is, of course, the goals method over here because we still need the register goals method. Let's just override this one. We don't need to call the super. And, well, I'm just going to copy over the contents of this and quickly explain over here. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a float goal, a melee attack goal, water avoid random stroll goal, and a random look around goal. You can see those have priorities. The lower the number, the higher basically the priority. So it's first of all going to float, and then it's going to melee attack, and so on and so forth. And then we also, you can see those are different selectors. So this is a goal selector, and this is a target selector. Because, for example, for the melee attack goal, what we need is we need a target. And the target selector basically selects the target based on this particular nearest attackable target goal. When it comes to the goals, we're not going to go into extreme detail next tutorial. We're just going to make a custom melee attack goal so that we basically have the attack animation as well. But what I can say is that if you want a custom AI or custom entity AI, basically, number one, this can be extremely complicated, so you need proper Java knowledge to do this. That you can't just go in there, say like, oh, I've done like 3 Java tutorials and that's probably going to be fine. Absolutely no, like I don't think so. It's not going to be a thing. But what we can do is we can go to the goal class over here, press Ctrl H, and take a look at every single vanilla goal that is being used or has been created. You can see there are so many different goals over here. You have, I mean, so much stuff that you can take a look at, try to understand, and this is like just vanilla. Like, let's not even start talking about, all of the things that you can look into other mods and their goals, but this is just vanilla goals. I cannot stress this enough. You have to take a look at these goals and try to basically look at them, how they work. You can say, okay, let's try this out, and just try stuff out. This is like the best thing to be open to experimentation that there is. So do take a look at this, and then you're probably going to be fine. Now, after having the register goals over here, now we're finally done, and we can finally take a look at the Chomper entity in-game. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft, and let's first of all see there is the Chomper spawn egg has been added, and let's also get a villager and a creeper, because those are actually 2 of the entities that the Chomper will attack. Let's spawn it, and there we go. So the idle animation is already playing, and we actually saw the walking animation did also play. It's very subtle, but you can see the legs are moving. Let's just spawn a few more, just so that you can see like when you can actually saw it there as well. So the walking animation definitely does play. Now when I spawn the villager, they're going to attack, but there's not going to be an attack animation, but they are going to attack it. So as you can see, that does work. They don't seem to be, having that much attack damage, but fair enough. Let's also go into survival mode. You can see they're immediately going to attack me as well. Okay, that's no, that's terrifying. Let's attack the creeper as well. Oh, it's going to blow up. All right, so that was an interesting. I didn't expect that one, but that was very funny indeed. Now, so as you can see, at least the Chomper definitely does work, and well, I mean the 2 animations work. It is in game. Well, it works. It has sounds, all of that craziness. And well, next time we're then going to also add the attack animation when it attacks an entity, right? So because now it's just like walking towards it, and something happens, and then there's going to be another basically attack there as well. So very interesting indeed. And yeah, that's how easy it can be to add a custom entity to Minecraft. Chomp chomp, and let's add a custom attack animation to our entity. Alright, we find ourselves back in the editor once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom attack animation to our entity. Now, despite what I said in the last video, we're actually not going to do this via a custom goal. Because within the last minutes, so to speak, of this tutorial coming out, it's not quite that, it's sort of like 1 day ago, or like 1 day before the video comes out, something like that. Someone actually, same different, all credits go to them, because they actually said, this is way too overcomplicated of doing it, and there's a way that is much, much easier to add this attack animation. So this is why we're now going to use, well, this way to do it, and you're going to say that this is actually fairly easy indeed. So what we're going to need is, we're just going to need a new animation controller right here. So we're just going to duplicate this one, right? So just select it, press Ctrl D to duplicate it, and we're going to call this the attack controller. And then this one is not going to actually point towards the predicate, but we're going to make a new predicate called attack predicate. There you go. And then let's just hover over this, create that method. Let's just move it up here, and now we have this method right here. Now, how do we then actually get the attack animation to work? Well, let's just, for the sake of argument, copy over this part right here, right? Because this part is always what the animation is that plays, and there's always going to be the same usually, right? We just want to make this attack, and then this is extremely important. We want this to not loop. So we want should loop is false. Very interesting. And then here we need an if statement that's going to look very, very strange, and that is the if this dot swinging. and event.getController.getAnimationState.equals, and if this equals the animation state of stopped, then we can proceed. And then we want to actually get this controller animation right here inside of this if statement. But this is not all that we need in this if statement. The first thing in this if statement is event.getController.markNeedsReload. And then after the animation has been set, we also want to set swinging to false. Now this is all that we need for our attack animation to work, as long as you have an attack animation that is called animation dot whatever the name of your entity is dot attack, then this will work absolutely no worries, right, with a custom controller and this, and that is all that we need. No needed actual attack goal, custom attack goal, none of that. Basically, we can just proceed with this. So I guess let's just go into the game and see if it works. Alright, so we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's just spawn a chomper. Now you can see the walking animation still works. The other animation, right, the idle animation, there you go, still works. And if I spawn a villager, you're going to see that as soon as it attacks, you can see the attack animation plays. And actually, it will not play as long as, it will basically only play when it actually attacks the other entity, which is exactly what you want. So it doesn't play continuously while it's basically pursuing the target, which is exactly what you want to see. So as you can see, it's not playing, and then it's playing when the actual hit basically hits. So this is why swinging is so great. So the swinging Boolean is so great. And there you go. So this is pretty much how you can add a custom attack animation to your GeckoLib entity. Let's make a custom tool tier. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom tool tier to Minecraft here with Forge. Now, this is actually a semi, often requested topic in this case, because, adding a new tool tier actually has changed quite significantly. And also what I basically want to show with the new tier is that we can make blocks mineable. We're going to make blocks mineable with netherite, and then afterwards we're also going to make blocks mineable only with our custom tool tier. So for this, in the item package, we're going to make a new Java class, and that's going to be the mod tool tiers class. We're just going to have a public static tier from net Minecraft world item here. That's very important. And we're going to call this the Zircon tier. That's it. And there you go. Now, in a static block over here, we want to assign this tier. So what we're going to do is we're going to say Zircon equals, and now what we want to do is we want to use the tier sorting registry from net Minecraft Forge common.register tier, and then inside of here, basically inline, we can create the tier. So now the tier is being created, new Forge tier, very important, we want to use this. The level corresponds to, well, basically the mining level, right? We can middle mouse button click on the tier over here, press Ctrl H, and then look at tiers, the tiers class, and you can see these are the mining levels. So mining level 0 is wood, 1 is stone, 2 is iron, 3 is diamond, 0 once again gold, and wood have the same mining level, and then netherite is 4. So in our case, we actually want 5. All right. What is the next one? The next one is how many uses does this have per default? Let's just do 2000. Once again, the tiers class, highly recommended to take a look at this to see what the uses are for each of the different tiers from vanilla. Highly recommended here. The speed, let's say 9, and then attack bonus is going to be 3. The enchantability maybe a little bit more. Then we need to supply a tag. Now this tag is very important because this is actually going to be the tag that is referenced in order to know what blocks can be mined with this particular tier. So for this, immediately while we're doing this, we actually need a completely new class, and that is going to be making the tag. So for the sake of argument, let's just do null for a moment, and then let's finish this, and then we'll make the new class afterwards. Then we need an ingredient, that is the repair ingredient, you already saw it. So it's just going to be ingredient.of, and then moditems.zircon.get. And then after the third parentheses, we need a new resource location, tutorial mod.modid. I'm going to call this Zircon. And then after the first closing parentheses again, we want list.of. Now we want tiers.netherite. I'm going to explain this in a moment. And then we want comma list.of, and then just nothing, ending with a closed parentheses and a semicolon. And there you go. Now the null we still have to change this, right? But regardless of that, the rest should be fine. So the sorting registry over here is needed so that our Forge tier, our custom tier in this case, is sorted after netherite. Okay, so what the lists here do basically is this, right? So you can actually see this. So The first list is after, so list of tiers placed to place this tier after, meaning that netherite is going to be lesser than zircon. That's the general idea, and this is why we need this. You can basically never make two tiers completely equivalent. However, I believe that they can sort of have equivalence via the level over here, but that is the general idea. Right, now let's fix this null over here. That's kind of important. Let's actually make a deliberate error so I don't forget that. And let's make a new util class, which is going to be the mod tags class. Now, we've seen tags, and especially custom tags like these, before in previous tutorial series. I've not done tags in this case because the last series, the tags are completely the same. So this shouldn't be anything too crazy. We've seen tags as well, of course, in the data folder, right? We've had some Minecraft tags over here, block tags, paintings, and stuff like that. So we have seen those tags, and we should roughly understand what they are. And now we're just going to make a public static class over here called blocks, and this is just going to hold all of our block tags. Now for this, I'm going to just copy over to methods. All of this is always available to you in the description below. And you can see now we can just make a new tag, and that's going to be public static final tag key of type block, making sure we choose net Minecraft world block level block. There you go. That's exactly right. And this is the needs underscore zircon underscore tool. And this is going to be equal to a tag, and it's going to be called needs underscore zircon underscore tool. Note that, of course, the name over here has to be all lowercase. That is, of course, well, something completely normal. And now we just want to reference that particular tag over here. We just want to say mod tags, actually. There you go, mod tags.blocks.needs zircon tool. And now this one is completely done. That's great. Now we just want to add our custom tag. Now that tag will be added under the data folder, tutorial mod or your mod ID, new directory called tags. Very important new directory called blocks, because this is a block tag. Extremely important that this is done. And then we can just make a new file called needs underscore zircon underscore tool.json. Please also note that the JSON here is not needed, but of course it is needed for the name of the actual JSON file. Let's see, I have everything under the iron tool. Let's actually take out both of these. So just deep slate is going to stay in iron. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to make it, let's just copy the entire thing over here. There you go. And let's just get this out of here. So the zircon block will only be added with, or only able to be mined with a zircon tool, and then we'll also add it so that the zircon ore can only be mined with netherite. The way to do that is in the data folder, we're going to right click new directory called forge. Inside of there, once again, tags. Inside of there, again, blocks. And then here, a new file called needs underscore netherite underscore tool.json. Make sure this is written correctly, otherwise it will not work. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this over here as well and make sure that only the zircon ore is in here. For the zircon tool itself, we're just going to make this the zircon block. And then very important that we also take those out of the iron tool, of course. So now, in theory, the zircon block should only be mineable with a zircon tier tool, and the zircon ore will only be mineable with a netherite tool. All right, so that's pretty cool. Now we still need a tool, of course, right? So we still need a new zircon tool, and for that we're just going to add a new pickaxe over here. So let's just add this. Let's just add the count sortie. This is going to be the zircon pickaxe. Of course, the same here, zircon underscore pickaxe. This is going to be the pickaxe item. There you go. And then instead of tiers diamond, this is of course mod tool tiers dot zircon. Maybe a little bit less of a damage modifier and a little bit of a speed less here. The stacks, I don't think we need this. This should be done automatically. I mean, we could just keep it. It shouldn't matter one way or the other, because I believe that the pickaxe item automatically gets durability, so the stacks too should happen automatically. Of course, this is a normal item, so we still need to add all of the JSON files as well. So the language translation over here, there you go. And then, of course, a normal item model file. Nothing that we haven't seen before, pretty much. Right, zircon pickaxe over here just points to a normal item texture. And then we also have the item texture, and that should be pretty much all that we need to do for the custom tool tier. So let's go to the game and see if it works. All right, we found ourselves in Minecraft, and of course, first of all, make sure that you are in survival mode. That's quite important. And let's see if I can mine either of those blocks with a diamond pickaxe. This should not be possible. As you can see, both of them are, well, it doesn't work, basically. Now, the ore I should be able to be mined with a netherite pickaxe, and indeed it is. That's great, but this one should not be mineable with a netherite pickaxe. There you go. However, the zircon pickaxe will be able to mine both of them, and there we go. custom tool tier added to Minecraft. That's how easy it can be. Events, let's talk about them. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be talking about events. So events are a, well, very extensive topic, which we won't cover in like 7 to 10 minutes, let's say. However, I want to introduce to you the idea of events, where you can look up every event, where you can basically find out how it works, and then also how you can basically, well, use events and add stuff to Minecraft with those events. So what you can do is you can press the Shift key twice and just search for, let's say, the Living Hurt event. That is, you know, I usually look for a particular event because we want to get to the event class, but the issue is if we do this, there's a lot of event classes. So this is why I usually go to something like the Living Hurt event and then just go through the super classes here. So middle mouse button click, middle mouse button click, middle mouse button click, and finally when I'm at the event class, I can press Control H and then get the complete hierarchy over here. We can then expand this hierarchy like this and can then go through, well, every single event that has been added by Forge, basically. And as you can see, there are a lot of them. I don't even know, like, obviously, like, I don't think anyone knows every one of them, basically. But as you can clearly see, there are tons of events over here. And the general idea is that you can use any one of these events to have certain things happen when these events fire. So, for example, the baby entity spawn event, just picked randomly over here, well, probably this is going to be called, right? This particular event will fire when a baby entity is about to spawn, okay? Now, you can usually events have very, very detailed Java docs over here. So you can see it's fired just before a baby entity is about to be spawned. Parents will have disengaged their relationship and it is cancelable. This means that in theory, you can cancel the spawning of a baby entity in this case. Or you can change it to be like, hey, you know, maybe a mob needs to be XYZ. Maybe they need to have a certain age or whatever. You can do all sorts of craziness. And in theory, you can do this with almost any event. Now, we've seen some events already in our mod events over here. The villager trades event, we've already seen attach capabilities, the clone event for the player, register capabilities, the player tick event, entity join level event, the entity attribute creation event. So we've seen a few events already, but as you can see, you know, there's like quite a few more. You even have something like difficulty change event, right? Like from what difficulty you change, like it's pretty crazy. Like there's a lot of events, and usually you will find what you need in these events. Now, why do you even need events? Why would you want to use events? Well, what we're going to do is we're basically going to make it so that if you hurt a sheep, right, we're going to get a output inside of the chat. That's all I want to do. Now, this might not seem like the craziest thing to do, but it hopefully will illustrate certain ideas of events, right? And this is basically what I want you to take away from this, because you can then, I mean, almost do anything with events. It is insane what you can do. Usually, you shouldn't use events if you have access to your own block and item classes. So that's one thing. And regardless of that, it's still a pretty cool idea. And I mean, let's just take a look. So let's just add a public static void. We'll just call this on Living Hurt over here. And this is the Living Hurt event, old event. There you go. Do not forget the @subscribe bus event, right? And also don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'm just kidding. That is not necessary, but the @subscribe event definitely is necessary. And then we just want to check event.get entity, right? So this is the entity that was hurt. If that is an instance of sheep, then we will continue. And then we're just going to say, okay, we only want this to happen if the source, so get source, right? And then get the entity from this is actually a player. So if the player actually, let's say, punched a sheep, then we want to, well, just send a system message over here, component.literal, and we're just going to say player.getName.getString hurt a sheep. That's all we want to do. So we just want to output this into the chat, and that's literally it. So this will only happen if, once again, a sheep was hit, and if the player, if the source of the damage is actually a player. Now you can continue this as much as you want, right? So for example, you could say player dot, and this is the thing, get item in hand. So for example, you could say, right, let's say get the main hand item, right? So now we have the get item over here, and then we could say, you know, I only want this to happen if the player actually has mod items dot I mean, whatever the case may be, right? Count sort, that get, right? So just for the sake of argument. So now we can also have something happen that only happens if the player has in its main hand a count and sort. Now you can of course also replace this with a vanilla item, right? So for example, I mean beef, yeah, why not? So you're taking the beef and you're hitting the sheep with it. That's kind of weird, man. But regardless, you could then fire something here as well. So this, of course, comes back to simple Java knowledge. Once you have access to the events and you know all about Java, then you're like, oh, I can do almost anything with this. And the answer to that is absolutely. So keep that in mind as well. Let's just, for the sake of argument here, let's just put this in here and let's just put an else statement. So that, you know, if we hit the sheep with anything else but a beef, then it's just going to do hurt with the sheep. And then here, we're going to say hurt a sheep with beef. And then we're just going to say, but why? Because that really is a good question, right? So just to illustrate this a little bit further. And that's actually all that we need to do. First of all, very important, the method itself has to be public and static, right? Then it has to have only the event as a parameter here. It has to have the @subscribe event annotation over here. And also the class that the method is contained in has to also have this annotation as well, right? So this is going to be on the Forge bus. To check whether or not it's on the mod bus or the Forge bus, you go inside of the event, and usually it says the event is fired on the Forge bus. You can see this is the Forge bus. If it said something like the mod bus, then it would require this. That's pretty much all that there is to it. So let's go into the game and punch some sheep. Alright, we find ourselves back in Minecraft again. So let's just spawn a sheep and let's just hit it. And there we go. Def heard a sheep. Exactly right. And if I hit it with beef, I was gonna say Def heard a sheep with beef, but why? That's the question here. And yeah, I mean that's pretty good, right? So it does definitely work, and that was one example of how you can use an event. Chop chop, and let's add custom trees and tree generation to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in the channel once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding not only custom trees, but also custom tree generation to our mod, and this is going to be, well, quite a little bit of a longer tutorial, but bear with me, it is going to be pretty good. So we're going to first of all start by adding the logs, the woods, the strip variants, the planks, the sapling, and all of that, so all of the blocks, and for that we actually need a custom block. So in our custom package, we're going to right-click new Java class, and this is going to be the mod flammable rotated pillar block. Now, if this is insanity to you, then I agree with you, but this is actually what we're going to need. This is going to extend the rotated pillar block class, this one right here. Let's hover over this, create constructor matching super. And in here, we need to override 4 different methods. First of all, the isFlammable method. Then we need the getFlammability method. We need to also override the getFireSpread method. And then last but not least, getFireSpreadSpeed. That is it. Yeah, there you go. And then also the getToolModifiedState method. So what do those do? Well, obviously the isFlammable method just says, well, is this, particular block flammable or not? And of course it is. The getFlammability is going to be 5. And the getFireSpreadSpeed here is also going to be 5. Now, where do those come from? Well, this is basically the general values for other logs, right? So this is, of course, a log, right? The rotated pillar block right here going to be just like an oak log or a wood or a stripped log, basically. And you can actually look this up, press Shift twice and look for the fire block. And if we go into this and at the very bottom here somewhere, right here in the bootstrap method, you can see we set the flammability of certain things. And this is exactly the values that we have. So you can see planks actually have 5 and 20. We're going to figure out the planks in a moment. Same with logs here. You can see there are 5 and 5. And that's why I put the 5 and 5 in here. And that's going to be fine. And then when it comes to the getToolModifiedState method, there's a few ways that you can do this, basically. One thing you're always going to check for is whether or not if context.getItemInHand.getItem is instance of an axe item. That's usually always what you're going to have to do here. And then you can go about this in a lot of different ways. Now, I'm just going to make this a little bit more, I would say, hard-coded, but that's going to be fine. If you only add like 2 or 3 different log variants, then that's going to be okay. If you add more than that, I suggest possibly making a map here instead of just doing it like this. So what we have is we're going to have state.is mod blocks. So if we are going to use a block, and that's going to be the red_maple_log.get, which of course at the moment doesn't exist yet, but that's okay. We're just going to finish the if statements, and then we're going to continue with this in a moment. And this is going to be the wood mod blocks, of course. There you go. Right, and once again, it doesn't exist yet because, of course, we haven't added it yet. But whatever, we're going to go back to this because we now have an error here, and that's exactly right. Sometimes you do want a deliberate error while you're programming something, so you don't forget to go back, and then, then it's all sorts of crazy and you forget that. So let's go into the mod blocks class and actually register all of our blocks here. So this is going to be a very interesting thing. So let's just take the, let's take the blueberry crop over here. I think nope, that's not good either. So let's just do the jumpy block then. There you go. And then let's get one of them, and then we're going to copy that as well. Now, all of the code, as always, of course, is available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual gist as well. This is the mod flammable rotated pillar block, and it's going to not do a of, but it's going to copy the block behavior of blocks.oak_log. There you go. We don't need the strength over here. And in theory, we also don't need this because I believe that the oak log has this already, but we're going to be fine. We're going to keep it like this for the time being. And now we can duplicate this 4 times, actually quite a few more times. Let's actually do something like this. So now we can actually copy this a few times. So we have 4 different ones of this, and then the log, this is going to be the planks, this is going to be the leaves, and then this is going to be the sapling. I believe those should be everything that we need. So let's continue here. Red maple, wood. And of course, make sure to change the name here, otherwise you will get an error. And we'll also change oak.wood. So it is very easy to make a mistake here. It can just happen, right? Like because it is always the same thing. If you have many different types of wood that you might want to add, then what I suggest you do is you basically have to take a look at another way of doing it. Because otherwise, this is going to be madness. As you can clearly see, right, if you have to do this for every type of wood, and let's not even start with all of the other blocks that you would then add, right, like all of the planks and all of the stairs and fences and all that, it is madness, right? So at that point, you should probably try and see if you can find some other way of doing it. Regardless of that, though, we're now only adding one part of wood or one type of wood, and also only one different tree over here. So this is now going to be a block over here, and this is going to be a leaves block. Very important that we change this around. Then also this is going to be the stripped oak log. Yes, this is going to be taken from the stripped oak wood. Now, I don't think that this is necessarily important. I just like to have this, separated properly. I think it does make sense. This is going to be the planks over here, namely the oak planks, and this is going to be oak leaves. There you go. That is perfect. Now, let's first of all jump back into the mod rotated pillar block, and there we go. Now we have this, and now we need to return the new state. So what is even going on with the getToolModifiedState method? Well, basically, this is called when you right-click this particular block, and then it's going to check, hey, do we have a certain item? Mainly, are we right-clicking with an X item? If we do, then we want to turn the red maple log into the following state, and that is modblocks.strippedMapleLog.get.defaultState. And this is extremely important, set value of axis state.getValue axis. Basically, if the block points up, right, as a normal tree that grows does, right, then that's totally fine. You right click it and that would be the default state. However, if the block is on its side and you right click, then if we only return the default block state here, then it would all of a sudden turn the ups the right way up, and that is kind of weird. This is why we actually need to return the proper value of the axis block property here as well, and that would be fine. Now let's just copy the return variable here, and let's just change this to the wood right here, and that would be pretty much it. Now, yes, you would need to add those 2 if statements for every type of log and stripped variant you have. This is what I'm saying. The best way to do this, long term, is probably to just make a map in this class, right? Just make a static map and just add the different blocks and the different strip blocks there, and then use it right here. Shouldn't be anything too crazy. Of course, some Java knowledge is required, but that at this point is probably going to be a normal thing going forward. Now, the next thing, the planks and the leaves right now would not burn. This is because a normal block doesn't burn. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an anonymous class right here. So we're just going to, after the closing parentheses of the block constructor, we're just going to put in the curly brackets here, and then we can overwrite the isFlammable method. And we're going to overwrite the getFlammability method, and we'll also overwrite the getFireSpreadSpeed method. And we're just going to, well, basically put in what we need. So this is true. This is going to be 5. And this is going to be 20 for the planks. And then what we're just going to get is take both of the curly brackets here, and we're just going to do the same thing for the leaves. Now, those are actually different. Those actually have a flammability of 30 and a spread speed of 60. And there we go. Now our leaves and our planks should also, burn totally fine. That's pretty good. Now that we've added this, we can also now go on to the sapling here. So we can see this is the sapling, and there's of course the red maple sapling. This will take in this will be a new sapling block, which actually is going to need another parameter here. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to put in a comma here and do nothing in here. So I want the error here because we're going to add the other thing right here in a moment. This is going to be the oak sapling. And we can also actually delete the requires all here. That's going to be fine. And there we go. And then we're going to add this in a moment because this actually is already part of WorldGen a little bit. So spawning a tree already has some WorldGen in it. But before we go into the WorldGen, I actually want to copy over all of the different JSON files and all of that craziness for the BlockStates and all of that. Now, this is going to be a little bit crazy, but no worries at all. Now, all of those are, of course, as always, available to you in the description below. GitHub repository individual gist as well. And you can see, there we go. So those are these ones, right, for all of our blocks, the leaves, the logs, planks, sapling, the wood, and the 2 strip variants. We've added all of that. And also the language, of course. Let's get the translation in here as well. There we go. At this point, this should not be anything crazy, nothing that you haven't seen before. So there you go. And then the models, the block models are pretty insane. We're going to look into the BlockStates JSON files in just a moment one more time. But the block model files are pretty insane. So let's just get those over. All right, so these are the block model files. You can see 11 of them. It is pretty freaking crazy. Like you can see there's a lot of them. And overall, they're not complicated when you think about it. Like the leaves, of course, just point to the leaves texture. That's nothing crazy here. Actually, I believe here we do want to add the cutout as well. So we want to add the render_type cutout. I believe this is how we should do it. There you go. That's also quite important. And we also do want to add this to the sapling as well. I believe that this is also not added. There you go. So we should add both of those, and that will be fine as well. That's pretty good. Right, and then for the rest of them, I mean, pretty much they're just, they just have the cube column over here, and they always just point to certain textures. Nothing too crazy. Same thing really goes with the BlockStates JSON files. The logs are a little more complicated, but nothing that we haven't seen before. So they just have the axis BlockState property here with X, Y, and Z as their 3 values, and they then just point to different textures a little bit as well, or different models, I guess, as well as rotated around a little bit. So nothing insane, nothing crazy, nothing that you shouldn't understand at this point pretty much. And then the item model files, let's get those over as well. Otherwise, we won't have any items in our inventory, which is, of course, not quite what we are hoping for. So let's just get those over as well. And those are also just the same idea, right? They just point back to the block model file, and I believe all of them do, except for the sapling. That one just points to the actual texture in the block folder, because, well, the texture that is displayed in a sapling in this cross fashion is actually the same texture that is displayed in the inventory. That is why we literally only have one texture for it, so nothing crazy there. Let's get the textures as well. They're all block textures, and those are, of course, also all available to you. Let's just get them. The stripped variants and the normal variants should be 7 of them. And there we go. So now the blocks textures the textures have been added. The JSON files have been added. And we can proceed with the first step of the world generation, basically, which is spawning the tree from the sapling itself. So in our world package, inside of the feature package, we're going to make a new package called tree. And inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be the red maple tree grower. Yes, just making sure that we write tree correctly. There you go. And this will extends the tree grow abstract tree grower. This is exactly right. We're going to hover over this, implement the getConfiguredFeature method right here, and that will be that. Now, we're actually going to make a deliberate error once again, because we do need to, first of all, add the configured feature, and then we can, basically return it here. So in the ModConfiguredFeatures class, the first thing we want to do is we want to, well, add the red maple as a new field right here. So this is going to be a public static final registry object of type configured feature. Configured feature question mark, and this is going to be the red underscore maple. Now, I will be copying over the entire thing here because it is pretty insane. However, no worries, we're going to go through line by line. So this is going to look quite like this. So this is the entire thing. So we're going to have a red maple equal to, of course, configure feature register, right? That we've seen this before, right? We're just registering this particular registry object. And this is called red maple. Fair enough. Then a supplier of a new configured feature of type tree. And then we need a tree configuration builder over here. And that is the thing that is quite interesting. The first parameter here is a simple block state provider of the log. This is going to be the block that is going to be displayed as your, well, trunk, basically, right? This is going to be the trunk. And then the straight trunk placer is the type of, well, the type or how this particular block is being placed down. If we middle mouse button click on this, you can see there's a trunk placer class. And if I click on it and press Ctrl H, there's different types of trunk placers. Now you can make your own as well, but it is quite complicated, which is something that we're not going to do here. But it is possible in theory with some sufficient Java knowledge and some sufficient modding knowledge. You should be definitely able to do this. And then the next one is the simple block state provider for the leaves. So this is going to be the leaves. Now you could, in theory, add any block in here you want. Yes, you could make a gold tree with diamond leaves. It would work in theory. I mean, be my guest, right? Try it out, test out stuff. That is always a great idea. Then we have the blob foliage placer. So this is the same idea as the trunk placer. If we middle mouse button click on this, the foliage placer class, you can see different types of foliage placers, basically a different way of placing down the leaves. In this case, just taking the blob one with 2, 0, and 4 as its parameters. Highly suggest just trying out the different numbers here, try different numbers and then see what happens. The 2 layers feature size is still a thing that is a little bit of a mystery to me. I believe, if I recall correctly, this sort of determines how many trees can like spawn next to each other and like those things basically. Although I'm still not 100% sure, because world gen, as always, and as I've mentioned plenty of times before, is quite the complicated beast to manage. Whatever the case may be, this is the configured feature that we now need to return right here. So this is the configured, mod configured features.redmaple. And I believe that this should be fine. No, we actually do want to do get holder.get. That should be okay. And then that will be fine. Now in the mod blocks class, we can now say a new red maple tree grower. And now actually all of our errors should be gone and everything should in theory already work, at least for, well, placing down the sapling and then having the tree spawn. So for the time being, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the game for the first time, see if our sapling actually grows, and then we'll continue and actually also then spawn our tree inside of the world via custom tree generation. But first of all, let's look at the sapling. All right, we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and there we go. We can see the, well, different blocks all have been added, including the sapling. So let's take the sapling over here. Let's get some bone meal, and in theory, if we set it down and we bone meal it, it should grow at some point. There we go. Now, the leaves will decay over here. That is actually completely expected because we're going to fix that in a moment as well. But overall, that is pretty awesome indeed. Now, the actual sapling itself should also grow with time. So if we just do the following, if we just change the game rule, do random tick speed, and we're just going to increase this to a ridiculous degree. There you go. It also grows automatically, and then also all of the leaves decay up pretty fast as well. So there you go. And that is pretty awesome. So the sapling works. Now let's go on to the world generation. Right, first of all, to fix the decaying leaves, you have to go to the data folder to Minecraft and add another block over here, or a block tag rather, and that is going to be the logs tag, logs.json. Let's just get the way that a tag file looks. And here we're just going to add all 4 different types of logs. So it's going to look kind of like this. There we go. The log, the wood, the stripped variants, and then now the leaves will not decay anymore. Now we'll continue with the world generation. So for our custom world gen, we're going to need a lot of things, and that is we have one configured feature right here, right now. Now we're going to be able to convert this, so to speak, into a place feature. That place feature is going to be made into another configured feature, and that configured feature is then going to be made into a last place feature, which is then going to be referenced once again in a custom, where is it, right here, bio modifier, and that will then spawn. So first of all, we then now need the new placed feature, and that is the checked one. Now, I will be copying this over, but no worries at all. All of this is available to you in the description below. GitHub path to an individual just as well as always. And you can see it actually isn't that complicated. It is, of course, a registry object of placed feature. It is called red maple checked. And we're registering a new placed feature right here called red maple checked. All right, making a new placed feature. Referencing the red maple the configured feature red maple. This is the one that actually spawns the tree, and we're making it so that it can only spawn where the red maple sapling will survive. Now this is actually extremely important because otherwise your block will, or your tree will just spawn anywhere, including inside of the inside of other trees. So you might have like 2 or 3 trees stacked on top of each other because you know, it doesn't check for the sapling survivability, and that is why this place feature is actually quite important. And now we're going to take the place feature that we've just made right here, and we're going to, well, convert it, so to speak, into another configured feature. That is the red maple spawn, and you can see, once again, a configured feature, this time of random feature configuration, and it has a weighted place feature list here. And what this basically does is, well, 50% of the time we're choosing the red maple checked, and another 50% of the time we're also choosing the red maple checked. I'm unsure why I have to do this, but I do have to do this, otherwise it doesn't work. So it's very strange. So once again, if anyone has an idea on how to basically skip this step, please do feel free to leave me a comment down below. Otherwise, you just have to take this step, and there you go. And now on to the last placed feature, luckily, which is the red maple placed. And we're going to see it actually is not that crazy. This is, there you go. So you can once again see is red maple placed here. And as a placed feature, it uses the red maple spawn that we've just made, this one right here. And then it has a tree placement. And this is extremely important, of count extra. And this number in particular is very important. So what these numbers mean is that it spawns three different trees, and then it has a 10% chance of spawning 2 more trees. Now what's important is this chance right here is very particular. And with very particular, I mean that when you have this chance, it has to be 1 divided by the chance, so this would be 10%, has to be an integer, right? So you can put in 0.1, that works. You can put in 0.2, that also works. So you can put in 0.25, because that also works. What you cannot put in, for example, is something like 4.5, because that is not going to be an integer, and then you will get an error. I don't know why this is made so weirdly, because if we look into the count extra, this is basically what happens here, right? So this whole thing basically does exactly that. It checks whether or not when you divide by this particular float, that you get an integer out of it. So please make sure to get an integer out of it, otherwise you will get an error. It looks kind of like, what does it look like? It will say chance data cannot be represented as list weight. If you get this, it means that your chance right here is wrong. This is very strange to me, but it is what it is. Whatever the case may be though, we now have the placed feature, so we can go into the tutorial mod. So data folder, tutorial mod forge biomodifiers. If you've already added this via the origin, that would be great. And then let's just copy over one of them. That's going to be the add. This is the add red maple. And what we're going to do is we're going to add this to, how about we add this in the plains biome? I think that does make sense. Right, so we're going to use the forge tag is _ plains, and then the feature we're going to use is the red _ maple _ placed. Of course, referencing the name right here, and with that I mean this one right here. You can also just copy it, making sure that this is correct. And then this is also important. This is now vegetal _ decoration. There we go. And that would pretty much be everything that we need to do. Now, of course, yeah, no, like quite a few steps, of course, but regardless of that, that should be pretty much all that we need. So let's go into the game, make a new world, and see if it works. As I've said, be sure to make a new world right here. So let's just create this. Of course, you're going to get the warning again. And then let's see if we can find our custom trees inside of the plains biome. Very interesting stuff. All right, find ourselves back in Minecraft. And I mean, there we go. The trees are already spawning here. This is probably a plains biome, of course, right? There you go. It is a plains biome. And our trees are spawning. And you can see, well, the numbers basically shake out to be exactly this. I highly recommend, as always, just playing around with the numbers a little bit, taking a look at the vanilla classes for the trees, and then you're going to find some other ways of spawning them as well. But yeah, there you go. This is pretty much how to add a tree and custom tree generation to Minecraft. Big round and filled with minerals? Let's add a custom geode to world generation. Alright, we find ourselves back in the editor once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom geode to our world generation. So this is actually a quite interesting thing, because of course in, I believe, 180, I don't even know, 118 or 119, geodes were added to the world generation, basically where the amethysts spawn, right? So the amethysts spawn in geodes, and those are actually a specific thing in world generation, and we're going to add one of those geodes right now. Now, what is going to happen is that they're going to be, well, it's just going to be an example of how to add a geode. I will say that the geode we're going to do is definitely not, you can't just like copy that over and have it be done, because it's going to be actually very, very strange. However, I basically want to show you this with crazy different blocks so that you can see how the geodes spawn. So in our mod configured features, I will be copying over the entire configured feature, because it is, I think, like 10 lines long. It is very, very long. There's a lot of things, but we're going to go through and actually take a look at what they are. And of course, the code is, as always, available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. So you can see this is a configured feature of type geode, and it takes in a geode configuration and then some geode block settings and stuff like that. If we go into the geode configuration right here, you can actually see what the different parameters mean. We have block settings, we have the layer settings, cracked settings, and then we also have the things like the placement chance, at what layer, the outer wall distance, point setup, and all of that craziness. Now, what really interests us is actually the block settings right here. So if we go into the block settings, you can see, oh, let's do this. There you go. You can see the first one is the filling provider. And we have the inner layer, we have an alternate inner layer, we have a middle layer, an outer layer, and inner placement, the cannot place, and the invalid blocks. So that's very interesting indeed, and we basically see this, right? So the absolute inner thing is going to be air, so this geode is filled with air. Okay, fair enough. Then we have an inner layer of deep slate, and then we can go through, right? Alternate inner layer would be a zircon ore, fascinating. So this is basically the thing that would be equivalent to the amethyst clusters, right? So we actually can do the geode. Let's middle mouse point click on the geode, middle mouse point click here, and we should find the amethyst geode, and we can actually see, well, the different things here. As you can see, air is the first one, then we have the amethyst block over here, and the budding amethyst. So this is where the amethysts come out, calcite, smooth basalt, and so on and so forth. So I do highly suggest taking a look at the amethyst geode right here, because that one is, well, a great place to start with this. And then here, all of the numbers, I mean, you have so many numbers to play around with. I just highly recommend playing around with them a lot, because that is really awesome indeed. That it gives you so many different ways of dealing with this and like changing it around. When it comes to spawning the geode, of course, we still need a place feature, which we're also going to be copying over. But once again, this is also available. So the zircon geode place right here, as you can see, well, it takes, first of all, of course, the configured feature, and then we're going to have an average on every 50. So this should be placed average of every 50 different chunks. In theory, we're going to have a spread over here, and it's going to spawn between Y level 6 and Y level 50. So this is pretty much everything that we need for the geode. Once again, you can always play around with the numbers. I highly suggest doing so. And well, we're going to see how crazy this looks with these different like blocks here, but it's going to be very, very interesting indeed. So of course, to spawn this, we still need a new biome modifier. So we're just going to copy over the zircon ore modifier over here, drag it into the same folder while holding control, and this is add zircon geode. And here we simply just need to change this one right here, and that is the zircon underscore geode underscore placed, and that is it. Now our geode should spawn in new worlds and old ones when the world generation kicks in again. So let's go into the game, make a new world, and let's take a look at our zircon geode. Alright, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's see if we can find our custom geode over here somewhere. We can already, of course, see some amethyst geodes. That is, of course, absolutely normal. Let's see. We should be able to spot them by, well, taking a look at whether or not we can see some emerald blocks over here. And there we go. So we can see those are some emerald blocks. Now, it is mostly made up of dirt, which is, of course, not quite something I had in mind. Let's just search for another one and see if that one is a little bit nicer. So there's another one right here. And that is also not quite what I had in mind. So let's just continue along. So there we actually have a big one. This is what I was looking for. There you go. So you can see there's a bunch of dirt basically, but then also there are a bunch of zircon ores and zircon blocks over here. Absolutely amazing. And the outer shell basically is always made up of, you know, dirt and the, in this case, emerald blocks, which is, you know, it has a very strange effect. This is what I've said. This is definitely just for testing purposes only. I just wanted to show you how crazy it can be. You can pretty much put in any type of, well, different thing. What's also very cool is that we're going to see this in a moment, but the blocks over here, they always only spawn adjacent to the one block. So if we actually take a look at this, right? So the block right here, this list, they always only spawn adjacent to this particular block over here. Because in theory, this particular block would always be the alternate inner, right? And then the placement, the list right here is exactly this one right here, the inner placements, right? The inner placements, which means that they are always only placed like next to those particular blocks. That's very interesting for me, and this is basically, you know, is very interesting in my mind. This, of course, because this is the budding amethyst where the amethysts grow out of, and then the amethysts, of course, can only grow out of there. But that is a very cool thing indeed. And this way, you can also make your own custom amethyst stuff that spawns, things like that. But regardless of that, it is pretty awesome indeed. So that is how you can make a custom geode in Minecraft. What? Flowers? For me? Let's add custom flowers to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back on Children once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom flowers, custom potted flowers, and custom flower generation all in one video. This has actually been requested more times than I would imagine, but fair enough, let's just go ahead and do this. So in the ModBlocks class, we're just going to, well, let's just copy the red maple over here. This is going to be the jasmine flower. This is going to be jasmine, and this is going to be jasmine as well. This is, of course, going to be a flower block with some different parameters. The first parameter is actually the effect this has in a suspicious stew. So this is going to be, let's just do, sure, glowing, why not? And then this is the duration in seconds, I believe. I'm not sure. It definitely is not in ticks. I can tell you that. It's not in ticks, which is very strange, but it is what it is. So let's just do 4. I think 4 is going to be fine. Let's do 5. Sure, 5 is okay. And then let's copy the dandelion properties here, and then we should be fine. Now, we, of course, also want a potted block, right? This is actually important. So this is going to be the potted underscore jasmine. Same with the name over here, potted underscore jasmine. However, this actually uses either, this actually does something else, and that is actually blocks.register. So we don't want to use the register block right here. We actually want to use the register block class over here, but from the default register. I'm unsure why this wouldn't want this to work. Let's see. Oh, because of the creative mode tab. Of course. I'm sorry. There you go. And now though, it will be fine. Now, this is, of course, now a flower pot block. And this is extremely important. The first parameter here is actually going to be a supplier of blocks.flowerpot.cast. And then we want to cast blocks.flowerpot, this one right here. And we want to cast this to a flowerpot block class. And I believe this should be fine. Yes. And then the second parameter is modblocks.jasmine. There you go. And that should be it. Yep. So there you go. So we want to basically give it the block, or the flower pot without anything in it. And we also want to give it the actual flower here. And that should be pretty much fine. Now, there's one more important thing that you actually need to do to properly register the potted jasmine here, or the potted block, and that is in the tutorial mod class, or in your main class. In the common setup, we wanted to add the flower pot as well. Now, this has to happen at the top of the onQWork runnable. If you do this at the bottom, it doesn't work. I don't know why, but it is the case. So what we want to do is we want to say blocks.flowerpot.cast. And once again, cast this to a flower pot block. Then after the closing parentheses, add plant, exactly this one, modblocks.jasmine.getID. And then the second parameter is modblocks.pottedjasmine. Yeah, without anything, actually. There you go. That is it. That should be it. It's getID, actually. Thank you. And there you go. So we have the ID right here, and then this basically maps the jasmine to the potted jasmine. And then once you actually set down a pot and right-click it with the jasmine, then, well, it should just make that a potted jasmine block. Very interesting indeed. And now we just need to add the, well, all of the different things, right? The textures, the models, the translation, and the BlockStates JSON files. So let's add those as well. So we have a JSON file for the block state for both the jasmine as well as the potted jasmine. As you can see, both of them are actually normal block state JSON files. Now, the only thing with the jasmine over here is that for whatever reason, there apparently is some sort of jasmine.json like file that is added somewhere. This is why this is marked as yellow, because it uses the jasmine.json schema. I have no idea what that even is. But I just basically change it to like schema version 4, and then the warning over here goes away. If you get this warning as well, if you name this jasmine.json, don't worry about it. It is totally fine and safe to use. It just is kind of weird. Then we go also added the translations, nothing insane over here, literally just, added the translations. Also make sure to add the translation properly for the pot, even though it's not really used. If you have something like one probe installed, when you hover over the pot, you also want a proper translation here. I definitely do suggest that. Let's copy over the block model JSON files as well. There we go, the jasmine and the potted jasmine. And of course, right here, what you're going to find is that this, once again, has jasmine.json, weird schema. I have no idea why this is the case. And then here we also want to add the render type cutout over here, making sure that we have this as well. And we want this for both of them, I believe. I'm actually unsure. I don't think we need it for the potted one, I guess, because I don't have it for the potted one. So I believe we only need it for this one right here, and that should be fine. And there we go. Let's get the item for the jasmine as well, because the potted one, of course, doesn't have an item, and this is going to be the same thing, right? Again, a warning here. Let's just change this, and there we go. Now we just need the block texture. This should only be one texture, as it is only the jasmine, well, the block itself, the flower itself, and there we go. Now, that should be pretty much all that we need in this case for the actual block itself. Now, we also, of course, want to spawn the particular jasmine. Now, this is actually not very complicated. In the mod configured features class, let's just copy this over. All of this is, as always, of course, available to you in the description. I'll get up a pause for an individual just as well. You can see this is a configured feature of type flower, 32 tries, 6x spread, and 2 y spread. Highly suggest playing around with the numbers. If you want more flowers, just get a higher tries. If you want them further apart, do those higher over here. So x spread and y spread should make them further apart. And then we're basically placing it only if this is an empty block, and we're placing down the jasmine over here. The place feature, similar thing goes. For the place feature, let's just go right here, and then you can see we just have the jasmine placed over here with an on average 16. So this should be, I believe, placed down on average every 16 chunks-ish. And well, it also has a height map, also a spread. I believe those are just sort of generic things that you're going to need. And that is pretty much all that we need to add the jasmine to the world generation. Of course, we still need the biome modifier. Let's add this as well. Let's just get the red maple over here. That's going to be the add jasmine. There you go. And then the jasmine is going to look like this. We're going to also add it to the planes. I like this. This is jasmine underscore placed. And that is it. Vegetal decoration is absolutely correct. And this is all that we need to do. So you can see actually everything in one video. We have a normal flower, a potted variant of that flower. We have added it to the world generation as well. So let's go into the game, make a new world, and see if our beautiful flower has been added to Minecraft. Alright, friends, let's back in Minecraft, and let's just try and see. That's actually very funny there. But let's just see. I think I already spot my flower. No, that is actually not my flower. Well, there you go. So much for that one. Let's just find a like a real plains biome. I know that this should actually, wait a second. There they are. They already are there. There they are. Look at them. The jasmine. I actually, you know, this is actually done by myself. So this is my own custom texture over here. And I think that, you know, it's not that bad. It definitely looks like a flower, okay? Like, at least give me that. It looks like a flower. It doesn't look that bad. All right, let's get a pot over here and let's see if this also works, but I'm pretty confident that it does. Well, okay, it almost works, but apparently there's some weirdness going on here. So we'll definitely have to check that one out. I'm unsure why that would be the case. So we definitely get the flower back, but there's something wrong with the texture. Very interesting. I've not seen that before. Also, it does change the thing over here. So let's just take another look. I'm pretty sure this should be either the block state or the block model where something weird has happened. But overall, let's just go and see what is going on with this. And indeed, for whatever reason, the potted jasmine block model here for me was wrong. I have no idea why that is the case. Actually, this should be looking like this. So it should basically, well, have a texture over here, have the cutout and all of that. So, yeah, you're going to have, of course, the correct JSON file, but just for completion's sake, let's go back and actually see if it works now, but I'm pretty confident that it will. All right, so there you go. Now the thing actually works. Now, what is very strange is that the actual model here is, you know, like it's sort of, I don't know why it changes its position. So this is basically a thing that happens when you place down a flower on its own in the world, right? So it is always like in a little bit of a different position. And for whatever reason, it does the same thing here. I am unsure as to why that is the case. It shouldn't be happening. So if anyone knows why that would be the case, I'll definitely pin that comment if you have a solution for that, because I have not actually seen that before, so I don't know why that is the case, why that would happen. But, you know, overall, though, it does work fairly well. So apart from the moving of the flower pot, which is very strange, but there you go. That is pretty much how you can add custom flowers to WorldGen and also to a pot. Very nice. Be careful when you're out. The chomper is on his way. Let's add custom entity generation to our mod. Alright, we find ourselves back in the channel once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom entity generation to our mod. Now this actually only requires two things, but they are things that of course you need to know. The first thing is going to be a biome modifier again, and it is actually not as difficult as you might think. Let's just copy over the jasmine over here, the jasmine modifier, and we're going to call this the spawn_chomper. There you go. And what we're going to do is the actual type is going to be different, and that is going to be at spawns. And we're going to spawn this in actually in the desert, because that's the easiest to do. So we're not going to use a tag in this case, but a singular biome, which means that we need to make a list right here. So there's going to be a Minecraft : desert. And the feature here and the step, actually, we also don't need, because what we need is the spawners. This is going to be type. So there's going to be a type, and the type is, of course, tutorial mod : chomper. Now for the weight, this is like how much weight is assigned to spawning this. We're going to put 150. This is a lot, right? So this is going to replace a lot of other mobs in spawning in theory. So do keep in mind to play around with those numbers, especially, you know, before you release your mod. That should definitely be a thing. And then min count and max count should be fairly self-explanatory. Just how many, you know, spawn in one group, right? Between 1 and 3, basically. Now, you might think that this is everything. However, it is actually not. We still need to also add the spawn placements for this. And this is something that, you know, a lot of people might forget or don't think about. In the OnQWork runnable, right, if you have multiple ones, I highly suggest just making a new class and just calling a method with just 1 or 2 different entities. This should be fine. So we want to call spawn placements.register mod entity types.chomper.get. And then we're going to use placement spawn. So we're going to do spawn placements.type, type.onGround. We're going to do height map type, and we're going to do motion blocking no leaves. And we're going to then do monster : check monster spawn rules. Now, what we also want to double check is that the chomper over here is actually indeed a mob category monster. If that is the case, then this is pretty much all fine. If you want the vanilla versions of this, just middle mouse button click on the spawn placements class, and here you can see all of the different ways that the vanilla mob is basically, well, the rules for vanilla mob placement. If you don't have this, then in theory, if, you know, worst comes to worst, then your mobs could also spawn inside of the air and all of that craziness, and in this case they can only spawn on the ground. So this is pretty much awesome. This is pretty awesome. The monster rules as well make it so that, you know, they don't spawn in non-peaceful basically, or they only spawn in non-peaceful worlds. There you go. And if it's dark enough, and then there's also some other rules here as well. Absolutely amazing. And that is actually all that we need. One thing in the OnQ work runnable, once again at the very top over here, otherwise it did not work for me, and then a proper biome modifier over here, and that should always also be fine. And I mean, I guess let's go into the game and let's see if our chomper has been added to the desert. Alright, find us in Minecraft again, and let's just locate over here a biome, and that is going to be the desert, of course, very important. And once we find desert, let's go and teleport over there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to make it, first of all, making sure that we are in normal, that's fine, and then time set night. Let's hope the desert is big enough. Well, that might not be a big enough desert, to be honest with you. Well, maybe the desert continues here. I mean, I think we're going to be okay. It still might not be a big enough desert, but we'll see, I guess. We already see something green, but it is a creeper. And this is no chomper in sight, apparently. All right, let's just get to another desert. That, of course, sometimes happens, right? The deserts don't always, you know, they're not always, like, big. But we'll just get another desert, locate another one, and let's hope that this is a little bit bigger. And then we should be able to find our spawn over here. There we go. That is definitely going to be a little bit bigger, and let's see. There they already are. I've already seen them. I've already spotted one of them. There they is. Let's go. It's a chomper. Another chomper right here. Absolutely amazing. And they should be, you know, continuously spawning throughout the desert in groups between basically 1 and 3. So there you go. That is custom entity world generation as well. Let's add custom structures to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Minecraft again, indeed, because today we are going to add custom structures to Minecraft. Now, I have already built this beautiful Kaupenjoe, as I will call it. Now, you can see inside of it, you know, we just have some of our custom wood basically here, the red maple stuff, as well as a chest in the middle that's just empty, and then also, you know, a soul lantern, as well as a lot of doors. Now, let's just close those doors, and how do we get this structure that we've built into, well, first of all, a form that the game understands, and then secondly, how do we then get to spawn it? Well, for the first part, we need to give ourselves the structure block right here, and we need to place it at the 2 corners, basically. So we're going to place it at this corner first, and this is going to be the structure name tutorial mod : Kaupen_house, and then we'll just select it, press Ctrl A to select it, or Ctrl C to copy it, and we'll change this to save mode, done. And then we'll go to the opposite corner, and we'll put this right here. There you go, and then this is going to be corner mode, done. And if we now go back to this guy, we should, if we hit detect, it should, there you go. So it detects the entirety of the structure, absolutely perfect. What we can then do is we can hit save, and you can see it is now saved as tutorial mod Kaupenjoe, and we can proceed into IntelliJ. Now, inside of IntelliJ, we want to go to the run folder inside of the saves folder, and then whatever your world was where you had this, so this was the structures world, in the generated folder, you should have an NBT file. So what you can do is you're going to basically select the structures folder over here, press Ctrl C to copy it, and then go all the way to resources, data, tutorial mode, and paste it in right here. There we go. Now our structure as an NBT has been added, and we could now spawn it via a command or via the structure block. Now the great thing is that the entire structure can be added with JSON files only. So we only need to add a couple of JSON files, and then our structure will spawn in the world. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to add another tag over here, and that's going to be under data tutorial mod tags. And then inside of the tags folder, we want a new directory called worldgen. Inside of that directory, we want another directory called a biome. And inside of there, we want a last directory, which is called has_structure, making sure that this is written correctly as well. There you go.
and then we can basically start copying over the JSON files. Before I copy over the JSON files, I want to give the biggest shout out to Telepathic Run's structure tutorial mod repository over here, because this is an incredible resource for basically everything that has to do with structures at all. So if you want any more in-depth things like Jigsaw structures or processor lists, things like that, just go to this repository. I will link in the description below. It is the best resource that is out there. Right, so then let's copy over the JSON files. Now, all of those will, of course, be available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well. But you can see this is just a tag over here that basically says, okay, in these biomes, our Kaupenjoe can spawn. That is all that there is to it. So nothing too crazy. And now I want you to pay close attention, because we're going to need a new folder inside of the tutorial mod folder. However, it's very easy for us to make a mistake here. So resources, data, tutorial mod, or whatever your mod ID is, right click, new directory called WorldGen. Now what you will find is that you have two WorldGen folders that are very, very close together. One of them is in the tags folder, the other one is in the tutorial mod folder. These are different folders. Please pay eight times attention to this, because it is very, very easy to put something into the wrong folder here. So the best thing to do is close the tags folder, and then you can see tags, and then WorldGen is at the same level as tags. Inside of there, we want a few things, namely 3 folders. The first one is the structure folder. The second one is the structure underscore set folder. And the last one is going to be the template underscore pool folder. So those 3 folders named exactly like this, very important. And then let's start adding the JSON files. Of course, the JSON house for the structure folder. Let's take a look at this. Now I've added the comments over here. Those are all by Telepathic Grunt. So those are basically available in Telepathic Grunt's repository, and I've just added them here as well, because they add an incredible amount of information to each different field that you can basically add here. I cannot recommend this enough to basically take a look at this. Now, if you take a look at this one, the template pool, this is the thing we're going to add in just a moment inside of this folder here. The size over here is, well, you can see how many pieces away from the central structure this is going to spawn. This is only interesting to us if we use Jigsaw blocks, which we'll take a look at in the next tutorial. Max distance from center, well, you can see how far away can it spawn from the center of the spawn. Maximum distance away from center can these pieces spawn, cannot be greater than 128, all right? And then you have the biome tag, which is the thing that we've added before. So you can see this is under has structures Kaupenjoe, and it looks for, well, tutorial mod, then it looks for a tag. So it looks in the tags folder, WorldGen, biome, has structure, Kaupenjoe JSON. And that is exactly what is being basically referenced right here. Surface structures, I'm pretty sure that this step should always be the same. I don't think that there should be anything else here. Maybe underground structures, that's the only other thing, but we're not going to do underground structures in this tutorial. Then we have at what Y level is this going to spawn? Well, I'm actually going to put in 0 here, because I do think that -1 is not going to yield the result that I want, but we'll see. And then these are just basic normal things that you should always have. And then here you can also add some spawn overrides. So making sure that you add certain creatures over here inside of the structure, for example. Then let's take a look at the structure set, also Kaupenjoe JSON. And you can see this is a little bit simpler. Basically, we're just referencing the structure JSON file right here. And then we're giving it a weight. So if we had multiple JSON files, we could reference all of them, give them different weights. And then depending on the weights, depending on the likelihood, one or basically either of them would spawn randomly. The placement here is extremely important. So the salt has to be a high unique number, but it can't be too high. So it can't be higher than the integer limit. Very important. And also it has to be unique. Otherwise your structures will overlap. The average distance apart and the minimum distance apart should be fairly self-explanatory. In the end, I really recommend to ramp those numbers up if you have an actual mod with structures in it, because 20 and 6 is way too little. Like it is definitely not enough. But that is going to be okay. Here, the only other kind of placement is the ring-based placement, which we're not going to take a look at. For the most part, random spread pretty much covers everything that you're going to need for the time being. And then in the template pool folder, we're going to make a new folder called Kaupen_house. And inside of there, we want the start_pool JSON file. And this is going to be very interesting indeed. So this just references itself, basically. So Kaupenjoe is the folder and start pool JSON is the name. If there's something wrong and it fails to generate, then we're just going to make it empty, so nothing is going to generate. What is this? The location here is tutorial mod, so it's going to look in the data folder, tutorial mod, under the structures folder, and then looking for a Kaupenjoe NBT, and this is what it will spawn. the processor JSON list. As I've said, take a look at Telepathic Grunts tutorial repo in order to learn more about this. It's very interesting as well. And then these two things, I pretty much just keep them. Now we could, for example, do something like terrain matching just to see like what would happen. You know, you can see best for roads is rigid, and then if the house, you know, would deform things, then you can also do terrain matching. Highly recommended just playing around with this as well, as it definitely does make a lot of sense. As you can see, actually, these are all of the JSON files that we need. So 4 JSON files and 1 NBT file, and our custom structure will be added to new worlds. So let's go into the game, make a new world, and see if our structure spawns. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft, and let's just fly around and see. There we go. We already got the first Kaupenjoe house spawning in the wild, and as you can see, there we go. So actually, this is very interesting. As you can see, it basically adapted to the terrain. So this is basically what happens if it adapts to the terrain. It does have a quite of a cool like idea. Now, might not be the best way for this particular structure. However, it does look kind of cool that it sort of adapts to the terrain. So in this case, apparently it doesn't adapt the terrain to itself. It adapts itself to the terrain, which is very interesting. What is it actually called? Oh, it's called terrain matching. I believe there is also another projection over here that's called terrain adaptation or terrain adapting, something like that, where it adapts the terrain to itself instead of the other way around. However, I have actually not seen this before, so that is kind of hilarious, to be honest with you. But you will find, if I'm just going to fly away in a little bit, I should be able to find another one of those structures fairly quickly again, because as I've said, the spacing and the distance apart is actually not that crazy. So we should be able to find another one. Let's see if we just get unlucky, incredibly unlucky over here. And then we have another one. So that actually took way longer than I expected, but fair enough. Oh, that's a geode. Okay, fair enough. So there we go. There's another one, and it is also adapted to the terrain, but pretty cool actually. Like I kind of like the effect. You know, I'm not sure if I like 100% love it, but it's pretty cool. But that is pretty much how you can add a custom structure to Minecraft. Let's add custom jigsaw structures to Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in Minecraft again, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom jigsaw structure. So this structure right here will add in 2 different, well, structure pieces, so to speak, and we'll add them together with a jigsaw block. Now for this, we will need to save each individual piece, and also we will need jigsaw blocks. So the first thing we'll need to get ourselves or give ourselves here is the structure block, and the second thing we need to give ourselves is the jigsaw block. So both of those are needed, and then we can proceed. Let's first of all add the outline here for the structure so that we roughly know what we're working with. There's going to be tutorial mod : storage _ platform. There you go. And this is going to be the save mode. All right. And then let's get to the top corner over here. Let's add this one in. So I want this to be inside of the thing. So let's do this one, I believe. No, this one. I'm pretty sure that should cover it. So let's put the same one in here. Corner mode. I believe this to be the case. So let's get back to the save mode and detect it. And let's see. And we're not high enough. So one higher. And then we should be fine. Get rid of this guy, get another one in corner mode, and detect it again, and then we should be fine. That is perfect. There you go, and there we go. Now we have the entire structure here saved, and then we'll do the same thing for this side as well. So we're just going to put this right here. Yes, and this is going to be the diamond _ storage platform. Absolutely. This is going to be the save mode, and then the same thing goes on here. Now here we just have to be make sure that everything is in here as well. I believe this should be fine. It's corner mode, absolutely. And let's see. Detect, and that is everything in there. So that's perfect. So this is exactly what we need, basically. Now we have 2 structures. Now how do we sort of combine them, right? So basically what I want is I want this to spawn always, right? So this is our main platform. And then this side platform can either have diamonds, emerald, or iron. And that is going to be done with this jigsaw block. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to set this jigsaw block down. Now what we need to do is we need to make sure that this jigsaw block, right, is inside of the main chamber or the main storage structure here. and the other one is in the secondary one, and they connect like this. So the arrows have to point to each other, and this line has to connect. Very important indeed. Right, so let's start with the secondary one, and that is going to be a name. The name is tutorial mod /side_platform. And this name over here after I had done is only referenced right here in the target name. So that is the only place where this is ever referenced. Now the target pool itself is actually a little bit more interesting, because that's actually going to be under tutorial mod /storage_platform /site_pool. This is a JSON file inside of the template pool folder, inside of the storage platform folder. So we're going to hit it done, and there we go. Now the Jigsaw blocks are set up, and what we can then basically do is we can save both of these structures. Let's first of all save the main one over here, save. So make sure that you are in save mode and then hit save. So the storage platform has been saved, and then this one, save the diamond storage, has also been saved. So now let's change this to iron. Alright, so here we have the iron platform, and the only things we need to do is change the names over here. So just change the name to iron storage platform over here, and then the same thing goes down here. So just change it, and then, hit detect again. That's fine, and then save, and there we go. Now we have the iron storage platform saved as well, and let's do emerald also. And there we go. Now we have the emerald one as well. So once again, we're just going to change the name over here, emerald over there, and let's just, for the sake of argument, change it here as well. There we go. And now we can save this one as well. Save, and now we have all three different side platforms saved. So let's proceed to IntelliJ. Right, so of course the NBT files are once again in the run folder, saves folder, under the actual world that you created in the generated folder. And then here we have the three different ones, and then the storage platform as well. So let's just copy those over and add them to our structures folder right here. There you go. And that should be that. And now we just need, once again, 4, or in this case actually 5 different JSON files. So we'll start with the has structures one. Now this one is the tag, and you can see it is the same tag pretty much. We're just defining where this particular structure can spawn, so nothing interesting going on here. The structure JSON file over here is actually similarly pretty much the same thing that the Kaupenjoe is as well. It is nothing interesting going on here, to be honest with you. And same with the structure set. Now, the only thing for the structure set that is interesting is that, of course, the salt is absolutely different. This is very, very important that the salt is different, because otherwise they will literally spawn in the same, at the same position. So be sure to basically make this unique and not have it match with anything else. And then the last thing is the template pool folder, and I'm just going to copy over the storage platform folder with both JSON files inside. So we have a side pool JSON as well as a start pool JSON file. Now, as always, of course, all of the JSON files are available to you in the description below. And let's start with the start pool JSON file. So this is a very, very similar one to the start pool JSON file for the house. You can see it just basically, we're referencing itself, fallback is empty. This is all pretty much the same thing. However, the side pool, that is when it gets interesting. So you can see we're referencing itself, fallback is still empty, but now we're actually referencing the location of the different structures over here with different weights, and we have multiple ones. This means that there is a 50% chance of having the iron platform spawn, a 30% chance of the emerald one, and a 20% chance of the diamond one to spawn. So this is pretty awesome indeed, because that basically makes it so that you can make your structures a little bit more dynamic, have, different variants basically, and that is pretty awesome indeed. Now, really important thing to keep in mind in the structure as well is if you have, jigsaw blocks inside of a structure that has jigsaw blocks and so on and so forth, this size over here is the length of the branch. So you need to increase this if you have multiple jigsaw blocks, like in another structure, so keep that in mind as well. But otherwise, that is literally all that we need to do. So let's make a new world and see if our structure spawns. All right, we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's just see if we can find a storage platform somewhere around here. Should not be far. If we can find something, we can always use the locate structure command to take a look at the storage platform. Let's see. Let's port to it, and there we go. So we got a diamond over here, so we actually got quite lucky in this case, because it is only a 20% chance of that spawning. Let's just go into spectator mode, and let's fly around and see if we can find another one quite fast over here. So there is another one here, in this case with iron. That's actually perfect. And let's just see if we can go 3 for 3. Maybe we can find one with emerald as well. That would be pretty awesome indeed. And no, in this case, we also got diamond, but that is totally fine, of course. There you go, a custom jigsaw structure. Let's add a custom structure to villages. Alright, Alright, we find ourselves back in Minecraft again, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding this structure right here to villages. So you can clearly see this is a custom village structure with indeed, and this is very interesting, the jumpy blocks in here, so if any villager will come by, they will also get the custom villager profession. And the one thing I basically want to mention with these, well, different village structures, I highly recommend to get a village structure out, to actually load in a village structure like this. So you can see this would be the plains one. I will show you the external libraries and where you can basically get this directory from, and then you can spawn any type of village structure. I would then highly recommend just changing it around and then keeping the jigsaw block here, because if the jigsaw block is not set up correctly, then this will not work. This is extremely important that this is done correctly and everything here works. Otherwise, the village structure will not spawn. But once we have this, you can basically go in here. I already have my name. I can then just go to the save mode, hit save, and there we go. Now I have this saved under plains_jump_master, and then we can proceed. We then have this NBT file, and then we can create the class that is needed to spawn this in villages. But first, let's go to the external libraries and go to Net Minecraft Client Extra 192 or whatever your version might be, Data Minecraft Structures, and then Village, Plains, Houses, and then there you go. Of course, you can also do desert houses and all of the rest of those houses, right? You can also have sort of houses, streets, terminators, you can see zombie, all of that craziness. But here in this case are plenty of houses you can basically spawn in with the structure block and then change and then save under your own name. We want to go to the run folder, saves, and then go to structures. This is the actual world that I used, generated, and there it is, plains jump master. And let's just copy this over to the structures over here. And for this, we need no JSON files. This is all done via a class. So in our world package, we're going to make a new package called village. And inside of there, we're going to make one class, and we're going to call this the village edition. Now, I will actually be copying over most of the code over here, but that's going to be okay. So first of all, we're going to need the add mod over here above this class, and then we're just going to copy over the rest of the whole thing here, and then I will explain. Now, all of the code here is, of course, going to be available to you in the description below. Get our repository and individual just as well. Now, you will find that, first of all, we're getting a few errors here. No worries at all. We're going to be able to fix those in no time. But for the time being, first of all, you can see, basically, we're not doing anything crazy here. We're basically just calling this add new village building method over here is a subscribe event called exactly when the server is about to start. And in that moment, we're basically adding our custom jump master over here to our jump master NBT file with a weight of 250. This is actually quite a lot, so keep that in mind, to the plains village houses that we've literally just seen here down here. So we're literally adding it right here. So as if our NBT file was inside of this folder. Now, the next question is, how do we get rid of those errors? Well, we need access transformers. To do that, what we're going to do is we're going to open our build.gradle file, and we're going to look at this line right here where that says access transformers. It is probably commented out. It's extremely important that you uncomment this, and then what you should do is you should just copy the name over here. So just select it, access transformer.cfg, and then in the meta.inf folder, right-click new file, and then just paste in the name so that you are sure that it's written correctly. And for this, you want these two lines. This basically is going to make the templates inside of the structure template pool class public, and then the raw templates it's going to make public and non-final. That is literally all we're doing. So because you can see, of course, it's red here and red here. If we look, the pool variable is the structure template pool, and if you can see, both the raw templates is private final and the templates is private final as well. And we need access to those. And to basically transform the access, we're using access transformers. So once you have uncommented the line here and added the access transformer correctly into your meta.inf folder, you can simply hit load Gradle changes, and then it's going to, well, build the changes over here. It's going to take anywhere from, once again, a few seconds all the way to a minute, 2 minutes, maybe a little bit more, depending on all sorts of different factors. So just be patient, wait until you get a build successful, and then we can continue. All right, so there we go, build successful in 3 minutes and 16 seconds. It actually took quite a long while, but that is totally fine. And if we now go to the Village Edition class, you can see, there we go, both the template as well as raw templates are now accessible. And if we go into the structure template pool class, you can actually see it also changed right here. Very cool indeed, and that is actually all that we need right here. Now, one more note right here, as you can see, it is also possible to call add building to pool over here for the snowy, savanna, taiga, and desert villages over here. So keep that in mind as well. You can simply basically uncomment this, and then that is going to be fine as well. You just need to, as you can see, put your mod ID in here, and then the structure NBT file resource location. So pretty much exactly this one right here. And that should be pretty much all you need. Now we're choosing 250 as a weight just to ensure that hopefully this is definitely going to spawn at least once in every village. Definitely experiment with the weights. I do highly suggest that. But regardless of that, let's make a new world and see if it works. Alright, friends, us in Minecraft, and let's just locate over here the Plains Village. So let's take a look and let's see. There we go. Let's go over there and let's see if we can find our custom structure. And there it already is. So everything working exactly how we would expect it to. Do we have a second one? We actually do have a second one. So you can see with 250 as its weight, it definitely does come up quite frequently. So that is why I'm basically saying that you should definitely play around with the actual weights. But I mean, regardless of that, we have a custom structure, and it definitely is a custom structure that is spawning in villages. That's really awesome indeed, and that's actually how easy it can be. All of the code is of course available in the description below. Don't forget to subscribe. Let's talk about global loot modifiers. Alright, friends, we're back in the channel once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom global loot modifiers to Minecraft. Now, this has since 1.18 to 1.19 changed quite significantly. So what we're going to do is in our tutorial mod package, we're going to right click new package called loot. And inside of there, we'll need two new classes. The first one is the add item modifier. So this is, well, basically it's going to represent a modifier, a global loot modifier that is going to be able to be used so that we can add stuff or add items to existing loot tables. And the other one is going to be the mod loot modifiers. So this one is basically needed to register all of that stuff. Now in the mod loot modifiers, we're going to start by adding a public static final deferred register. Of course, a deferred register of type codec of type question mark extends I global loot modifier. Let's import the codec class Mojang serialization. There you go. And this is the loot underscore modifier underscore serializers. And that is equal to a deferred register.create forge registries.keys.global loot modifier serializers tutorial mod .mod ID. There you go. Now all of the code is of course going to be available to you in the description below. That applies to an individual just as well as we're making the register method over here that we have seen plenty of times before. Let's add the bus over here, and there you go. Now we have a register method, and we should call this in our constructor right here. So mod loot modifiers.register, passing in the mod event bus, and there we go. Now we can proceed on to the add item modifier. Now in this case, I will actually be copying over the entire class, because in this case, it is going to be stay pretty much the same, except for maybe one or two things over here. But like I said, this is all available to you one way or the other. So you can see we're basically making a custom codec right here. Now, I've not really talked that much about codecs, as they are quite complex over here. However, I will link a great article from the GemWire UK wiki in the description below. That's the Forge community wiki, and that has a great article on how codecs work and how you can make your own as well. I do definitely recommend checking that out. So what you can see, the most important method here is the do apply method, because basically this object array list, you can just literally think of this as a list of item stacks. That is the loot that should be generated via that loot table. So for example, you kill a creeper and you get 2 gunpowder, for example. That would be the list of these item stacks, right? It would be 2 gunpowder in 1 item stack in here. And when you return this list, that is now the modified loot that is going to be dropped. So anything that you add here, that is going to then be added there. That's the general idea. So if you want to add something, you can see generated loot is just a list. Add a new item stack of the item that we're reading in through a JSON file. We're going to see that in just a moment, the JSON file. But yeah, that is pretty much all that we have. And then here, we're just making it so that it only is added 50% of the time. Now you can of course change this. This would now be 80% of the time, because we're checking basically, is this bigger or equal than this? And because the next float can be anywhere between 0 and 1, it is bigger than 0.2 about 80% of the time. So think about that, and that should hopefully illuminate the randomness over here as well. And once you have that, we can now create the add item modifier over here. So that's going to be a public static final registry object of type codec of type question mark extends iGlobal loot modifier add underscore item equals loot modifier serializers dot register, holding it add underscore item, and then we're gonna do add item modifier dot codec. And there we go. Now the modifier is added and we can proceed to the JSON files. All right, so the first thing we'll need is in the resources data folder in tutorial mod, and in there we need a new directory called loot underscore modifiers. There you go. And then I will actually be copying over the JSON file. It is called blueberry underscore seeds underscore from underscore grass.json. And you can see it's not that crazy. It is of type add item. That should be more or less self-explanatory, right? We'll call this serializer add item, and it's basically going to serialize this. It's going to check for the block grass. If this condition is met, so basically we're destroying grass over here, then the blueberry seeds is going to get added right here. That's going to become the item field. And then there's a 50% chance that we add the blueberry seeds to the generated loot. Now we still need to actually register this more or less, and that's in data forge. And there we want a new folder or a new directory called loot underscore modifiers, making sure we write everything correctly. And that is called global underscore loot underscore modifiers.json. And you can see we're just referencing tutorial mod and then blueberry underscore seeds underscore from underscore grass. Let's write this JSON right here. We're just making sure that this is in there. And now everything should work totally fine. So you can already go into an existing world or a new world, whatever you so choose, and destroy grass. And hopefully we'll get some blueberry seeds. Let's join the game and see if it works. Alright, find ourselves in Minecraft again. Let's, of course, change to survival mode, otherwise it's not going to work. And you can already see, there we go, we got some blueberry seeds, and you can see normal seeds are still dropping. Now, of course, the blueberry seeds with 50% chance of dropping are dropping way higher in a chance than normal wheat seeds in this case. But regardless of that, we have modified the loot table for the grass, so that is very interesting indeed, and that is pretty much the way that you can modify any loot table in Minecraft. Let's spawn a chest with a loot table. Alright, we find ourselves in Minecraft in this case, and we find ourselves in the Kaupenjoe house. This is the Forge version. However, this will also work in Fabric, so you can watch this whether or not you're in Fabric or in Forge. And what we're going to do is we're going to, instead of having an empty chest over here, we're going to spawn a new chest, and that is going to include some loot. So for that, you pretty much just need the /set block at your current position, and then you want to set that block to Minecraft chest with the following NBT data, and that is loot table. And then you can see this is the name of the loot table right here. I will show you the loot tables in just a moment, but if you do this and you spawn it, there you go. Now here is the loot table placed. Now this is important. Once you have spawned the chest with the loot table in it, do not open the chest. Otherwise this will not work. So then, right, you can just go back to your structure block right here, and you can save this again. Now, when this particular structure will spawn, it will randomize the loot. What will happen is when you open this chest, then it's going to solidify the loot, and it's not going to spawn random loot, but it's going to always spawn this exact loot. So now it's solidified, but because we've saved it before we opened the chest, it's going to always be random. So now let's go into IntelliJ, switch out the NBT file, and then that's literally all you need to do to have some, chests with custom loot in it. Okay, there's the structures folder once again generated, and this is the Kaupenjoe. So we're just going to copy it, Control-C, and then we're going to go to the, the structures right here, and we're just going to paste this in, Kaupenjoe NBT, overwrite it, and that is all that we need to do here. If you want to look into different loot tables, of course, external libraries all the way to client extra right here. In data is actually correct, and we want to go to the loot tables chests, and then here you have plenty of different chests that you can use. Now you can of course create your own loot table. However, in this case, these loot tables are a bit more complicated. So let's say we use the simple dungeon one, and you can see, right, so there's plenty of entries over here with basically different rates. Well, what you can do is you can just copy one of those loot tables, change a few of the items around, and see if you like it. But it is definitely a little bit more complicated making a chest loot table that makes a good chest basically. But this is also the case that you could do this, and then of course you just replace the Minecraft : simple dungeon loot table name with mod ID : chest / whatever your actual name of your JSON file here is. Shouldn't be anything too crazy at this stage in development. you should basically know roughly how to do this. What if we now go into the game, make a new world, and see our Kaupenjoe house? We'll see random loot in those chests. So let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again in a new world, and let's just see if we can't find a Kaupenjoe house over here, and then we'll see. All right, so here we are. I actually teleported to a Kaupenjoe house, and if we now open this, you can see randomized loot, and it is different from the loot that we first saw when we opened the chest, because once again, we didn't open it before saving. It's extremely important that you do not open the chest when you save it, and you can, well, let's just like fly over here, and let's just see there's another Kaupenjoe house, and I can promise you that the loot is going to be completely different, and that is extremely important. Do not open the chest before you save the actual file. You can see it as completely different. We had like 3 music discs in the other one, and this is full of other random stuff. And that's it for this tutorial. Thank you so much for watching. So yeah,